Good morning. My name is Amir Burbich. I am the Dean of VCU Arts Qatar, and welcome to the 8th Biennial Hamad Bin Khalifa Symposium on Islamic Art. I would like to offer a very special welcome to our esteemed guests this morning, including those of you who have traveled across seas and oceans to get here. That would be in keeping with the theme of this year's symposium, the seas and the mobility of Islamic art. I hope your voyage and your stay in Doha will be a pleasant one. To our frequent visitors, welcome back. It is always a delight to see you here. I am not sure if great explorers, traders, and travelers from the Middle East, like Ibn Battuta, ever experienced anything like jet lag. I know I'm experiencing jet lag because I recently came from a trip to Richmond, and I was on the plane with several faculty and students who are also coming from our home campus. But joking aside, what would the medieval explorers, what would they have made of modern day travel and trade? They were the pioneers and the pathfinders, and there's much more to learn from their efforts. But that's why we're gathered here. They experienced globalization before the term existed, and they enriched cultures near and far thanks to their energy and dedication, just like we do at this school. I have no doubt that we will all be much wiser by the time this event has concluded, thanks to the research efforts of the brilliant academics the symposium's co-chairs have assembled here. This is my cue to congratulate the symposium co-chairs, our art history professors, Dr. Rada Dalal, Dr. Jochen Sokoli, Dr. Sean Roberts, the director of the Art History Department at VCU Arts Qatar. I would also like to thank the symposium's program manager, Marissa Brown, who I had a chance to meet for the first time this morning, for her tremendous efforts for putting together the many details involved in organizing this event. A round of applause, please. They have been ably supported by an enthusiastic team, many of whom you can see around you here. They will be on hand throughout the symposium to answer any questions you may have. Please also take a look at the beautiful symposium program, which I have here in my hand. It was designed by Haya Daher, a member of our communications department, and I'm very proud to say an alumna of the VCU Arts Qatar graphic design program. A round of applause for Haya. Make sure you have a program. I too have traveled back and forth across continents, seas and oceans, from my hometown of Sarajevo in Bosnia, which I left as a teenager, to Chicago, to Sharjah in the UAE, and back to Chicago, and finally to Doha, where I arrived actually 3 months today, exactly. This is my first Hamad Bin Khalifa Symposium on Islamic Art, and I'm looking forward to the talks, panel discussions, and informal conversations with many of you. By way of background, our art history program is the only undergraduate program of its kind in the Gulf region, and it offers a distinctive concentration in Islamic art within a global perspective. Our alumni are working at prestigious institutions such as the Museum of Islamic Art here in Doha, the National Museum of Qatar, and Mathaf, Arab Museum of Modern Art. I encourage you to visit them all. Two of our art history alumni, Reem Abu Ghazala and Tamadur Tariq Al-Shamlan, were curatorial assistants on an amazing exhibition called Set in Stone, Gems and Jewels from Royal Indian Courts, which is currently on view at the Museum of Islamic Art. That is just one example of how our alumni are making an impact and making a name for themselves. We have more than 40 participants, panel organizers, paper presenters, and fellows here from all over the world, with papers that will offer many viewpoints, discussions, and a concurrent gallery exhibition, and of course lunches, food, which is important. This symposium is meant to be a vibrant forum of exchange for all participants and attendees. We're also hosting a contemporary art exhibition called The Sea is the Limit at our gallery. The exhibition brings together works by international artists who are addressing the issue of refugees, borders, migration, and national identity. The opening reception will take place today at 5:30. I look forward to seeing you there. It is now my special privilege to introduce a special guest, Ms. Nancy Scott, who is the interim dean of VCU's School of the Arts in Richmond. and who traveled to Doha along with a group of faculty and students from our home campus. In addition to her exciting role in Richmond, Dean Scott is also the special assistant to the provost for the VCU Arts Qatar campus and is a very active, vigorous supporter and participant in the life of our school here as well. Please help me welcome Ms. Nancy Scott.
Good morning and welcome, honored guests. I'm Nancy Scott, Interim Dean for the School of the Arts in Richmond, Virginia, and also Special Assistant to the Provost for VCU Arts Qatar. It is an honor for me to represent VCU Arts as co-host of the preeminent International Conference on Islamic Art and Culture. I'm pleased to see that so many of you have joined me as we bring together many of the world's leading experts in the fields of Islamic art and architecture. For more than 20 years, the relationship between Qatar Foundation, VCU Arts, and VCU Arts Qatar has underscored our shared commitment to inquiry, culture, and community in a global setting. The Islamic Art Symposium would not be possible without the support of the Qatar Foundation for Education, Science, and Community Development. They have been a transformative partner in realizing our shared vision of international innovation and excellence. It is because of Qatar Foundation that VCU School of the Arts was invited to establish the first international branch campus in Education City. Today, VCU Arts Qatar is the premier design program in the Middle East, matching the quality and distinction that we have nurtured at Virginia Commonwealth University. The symposium is equally regarded as a model for scholarship on the international stage, and it has had a significant impact on expanding public knowledge and appreciation on Islamic art. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce the co-chairs of the 8th Hamad Bin Khalifa Symposium on Islamic Art. They have contributed their expertise and scholarship, organizing a rich array of panels that bring together the world's leading experts. I appreciate the time they have committed, not only as passionate educators, but as academic leaders in the field of Islamic art. Please join me in welcoming VCU Arts faculty members, Radha Dalal, Assistant Professor of Islamic Art and Architecture, Sean Roberts, Associate Professor and Interim Director of Art History, and Jochen Stokely, Associate Professor of Art History of the Islamic World. Sean.
Good morning to all of you. I will keep this very brief. Amir's already told you a few things about our school and program here, but I'm just going to say a couple of brief words before I turn you over to my co-chairs. As you may know, our program in art history was founded here in 2012. And from a handful of freshman students that fall, we've grown to include at times almost 80 enrolled majors and have graduated several classes of seniors. These talented alumni are making the transition from students to scholars and museum professionals at a critical moment of enthusiasm for collecting, display, and study of the arts here in Qatar and indeed in the region. Our graduates, as you've heard, are already meeting these opportunities and challenges head-on, pursuing graduate degrees in art history and museum studies, and working as curators, curatorial assistants, educators at institutions including the Museum of Islamic Art and the National Museum here. That success has obviously not just been fostered here within the school, but by the incredible support that's been provided by our hosts, the Qatar Foundation, by our partners like Qatar Museums, and of course by our home institution, Virginia Commonwealth University. It's also driven by our unique curriculum designed, like this symposium, to capitalize on the distinctive location of Qatar, which since antiquity has been part of international trade routes linking both the Central Islamic lands, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Oceans. We're the only program of our kind in the region, and indeed one of the few in the world which focuses on the arts of Islam in a global context, inviting our students to make connections between these cultures and those of the broader world. That dynamic course of study is made possible by our world-class teaching and research faculty, including my fantastic co-chairs for this symposium, Radha Dalal and Jochen Sokoli, who provide students with a background in traditional Islamic art while also teaching a series of vibrant and provocative courses which challenge and empower our students to embrace the kind of cultural interchange that has formed the basis of an increasingly globalized world in modernity. I invite you to learn a little bit more about our programs in art history, both here in Doha and in Richmond, at the back of your program, where you will see some statements about those programs. So at this time, I'm going to turn you over to Radha Dalal, who's going to speak a little bit about how the theme for this symposium came about. So thank you.
I want to join the deans and the director of our program, Sean Roberts, in welcoming everyone to this wonderful event. The Seas and the Mobility of Islamic Art is the 8th Biennial Hamad Bin Khalifa Symposium on Islamic Art, as already noted. The previous 7 symposia themes ranged from Expanded Frontiers in 2004, where scholars discussed the relationship between Islamic art and Christian Europe, to And Diverse Are Their Hues, Color in Islamic Art and Culture, held in Cordoba, Spain in 2011, and to the most recent one in 2017, held in Richmond, Virginia, in conjunction with the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts at our home campus, titled Islamic Art, Past, Present, and Future. 6 of the 7 previous symposia derived inspiration directly from Quranic themes related to concepts of beauty and artistic accomplishments. For this, our 8th symposium, we, the co-chairs, decided to consider the various ways in which the mobility of Islamic art across oceans and continents has connected, transformed, and shaped the development of artistic practice through the ages. To this end, we also collaborated with our gallery director, Isabel San-Louis, here at VCU Arts Qatar, to host an exhibition called The Sea is the Limit, curated by artist Varvara Shavrova, who is here attending the symposium, that considers the contemporary human dimension of such mobility. The exhibition will open today at 5 p.m. for the symposium speakers and at 5:30 p.m. for the general public. I now turn you over to my co-chair, Jochen Sokoli, who will explain more about the symposium's theme and the panels today. Thank you.
Welcome, and I join Radha and Sean and the deans in welcoming you all. This is great that you're all here. So we're going to have a variety of panels that really span geography, India to the Mediterranean, times from, I think the earliest panel is about the Abbasid period, and one about the 20th century. So geography, chronology, and different disciplines, cartography, geography, ceramics, different media, architecture. So it's a great variety which really represents, in a sense, the different connections that we're trying to highlight in the symposium. So just, for example, we will start today with Nancy who proposed a panel on reading, writing, and picturing the Muslim port city. Then followed by Karen Pinto, Seas imagined and depicted in Middle Eastern art, maps, and geography. And then later on, Nancy Steinhardt, Seas, mobility, gifting, and settlement, Islamic art in 11th to 14th century Chinese port cities. And then later on today, in the afternoon, Pots that talk, early Abbasid interconnectivity with the Indian Ocean and China trade. And then tomorrow, Angela Anderson's panel, Transoceanic Movement, Muslim-Centered Design and Architecture in the 20th and 21st centuries. Anne Dunlop's The Ilkhanate and Neighbors, artistic exchange, overland routes, and maritime trade, 1250 to 1400. And finally, Yuli Gonella's panel, which will bring in some of the curators from the museum, the South Asian nexus, objects, motifs, and materials in transit. So there's quite a variety there, and I hope that what we have managed to achieve, is a sort of opens up avenues of discourse between us, between the different fields that we represent. And we're not all Islamic art historians here, so interdisciplinarity, I think that's very important. And so I'm really pleased and I'm really happy that we were able to do this. And thank you, and let's start.
All right, I will be introducing our first panel chair this morning. Our first panel chair is Nancy Professor of Art History and Associate Dean now at the State University of New York at Binghamton. Her research focuses on Islamic art from a distinctively coastal perspective, I'd say, exploring the material and built cultures of the Arabian Peninsula, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. Nancy has published widely, including in the Journal of Architectural Historians and the Journal of Early Modern History. She is familiar to so many of us as the author of both The Merchant Houses of Mocha, published by the University of Washington in 2009, and more recently, Shipped But Not Sold, Material Culture and the Social Order of Trade During Yemen's Age of Coffee, published in 2017 by the University of Hawaii Press. For this conference, she has organized the panel Reading, Writing, and Picturing the Muslim Port City. Please join me in welcoming Nancy.
Sabah al-khair. Good morning. It is with great excitement that we kick off the 8th Biennial Hamad Bin Khalifa Symposium on Islamic Art on the theme, The Seas and the Mobility of Islamic Art. Thanks, Sean, for that very kind introduction. I'm very pleased to be here. So this panel, Reading, Writing, and Picturing the Muslim Port City, Architecture and Urbanism Around the Indian Ocean Littoral After 1500, is a collaborative effort at thinking about the Indian Ocean port and its place within paradigms of Islamic urbanism. We will be sailing, so to speak, in this panel between ports, starting in the east with cities such as Aceh and Bantam in Southeast Asia, then moving west towards Surat on the coast of India in the province of Gujarat, and ending all the way on the eastern coast of Africa in Zanzibar and Mombasa. For my part, I find it provocative to start off a symposium on Islamic art with these cities, some of which appeared in yesterday's workshop as well, because these cities are rarely cast as the central sites of production, circulation, and consumption of Islamic art. In fact, they are sometimes even relegated to the periphery or seen as outliers. But in this panel, we as a group take it as a premise that these coastal sites were in fact key places of connection, exchange, but also contestation among mobile Muslim communities that were very far-flung and widely dispersed. We also take as a premise that the European presence was a shaping factor in later Islamic urbanism rather than an external force that can be discounted or excluded. With those shaping ideas, we will take this journey, which starts in the 16th century and brings us up into the 20th, and we will be thinking about the sources that inform our understanding of Indian Ocean ports. As you will see, that will involve a certain amount of patching together of texts, maps, architectural landmarks, photographs, drawings, and paintings, all of which contribute to our understanding of maritime urbanism. But at the same time, our panelists will likely struggle with the implicit limits of all of these various types of sources, with the understanding that the complexity of urban space can only be understood by reading across various materials, visual and textual, two-dimensional and three-dimensional, lived and represented. For this panel, I have endeavored to put together a group of speakers that I wish to hear, first of all, and colleagues whose work I really admire, but also colleagues that I wish to put in communication with each other. So on behalf of the panelists, I would like to thank the organizers and sponsors of this conference at VCU Arts Qatar for providing us with a wonderful opportunity to convene on this topic. And we are particularly pleased to do so here in Doha, a port city of the wider Indian Ocean world, which serves as the perfect central point to kick off this discussion. So we are going to start with our first speaker, Imran bin Tajuddin. Imran is assistant professor of the Department of Architecture in the School of Design and Environment at the National University of Singapore. He has been a leading figure in researching early modern Southeast Asian vernacular architecture and coastal urbanism. And as you will see in his talk today, his work grapples with both the legacy of colonial historiography in Asia and the long-standing patterns of thinking about cities in the Islamic heartlands. Professor Tajuddin has published on early modern Malay and Indonesian mosques, modern architecture in Southeast Asia, and is currently working on a book-length project about maritime cities in the region. He is the recipient of many prestigious fellowships from, for instance, the Aga Khan Program for Islamic Architecture at MIT, the International Institute for Asian Studies at Leiden University, and is currently holding a fellowship at Oxford as he is writing his monograph. And I also want to identify that Imran has done some very important work in regard to colonial heritage in the multi-ethnic and multi-religious city of Singapore, and for those efforts has been recognized by the Singapore Society of Advocacy. So we are very fortunate to have him here today to start off this panel with his paper entitled Cultural Encounters and Architectural Translations in Southeast Asia's Early Modern Port Capitals, 16th to 18th centuries. Please join me in welcoming Imran.
Thank you, Nancy, for this very kind introduction. And good morning, everyone. And special thanks to the co-chairs as well as program manager for organizing this wonderful conference. I would like to immediately jump in. And actually, I'm very nervous about keeping to time. So I'm going to be doing a number of things right now just before I start to make sure that that I keep within the 20 minutes, because I am extremely delighted to be able to share everything, and I think I might actually run out of time. Right, here we are. Okay, the city map vignettes by Frederick de Witt, 1670 to 71, that I show here, testifies to the period of the entry of the Dutch and English East India companies into what had previously been practically a transoceanic network across the Indian Ocean from the Mediterranean, in a network in which Muslim port cities and merchant networks were heavily involved, as you can see from the list that is included in this Dutch map. Earlier in the 16th century, this network had also come under challenge and competition by the Portuguese, as we all well know. I have chosen to open with this image for two reasons. First, to signal the complexity of the political economic situation across the Indian Ocean in the period after 1500, which is the focus of our panel this morning. And second, because it includes the then still independent Muslim port capital of Banten in West Java. I think you can just about see it third from the top on the left column, which in West Java, along with the VOC port of Batavia, it's on the top of the right-hand column, which had been wrested from Banten in 1619, being formerly the minor Muslim port of Jakarta under Banten suzerainty. Aceh was left out of this series because its 12th Sultan, Iskandar Muda, who reigned from 1607 to 1636, Iskandar, of course, referring to Alexander, had disallowed the VOC from buying cheap cotton from Gujarati merchants in Aceh, forcing the VOC, the Dutch East India Company, to turn to opening a factory in Surat in 1616. By the reign of the Queen Taj al-Alam in 1641 to 75, Aceh's former preeminence had diminished. And so you see it being left out of this vignette collection. Meanwhile, Malacca, on the other hand, had since 1511 been brought under Portuguese rule. under which its trade sought to exclude Muslim merchants under Portuguese rule, of course, particularly the Gujaratis. Since 1641, however, which is already before this vignette was produced, it had already been taken by the Dutch VOC with its Malay allies from Johor, who were the rulers of the Malacca dynasty ousted by the Portuguese a century earlier. VOC policy, however, dictated that Batavia be given prominence, so it's no surprise that Malacca does not appear here, even though it's already under the Dutch. Now, Banten, along with Malacca and Aceh, are the focus of my comparative discussion this morning. Just for context, here we can see the location of, maybe very quickly, that's Aceh right there at the very tip. That's Banten right here, next to Jayakarta, which is today called Jakarta. During the colonial period under the VOC, it was called Batavia, and then that's Malacca right there. Now, I use the visual depiction of these cities as a starting point to discuss the histories of visual and architecture and urban culture of mercantile and port capital, these are port capitals, communities through urban layout and architectural typology and details. Because through a discussion on comparison of these three cities, I'll be sharing with you some questions rather than full answers that arise from the historical and visual evidence and questions of periodization. The maps of these cities provide us with evidence of the morphological layout of these cities, and these two images here that you see depict Banten as it was first encountered by the first Dutch fleet in 1596, the one on the left, when the city, Banten, was depicted in a rather schematic manner, as you can see, yet largely correct in general lines, while a later map of the early 17th century, which you see on the right, bigger, and further republished in 1725 by François Valentine, depicts the city of Banten with far greater detail. Comparing the two, we note that the city had four main streets that meet at the central square, to which is the mosque to its west. Well, you're going to be a bit confused because this image here is flipped, so north is to down, towards the water. And the palace to its south of the square, central square, and the central marketplace to the north of the central square. Now, this is the classic Javanese town layout centered under alun-alun that had already been in place before the conversion to Islam. Further detail now, I'm here superimposing two maps, the republication and the original early 17th century map. This is so, actually, it's quite lavishly depicted. As you can see, this is a view, a kind of bird's eye view, if you like, from the sea, and then this is the same from plan. So it was a very, very important port city in West Java that had assumed the mantle of Malacca, which had been conquered by the Portuguese, and as I mentioned earlier, excluded Muslim merchants. One of the reasons the Dutch depicted it in such detail. Now, we know little about, however, the details for particular urban wards in Banten, Aceh, and Malacca, as we shall see. Based on European reports, however, and based on this map as well, you can just about make it out if I could go through with you the details, which I can't. However, that Bantenese nobility had headed each urban ward subdivision, which is called the kampung. And these were walled compounds with its own small mosque or prayer hall and a pabean or a hall for audience, recreating in miniature the total urban layout. So that's something that we know. And what's interesting also that I want to point out right now using this map is that the compass rose that you see on the map is actually wrong, and I will explain to you further later. I've added the two arrows there. What is really remarkable about Banten's layout is the orientation of the city's main axis to the Qibla. The compass rose here, as I mentioned, is a bit skewed off, and I'm not sure why that is. In addition, actually, the port city is also home to a number of key merchants of foreign origin who were inducted into official posts as Shah Bandar, which is, of course, the famous Persian term for harbor master, adopted into Malay usage even in the pre-Islamic period and further reinforced during the Islamic period. So these merchants had residences within the walled city, and then by and large, foreign merchants live in quarters just outside. So in this case, there's a depiction of a rather elaborate quarter here, and then later on, many of the European companies, the East India Company and the Danish company actually had their headquarters here. This is slightly later. This map, on the other hand, if you compare the two, so you can see how it's tilted true north to true north. The whole city is oriented to the Qibla, and I'm just showing this to give you a sense of the overall urban infrastructural works that were completed under the 6th Sultan of Banten. So that's the palace right there. There is actually a waterworks with 3 water purification buildings. And then here is a symbolic lake for royal pleasure gardens called Tasik Ardi. So it's a hybrid or a compound term that uses the Malay term as well as an Arabic term for respectively a lake and the earth, or in this case is referring to the mountain, which I elaborate on in a paper I've published. But here, just to give you an overview of the extent to which the settlement actually extends well beyond the walled settlement that you see in this depiction, which is reproduced here. It's actually extending much further south to different suburbs with various other, so a small selection here of mosques, secondary mosques, and places for Islamic education that have survived to this day. So actually, just to give also a quick picture of the situation today, most of these buildings are in ruins, and most of Banten is in ruins, but the mosques of Banten are still functioning. So in ruins because of the actions of the Dutch VOC. Now, so a close-up of the central urban district here, which shows you what I was describing earlier, the palace to the south. Now, these depictions are extremely important because they seem to show us very clearly in detail. This is the earliest, and nobody has noted this in existing publications, the earliest depiction of what we today recognize as the archetypal classic Javanese urban house layout, an urban noble house compound layout, which is reproduced in larger scale and with multiple repetitions of this elaborated into a whole sequence of courtyards for palaces and a few other significant architectural features which we can recognize if we know the architecture of island Southeast Asia and particularly Java. But also that the palace complex was extended to about twice the original size. And I have a suspicion that actually this is a merely schematic and not to scale representation of just the front yard, rather than the whole extent of the palace complex, because as you can see, the scale of it is a little bit off, because this has many such small compartmentalizations in actual archaeological ruins today, whereas this is a little bit crudely oversized, if you like. But I also wanted to point out the extent to which waterworks, I mentioned to you earlier, infrastructure works for water purification, also are used for both symbolic and practical reasons for the wudu, for example, as a kind of symbolic water channel at the front of the front pavilion, in front of the front pavilion to the mosque, as a kind of step pool, which of course for some of us would remind us of the step pools that, or step wells from India. Moving on, the kind of layout that you see in Aceh, in Banten, is also seen in many other Javanese port capitals such as Demak and Cirebon. And in Cirebon, it's actually repeated 3 times. This is the oldest kraton or palace complex. That's the palace complex right there with the mosque and the central square. And then this is repeated into 3 courtyards, with the middle courtyard having its own mosque inside for the palace, and then yet another smaller mosque, which I've discussed in another publication, but just to show you that there is an urban system within these settlements that are repeated in different settlements with different permutations, but following the same format, and that you can also trace it back to the pre-Islamic Majapahit capital in East Java, for example. Coming back to Banten's mosque and its architectural features. Now, the Sejarah Banten relates that Sunan Gunung Jati, or Sharif Hidayatullah, had instructed his son, the first ruler of Banten, Maulana Hasanuddin, to construct a new city by building a market, royal square, and palace after choosing a suitable site for the central point. Interestingly, in this instruction, we don't hear the mosque being stated or part of the instruction. But the mosque, as I mentioned, in Banten is in fact today the only sole surviving living building in what is otherwise a complete ruin. And it's interesting to note the adaptation of, now if you look at this, this is an adaptation of the Kala Makara frame that is very typical of Javanese Chandi architecture. At the same time, you see, I mean, what is recognizably a Dutch building, and that comes as no surprise because the architect involved was indeed a Dutchman, a renegade who converted to Islam and served the 7th ruler of Banten. He came from the enemy town of Batavia next door. It's rather interesting. There's also a whole host of stone ruins which have yet to be properly documented. As we speak, actually, the Banten Archaeological Service is finally coming around to looking at these artifacts and trying to sort them out, to study them. So it's an exciting point in time to be studying these objects. But I was mentioning earlier, this is the minaret of Kudus, just as a basis for comparison for what we see in Banten. Now, this is a very much abstracted, yet you can see the profile and outline. Just as a basis of comparison, this is the Mosque of Kudus in Central Java, which also has these gateways with the Kala head, which is removed in this case. So you actually have no more depiction of the Kala head in the case of Kudus's main doorway, but on the other hand, you have these false niches, which of course contain no statues at all, and no Kala head again, although the position for these figures, the Kala head as well as the Makara, are represented in abstract form. What's interesting is that, like a few other examples that we will see later, there has been a very curious conjecture that such a tower, though not the Banten minaret, such a tower in Kudus was an appropriated building from pre-Islamic Javanese Hindu use, which is a little bit spurious because this tower, as well as the entire complex of Kudus Mosque, including these gateways of which you see a glimpse here, there are numerous gateways, the whole thing is oriented to the Qibla. So it's rather odd if such a thing were to be true, that it was an appropriated Hindu complex. Another point to note would be, of course, the circulation and use of these what are called batu Aceh in official art historical terminology. These are gravestones that are produced in Aceh, as the name suggests, and also actually the older port polity next to Aceh called Pasai. And they are found only in West Java on the island of Java. So once you move further east, the Javanese have their own form of tombstone, which shows how Banten is part of and oriented very much towards the Indian Ocean rather than to the rest of Java. Now, I mentioned earlier Banten's mosque as the sole living and surviving institution. And in terms of its architectural form, there's a very interesting point to note, which is that it has these two miniature tiers, the only one among the major mosques to survive today in Southeast Asia that has this feature. And that seems to be a combination of several things. It has 5 tiers, which you find only on certain mosques in the region. Otherwise, it's always 3 tiers, such as the celebrated Mosque of Demak. But on the other hand, miniature tiers, which are not true upper stories, were also found in the pre-Islamic period for this sacred pavilion. So there's a lot of things. I think I'm running out of time. So, but what's interesting also is to note that this continuity and adaptation of a pre-Islamic form seems to have been a successful one, if I may make such a statement, in the sense that we see this mosque being depicted with such visual prominence in many of these illustrations of Banten. This is a rather fanciful one, supposedly of the, I don't think you can make it out, but it's for Banten, which is spelled Bantam in the Dutch sources. So this is a rather fanciful depiction of the central square. This is also a depiction of Bantam or Banten, now in Copenhagen, and another depiction showing the prominence, the visual prominence accorded to the mosque. Well, I think I will have to skip this because of in the interest of time, but I wanted to quickly also mention one of the secondary mosques, or a major secondary mosque in Banten has this feature for its mihrab, which compares quite interestingly with the mosque, the mihrab of the Jami Mosque in Calicut, which you can check out a photograph of in Mehrdad Shukohi's work. He was not aware of a similar motif on the mimbar in Banten, of which there are numerous. So there's so much more to be done, I suppose. So he did have a concluding chapter in his work, though, that points to Malabar as a point of crossroads, as he puts it, with Southeast Asia, except he missed out on this particular detail. I'm going to skip all of this because we don't have time. But now Aceh, maybe I will just then point out some general points of resonance and some differences. Now Aceh being at the tip of the northern end of Sumatra facing the Indian Ocean, is from a completely different cultural milieu. It's Achenese, which is part of the Aceh-Chamic linguistic group, completely different from the Javanese. But what is curious is that because of the earlier history of the conquest of this part of Sumatra, the northern end, by the Majapahit kingdom in East Java, which I showed a few images of earlier, we note that this Aceh has the peculiar feature of having a Javanese town layout, which we saw a few examples of earlier. Another thing that is interesting is the form of its main mosque, which is different from some of the other mosque traditions that you find on Sumatra, such as its neighbor to its south, West Sumatra, the Minangkabaus. So it's again too much to elaborate within this short time span, but this seems to suggest some very strong connection to an intra-regional, in this case, Javanese cultural point of contact, if you like, between East Java in the late classical period of the 13th century to Pasai, which is a predecessor polity, neighboring port polity of Aceh. On top of that, you see a very prominent stone plinth or stone platform, another example here, and then the stone wall. Now, the use of stone here, I'm going to have to skip this, is quite interesting because you also have other ruins which are described in extensive detail in a number of works, including the Bustan Salatin, which is one of the major works for understanding Aceh on its own terms, because it was written during the height of its prosperity under its sixth sultan. But when we look at these works, I differ slightly from Robert Wessing's reading of the Kandang, this particular enclosure, as well as the Gunungan. He didn't describe this. I differ slightly from him in reading in this the possibility that it was built in the pre-Islamic period. I believe that it was built in the Islamic period in the same way that the mosque adapted pre-Islamic traditions. And there are many reasons to support why I think so, but there's no time for me to talk about it now. But suffice to say that in Southeast Asia, I don't think there was this feeling that something like this was essentially Hindu. I mean, if you were to look at Indian architecture, or architecture in the service of Hinduism, Hindu creeds in India, you would not find such a structure. So these are in fact manifestations of partly Hindu and partly indigenous ideas about sacred places or significant landscape visual symbols that belong with Southeast Asia and not necessarily, in this case, in North Sumatra, and not necessarily to Hinduism per se. And maybe if I have to end now, I think, I would end with this particular curious case of the name of this door. Because you will notice that in this map, now nobody again has pointed this out, it says here Pintu Ukup in the Dutch spelling, Ukup, whereas today you will hear people calling it Pintu Khob. Now, if you know Arabic and Persian, what do you think that refers to? I will end with this anecdote as one of many innumerable questions that need to be answered. What is Khob or Ukup from your understanding of Arabic and Persian? What could it be? Right now, what I have arrived at is that it is in fact correct to refer to the Dutch rather than today present folk pronunciation of Pintu Khob. I would think it's correct in the Dutch documentation here on the map, Ukup, which refers to, I mean, would anybody be able to help me out here? What is Ukup? Ukup or Ukup in Persian? Ukup. No Persian specialist here? Apparently, Ukup means rear, the rear gate. That makes perfect sense because this is indeed the rear gate to the pleasure gardens, which was more extensive in the past. So this is an excerpt of it from the rather more orthogonal layout of the palace complex, which again has numerous details in terms of its division into primary courts as well as secondary ones. And there's actually a mosque right here. This is actually a small mosque, repeating what we see in Cirebon, for example, the repetition of the mosque I mentioned earlier. So, I mean, I said I will end on this because I've run out of time. But a question like this, even in terms of the etymology, points to some of the ways I would like to conclude. And that is, I've spoken less today about the resignification and reworking of specific motifs, just a little bit here and there, and I've not spoken at all about relic repurposing. Rather, I've been refuting some suppositions that certain buildings are pre-Islamic and repurposed. Rather, I've been trying to look a little bit more from the perspective of visual language comparisons, and to a lesser extent, the idea of a building culture that continues and is not particularly attributable to religion per se. What does this mean for us? I think, firstly, in terms of the agency in such cultural encounters, whether you look at it in terms of the cultural encounter of conversion, or the cultural encounter of having a Dutch renegade architect who was involved in some designs in the architectural mosque. I haven't yet to be able to have the time here to talk about the possible posturing of the rulers and the sultans, who were their intended audience when such forms were replicated or deliberately translated. And then the access to production centers and artisans. How did the abstraction of that Kalamakara motif come about? And then secondly, I also would like to point out the multiple dimensions of the nature of the objectness of architecture, rather than always relying on texts to understand architecture. Because within the objectness of architecture, we can ask questions about typology versus ornament accretions, for example. And then third, in terms of orientations, I had roughly a bit of time earlier to talk about old and new orientations in two ways, either the cardinal or the mountain cult orientation of the urban layout. And then fourth, I think it's this whole question of the label Muslim port city, it's my final point, which need not close in our basis for comparative frameworks. Yes, there is the importance of Muslim networks, but simultaneously also connections beyond Muslim polities and also intra-regional connections within Southeast Asia. Thank you. That's 23 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Imran, for sharing this material with us. I know a lot of this is not well published, and so this is really important to start us off with today. So now we are going to shift gears as we move westward, and I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Professor Eric Beverly, who is here to bring us deep into the textual fabric of the Indian Ocean port city. So we just got a very good look at architectural landmarks and spaces, and we're going to be now kind of turning to a very different perspective. And I should add that I was pleased to include a historian among our panel, among art historians and architectural historians, to kind of think about the various kinds of writings. And Surah indeed sits at the nexus of Urdu, Persian, and European writings, and also across genres, travel literature, chronicles, and poetry. And indeed, we are lucky to have Professor Beverly with us because he is perfectly situated to speak about South Asian urbanism with his record of writings about cities, regional identity, and Muslim networks in South Asia under colonial rule. And these are topics that he explored in his recent book entitled Hyderabad, British India, and the World, Muslim Networks and Minor Sovereignty, circa 1850 to 1950, which was published by Cambridge University Press in the year 2015. So please join me in welcoming Eric Beverly with his talk, Halcyon Worlds, Writing People and Places in Early Modern South Asian Port Cities.
So, first of all, I wanted to say thank you very much to the co-chairs, to HBK, to VCU staff, to Marisa for putting all of this together, as well as to Nancy and all of you for coming here and sharing in this excellent event. So my talk today will consider strategies by which urban diversity was conceptualized, represented, and leveraged to different ends in the Western Indian Ocean port city of Surat during the 17th and 18th centuries. This is part of a larger project that examines significant, populous, and diverse early modern Indian Ocean cities from East Africa to Southeast Asia, and regimes visible therein for knowing and engaging cultural difference. And I'll put up a few images, but I won't really discuss them. There'll be more sort of background. I hope you'll forgive me for that as a more text-based historian. A key overriding concern of my project is to think across boundaries. This entails tracking connections across geographical and political boundaries old and new, such as regions, nation states, and empires. but it also means transgressing conceptual boundaries that are often reified in scholarship between various approaches, disciplinary, but also between humanities and social sciences, as well as different kinds of cities, courts and ports, political and economic centers, and sources and languages, which often amounts to groups of people that ostensibly form what are often called civilizations, European and non-European, vernacular and trans-regional, or we might include Muslim and non-Muslim. A central concern of the larger project is to consider the prehistory and other relevant or eclipsed genealogies of a colonial racial order articulated and deployed to facilitate consolidation of political control and the acceleration of capitalist relations. Examining earlier regimes of representing and ordering difference before the consolidation of colonial authority, including but not limited to European ones, provides insight in the emergence of categories and regimes of difference out of long histories of encounter, interaction, and conflict. My paper today will suggest that in early modern Surat, the degree of mobility and interaction, combined with ambivalent political authority, created conditions where ideas of difference were centered on commercial exchange, but were very loosely articulated with regimes of political control. And this might be brought to bear with various discussions about cosmopolitanism that linger on Asian examples prior to the European superimposition of the term, and that's perhaps a topic that we can take up later in the discussion. South Asian and European produced texts and images representing human difference reveal both pluralist and what in some cases we might call cosmopolitan ideologies of encounter, and bear traces of hierarchical and functionalist colonial racial thinking that become dominant in subsequent centuries. I'll begin with a brief sketch of the context of Surat, and then consider three texts from across the 18th century, and conclude by reflecting on the relationship between material and political contexts and representations and regimes of cultural difference that emerge from this consideration. So first, the context. The city of Surat, on the west coast of what is now the Indian provincial state of Gujarat, was probably the largest port city in the Western Indian Ocean during the 17th century and most of the 18th in demographic and commercial terms. Surat was a central node in flows connecting the South Asian subcontinent into the broader Indian Ocean world and beyond. As the premier port in Western India, it linked Western circuits of trade to Eastern Africa, West Asia, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and eventually connecting with the Mediterranean and Europe, as well as Eastern circuits to Bengal, the Straits of Malacca, and the South China Sea. Surat was a major point for transshipment of various commodities from South Asia and elsewhere, and in some ways a hinge between the Western and Eastern trades, but particularly for textiles. During the early modern period, fabrics from the Gangetic Plain and the Deccan Plateau passed through Surat to global markets. Doug Haynes' recent book on later small-scale industrialization described the extent to which 18th century Surat had already become an important textile manufacturing and processing center within these routes. Surat's status as a nexus between overland and maritime flows depended on and attracted diverse resident and itinerant populations. As the main port of embarkation for maritime Hajj traffic to the Arabian Peninsula, Surat was also a key transit point for South and Central Asian Muslims not directly involved in mercantile pursuits. This is a slide we actually saw yesterday as well from a prominent Hajjnama. Ghulam Nadri's book on Gujarat's political economy during the second half of the 18th century documents the presence of mercantile groups, petty and elite, of a wide range of origins, including Sunni, Ithnashari Shia, Ismaili Shia, Hindus, Catholic and Protestant Christians, Syrian and Baghdadi Jews, Banyas, Marwaris, Parsis, Armenians, Indo-African Siddhis, North Indians, Omanis, Swahilis, Turks, Western and Southern Europeans. Classic scholarship of Ashin Dasgupta and recent arguments of Sanjay Subramaniam have underscored the particularity of the spatial order of Surat city. Unlike relatively segregated colonial port cities such as Bombay and Madras, and one might add Banton and Batavia, residential location and everyday commerce closely integrated most European and other foreign populations into the urban fabric of Surat. Its maritime and commercial roles made political authority in Surat strategically important to foreign populations, to many ambitious polities, including foreign-based polities. In the late 16th century, the Mughals conquered the autonomous Gujarati Sultanate of which Surat had been part. Here's a slide from the Akbarnama commemorating this conquest, commemorating Surat after the conquest. At the time, it was already host to substantial Portuguese political and commercial presence, in addition to elites connected to the Ottoman Empire. Scholarship on Mughal Gujarat is ambivalent on the extent to which the province, and especially the city of Surat, was integrated into the imperial political and economic system. There seems to have remained a high degree of regional autonomy and local governance in the city itself, with limited Mughal imperial political oversight and regulation of commerce. By the early 17th century, Surat also became Western Indian Ocean headquarters for Dutch and British East India companies, for whom the exercise of power entails both commercial and political concerns. And this image of the Dutch factory you'll see is very, very similar to the later image of the English factory, something perhaps we can discuss later on. To further complicate matters, periodic incursions from expanding Maratha states and Indo-African cities with power bases elsewhere on the west coast and the hinterland wrest a share of control over traffic into and out of the city. Some scholars have argued for an era of clear Mughal dominance, then British control before and after the 1750s. However, the multiple political entities contesting Surat in this era suggest that the 18th century is in fact far less settled. This scenario seems to have been one of enduring fluidity in relations between Surat and the polities and merchants and states, with shifting configurations of authority over port and castle officialdom, control of sea lanes, agrarian and trade revenue extraction, and governance of urban neighborhoods going down to the micro scale. Surat's diversity and mobility and the high degree of social interaction, combined with commercial efflorescence and political fluidity, created the context for a loose articulation between regimes of control and ideas of social difference. So I'll start with my first text now. Vali. In his Dakkani Urdu work, Masnavi Dar Tarif-e-Shair-e Surat, from circa 1700, Vali, the poet who allegedly introduced Urdu as a literary language to North India, described a city beloved to him as follows. Surat overflows with sirat, morals, qualities, inner nature, and surat, outer form, punning on the name of the city. Every surat is a priceless murat, which is a pun on the term for an idol or a body or form, perhaps the murti, the term for a Hindu idol as well. This couplet indicates the diversity of the city, the relationship between external appearance, ethical value, and material value. The late 17th century, the late 17th, early 18th century poet Vali Dakkani straddles a number of boundaries in South Asian history and geography. He moved between coastal Gujarat, the Surat region, interior Deccan cities, and North India. He wrote in the Dakkani Urdu idiom before grammatical standardization, and in times and places where Persian was, without question, the dominant literary language. His poetry shifted between lexical and thematic vocabularies, borrowing words and concepts from regional South Asian languages, as well as Sanskrit, as well as the employment of Persian tropes. The subject matter and time of composition of Vali's poem serves to mark the moment of the city's emergence onto the stages of world capitalism and colonialism. All of the issues of cultural contact with the European other, as well as various other others, to take it from the poet's perspective, are alive here, yet unresolved. Colonialism and its machineries of representation had not yet come to dominate the epistemological scene in South Asia. Vali's verse description of Surat shuttled between different generic styles and included localized representation of practices and people, which gave his writing an ethnographic character. He cataloged the different cultural groups that populated Surat. And to quote my translation of some of his text, this is the beginning, this is the part that I'll be quoting from. Surat is the symbol of truth, since people of knowledge, implicitly mystical knowledge, Ahle Mani, are abundant there. In nobility, she is like the gate of Mecca. Her currency spans the entire country. Even if people have seen the cities of Sham, Syria, and Tabriz in northwest Iran, they have not seen such a gold-yielding land as Surat. In Surat, there are so many wealthy merchants, into the audience of whom Qarun cannot even enter. There are many settlements of fire worshippers, Zoroastrians. May Nimrud learn his fire worshipping there. The Firangis come wearing hats, kule-posh. Their number there is such that enemies of them are stupefied or unconscious. So many people of religion, by which he means Muslim, Ahle Mazhab, are resident there that one cannot even count the number of communities, though all are sons of Adam. Nonetheless, they appear as diverse worlds or creatures. These lines, and of course the translation cuts out the nice rhyming and alliteration that's there. These lines include allusions to mystics, itinerants, or migrants from Arabia and Persia, crafty merchants, Parsis or Zoroastrians, hat-wearing Europeans in great numbers, and Muslims of all kinds, presumably Sunnis, Sufis, Shias, and 12er Shias as well as Ismailis. Vali judges this mix to be so diverse as to make one question the very status of humanity as a singular species. For the poet, Surat's diverse character was inextricably linked to mercantile activity. While the category of merchants was ethnically undefined here, other communities mentioned by name, Zoroastrians and Europeans, were without question key players in the economic scene. The poet employs monetary metaphors such as gold and currency. His juxtaposition of the diversity of Surat with accounts of trade highlights the extent to which long-distance connections and attendant human diversity in Surat was linked with the flows of the Indian Ocean economy. The diversity of the city was for Vali a source of beauty and value, both aesthetic and monetary. Vali's work presented the multiplicity of Surat as inextricable from the city's glory and commercial ascendancy. Vali's urban ethics entails a comfort and fluency in negotiating the presence of difference in the city. Herein, cultural difference and circulation of new epistemological or material commodities give texture to the urban space. The next text that I'll draw from is a roughly contemporaneous European account of the city, which also dwells upon the diversity of the place. Englishman John Ovington, chaplain for the East India Company factory in Surat, published a travel narrative in 1696, which included extensive coverage of the urban world of Surat. Ovington describes the layout of the city, its coinage, foliage, and governance over more than 100 pages, and provides a proto-ethnographic, what we might call it, description of the city dwellers. Ovington describes Surtis in several categories: Moors or Moguls, by which he means Muslims, including South Asians, Persians, Arabs, and others; Banyans, by which he means Vanyas or Banyas, Hindu merchants; Faqirs, religious mendicants and ascetics; Parsis, Parsis or Zoroastrians; and a group that he calls Halal Chors, a low-caste group that he dubs eaters at large. Ovington's section on Muslims, who he terms Moors, and Gujarati Vanya Hindu merchants, whom he terms Banyans, describe the group's religious practices and beliefs, gender relations, preferred and prescribed foods, modes of entertainment, and commodities in which they specialize. He also provides cautions of practices to avoid to maintain the favor of these groups, and details on steps to take when situations go wrong. In the section on Moors, he describes how to avoid being poisoned and lists some antidotes. His text reads as a pragmatic manual for European merchants in Surat, and indeed focuses largely on communities that were central to the city's economy, whose proclivities and activities he reduced to their very value for European commercial enterprise. And here's an image of what is described as the British factory, very similar, as you can see, to the earlier one. The degree of cultural difference produced by the volume of commercial activity was, for both Vali and Ovington, an irreducible fact of early modern Surat. If in Ovington Surat, the different segments had to be systematically cataloged and described to be able to be communicated and a useful form of knowledge, for Vali, the ethnographic project was a creative literary endeavor to aestheticize the productive intersection of human diversity, economic prosperity, and urban prestige that shaped the city. In Vali as Ovington, the prominence of commerce was met with a tendency to emphasize the irreducibility of difference as urban essence. And now I'll move on to my last text and example. Jacques-Henri Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, who lived 1737 to 1814, who I'll just refer to here as Bernardin, was a French colonial official, nationalist, naturalist, and writer. The author spent his life serving French interests in France itself, Malta, Poland, Russia, and the Ile-de-France, which is modern-day Mauritius in the Western Indian Ocean. He's most clearly associated with the last location, where he was captain engineer beginning in 1768. his romantic novel, Paul et Virginie, has something like a national epic status among many French Mauritians. Bernardin's time there gave him the opportunity to interact with people who had some knowledge of South Asia, and he no doubt met other travelers on his voyages to and from the island. This offers some explanation for the predominance of South Asian themes and characters in many of his writings, though it's actually likely that he never traveled to the subcontinent himself. In Bernardin's 1791 short story, Le Café du Surah, the author presents what at first glance seems a refutation of atheism by proof of the wonders of nature. In brief, his story begins with a Persian atheist who enters a cafe in Surat. After he gets intoxicated, he berates his African slave for believing in God, which the slave identifies with a wooden fetish that he wears. This quickly turns into a debate on the nature of divinity with a lot of different typical Surti actors. A Brahmin, a Jew, a Roman Catholic, a Danish Protestant minister, a Turkish Sunni Muslim, all of whom claim that their idea of divinity is most accurate and true. Each locates the divine exclusively in his own community and his own place of worship. The Turk, looking to prove his point, calls on a Chinese man in the cafe and asks him to intervene. He expects on his behalf. The Confucian, as we learn the man is, goes on to narrate a story of his own within the text about a debate he witnessed on a beach in Sumatra between sailors and locals there. The debate mirrors, in some ways, the one taking place in the cafe. First, a blind man who is being led about by a black slave using a lamp he has fashioned from a coconut claims that the sun does not exist. Then everyone present, including a maimed local, a fisherman, a man from another island to the west, a petty trader, and an English sailor, and a ship's pilot, each gives their account of the nature of the sun. They claim in series that the sun sets every night behind the local mountains, or it ceaselessly travels around the earth, or that in fact, the earth orbits the sun. The Confucian then draws a parallel between this debate and the one taking place in the cafe, claiming that this arrogance by which everyone claims to know and possess divinity in their own religion is misleading. He holds up creation as being proof of God and suggests appreciation of this rather than of the inferior makings and ideas of man. The tale concludes, "Thus spoke the disciple of Confucius, and all the gentlemen in the cafe who were debating about the excellence of their religions became profoundly silent." Bernardin's tale resembled contemporaneous French salon literature, and the religious debate could have been staged easily in a Parisian cafe. The fact that a religious parable of this sort is placed in a South Asian port city, to which in fact the author most likely never went, and put into the mouths of people from all over the world, and particularly the Indian Ocean world, is testimony to the circulation of robust knowledge of and interest in Surat. Bernardin's choice to enlist the cultural knowledge that was the trappings of Enlightenment-era French colonialism in a provocative literary text of this sort exemplifies a rather different use of the newfound potential of Europeans to represent South Asian cities, to represent diversity in South Asian cities than what we see, for example, in Ovington. Bernardin, for in part, lampoons those seeking to aggrandize their own views through denial of the veracity of others. Taken together with his defense of the African character's position on religion, his account reads as an argument for equal access to representational authority for all groups in the cafe, and in turn in the city, and perhaps even in the world. This critique is delivered in the face of attempts to establish a hierarchy, and in this manner, Bernardin can be read as a pluralist account of urban diversity, in contrast to Ovington's attempt to delimit the places and define a hierarchy between the different groups in Surat. I'll now just conclude briefly by hopefully turning things a bit sideways. To conclude briefly, this combination of texts suggests that state, economic, and material contexts channel articulations between modes of representation and political practice. In 18th century Surat, we see a very loose meshing between narratives and policy or practice. Ovington indicates a vision of clearly ordered hierarchical and functional regimes of difference, and the translation of groups into the language of capital and the routines of commercial production, which later gets translated and taken up and actually bears a lot of similarity to later colonial representations. Wali, in what is certainly a Sufi-tinged account, connects commerce and diversity within his broader framework of the city. And Bernardin presents Surat's diversity as a staging ground for naturalist deist edification and understanding. And Bernardin's account is later taken up almost word for word and presented as a story of his own by Leo Tolstoy in the 1880s, just as it also gets taken up by an Iranian secular nationalist, Agha Khan Khirmani, around the same time and presented as his own text. All of these texts dramatize cultural difference and Surat's prestige as a center of Muslim piety and mobility in the city as necessary components of commercial prosperity. And we see this angle from Surat, suggesting that it's in fact worthwhile to continue to refine and rethink periodizations of regimes of cultural difference or racial orders in diverse maritime spaces and cities, perhaps in dialogue with the emergence of trans-regional commerce, as well as ideas about people, objects, and cities as a foundation for power, if not yet an explicitly political modality thereof.
Thank you so much, Eric, for sharing those rich materials with us. We have a lot to talk about. But now I'm going to bring us to our final paper for this panel. And our speaker is Preeta Mayer, Associate Professor of African Art History at New York University. And I will say that I have long been in dialogue with Preeta about Indian Ocean urbanism, and so it's a pleasure to bring this discussion to this forum. Professor Mayer is a major figure in the world of African art history. She has broken ground in her study of Swahili Coast art and architectural history, first with her book, Swahili Port Cities, The Architecture of Elsewhere, which was published in the year 2016, and then with the blockbuster traveling exhibition that she co-curated entitled World on the Horizon, Swahili Arts Across the Indian Ocean, which was the first major show featuring East African art to be staged in the United States. Professor Mayer has held a long list of fellowships. I'll just mention a few of them here that are familiar to many of you in the room, such as fellowships at CASVA at the National Gallery of Art, the Clark Art Institute, Cornell University's Society for the Humanities, and a postdoctoral fellowship at Johns Hopkins University. Today, she is going to bring us into the two-dimensional realm, so I hope you can see how we've crafted this. We started off with urban space, we moved to text, and now we are kind of going to work with flat images that may not be so flat, but we will see. And we are going to be looking through these images at Swahili coast houses and port cities as imaged through photography. Her paper is entitled The Migrating Image Toward an Indian Ocean History of Photography. Please welcome Preeta Mayer.
So I also want to echo the presenters from yesterday and today in thanking all the organizers of this incredible symposium to give me the opportunity to share my work with you today. And I also do want to make a special point of thanking Nancy for inviting me to be part of this panel. Not only have her and I been in deep contact and have collaborated on projects together, I do want to mention that in fact, Nancy's book on Mocha architecture was absolutely transformative for my own understanding of Swahili port city architecture. So today I want to share my ongoing research on the cultural history of photography in the Western Indian Ocean world, especially in East Africa's port cities. My larger aim is to present a new understanding of photographic meaning, one that frames the photograph not as a static image, but as an artifact constituted by experiences of migration and histories of globalization. One concrete way I do this in the larger project is by focusing on how photographs are material objects connected to trade. Here, in this close-up of this photograph, you see that photos themselves are very central to the design of this interior, which is also filled with other imported things from overseas. In the larger project, I focus on how photographs became instantly popular all across the Swahili coast because locals have long collected objects linked to oceanic mobility. And my focus on photographs as migratory is intentional, countering nativist and nationalist art histories That is, I am not interested in delineating what is authentically African, Swahili, Arab, or European, or even indigenous in these displays of collecting and consuming the world. Consuming masses of objects, including photographs, was a passion shared across diverse communities connected to the networks of the Western Indian Ocean. And here you see Europeans living in Mombasa, displaying photographs and other things, of course. Here you see a British interior in Zanzibar with also a similar display strategy. Here, a family's house in Goa. And here again, an Ismaili merchant, again in Mombasa. Swahili ways of displaying and using photographs is a densely layered practice, one that reveals the entangled histories of Africa, South Asia, Middle East, and Europe. It was a local tradition for women to stage elaborate assemblages of imported things. During the height of the 19th century economic boom, cheaper and new commodities flooded the market, which also, in part, gave new life to old practices. For example, porcelain was a desired import on the Swahili coast since the 14th century. This interior features a range of imported objects, including US mechanical wall clocks, porcelain dishes, French mirrors, Indian beds, gas lamps, and chromolithographs of Arabic calligraphy. This is also the earliest documentation of how locals presented photographs and pictorial works in their homes. A series of framed photographs of people, the outlines of heads and bodies just barely visible in the pictures, decorate the walls and columns of the sitting room. Further, large gilded frames, only their lower sections discernible, filled with lithographs of landscapes and portraits, hang high above the heads of the 5 men seated in the central room of the room. Other objects, especially porcelain dishes, encircle the pictures and photographs. Here, photographs are not presented as singular objects. Rather, they work in tandem with other objects to create a sense of teeming surfaces. In fact, before European colonization, Swahili Coast residents avidly collected photographs, especially in the form of carte de visites and postcards in their homes. For example, this postcard once belonged to a member of the ruling Busaidi family, and Zanzibar was annexed into the Busaidi Sultanate of Oman in the 1830s. Now, this was a postcard from Lisbon. It was South Asians, especially Goans, who opened the first commercial photography studios in the region. Often their studios were also shops selling all kinds of cheap commodities. Gomez, who you see here, and his family migrated from Aden to Zanzibar sometime in the 1870s, precisely as British interests in the Indian Ocean region were shifting from the coastal towns of the Arabian Peninsula to East Africa. Soon after opening their shops, the local population embraced portrait photography. Especially wealthy Omani Arabs, but also Swahili patricians, enjoyed visiting Goan studios, 2 examples of which you see here. Elites, especially Omani Arabs with imperial ambitions, such as Sultan Bargash, seen here, embraced photography's formulaic seriality as a tool of persuasion and diplomacy, orchestrating the circulation of photographs of himself across various publics. Carte de visites effectively worked as tokens of likeness because they transformed people into commensurate objects, prompting recognition through their generic qualities across diverse communities. Bargash would present these kinds of photographs to European dignitaries. Bargash also included signed carte de visites of himself in diplomatic missives. For example, his carte de visite seen on the left accompanied his letter to Roger Price, a British missionary. The letter entreated Price to remind powerful British politicians in London that it was he, that is Bargash, who made their work, that is the British, their work of colonization possible in Africa. Of course, one key difference between portrait photography of Europeans and Omanis and other elites on the Swahili coast is that in official portraits, men always wore Omani ceremonial garb. But this is not the case in photographs commissioned for more local uses. In fact, in many instances, they are a form of play and theatrics. These photographs present the young men as stylish and carefree dandies or cosmopolitan flaneurs. Mbarak and Ali are leaning on their walking sticks, standing in a jaunty contrapposto position and wearing pressed suits imported from overseas. In fact, staging one's engagement with another culture was a key role of photography in African port cities, or other port cities as well, which we see two examples of again here. These are all of Europeans living in Mombasa. If one reads these people's diaries, which I have, one gets a sense of their feeling of frustration at being actually kept at bay and distant from local elite families. They, in fact, were never invited to Arab or Swahili houses, much to their frustration. Yet with these photographs, they wanted to, in fact, suggest the opposite. Photographs are therefore a form of wishful projection, of make-believe, and a way of bragging about, quote-unquote, having gone native. Now, photography is used for diverse ends and is not always about engaging overseas places and someone else's cultures. For example, the way photography becomes key to celebrating familial and religious ceremonies is very much a local story, although also where the photograph was sent to families across the Indian Ocean. Here we see the beginnings of the importance of wedding photography. And further, it's important to note that photography in local archives suggests a complex translocal society, more complex than the written archives can ever suggest. Now, much of my work has been focused on photographs in local archives, and I've been especially keen to present the many afterlives of photographs in family collections today. In fact, this photograph hangs in an Old Town Mombasa living room, and is a family memento. And I could say much about this, but I will not do that right now. But I have been aware of one obvious fact, that the largest visual record of the Swahili coast are photos that make up what can largely be categorized as the colonial archive, filled with thousands of nameless native studies. Pictures and descriptions of Swahili men and women have long ignited the European imagination because they evoke a much-loved phantasm of exotic women, ruthless slavers, and languid harem girls. Mass-produced picture postcards of Swahili youths circulated across the North Atlantic world during the British colonial period, roughly from 1890 to 1963. Most show young girls in contrived poses, meeting the eye of the viewer either with suggestive stares or with a bright smile. Such photographs clearly relate to the male gaze, racism, and the colonial imaginary. Such uses of photography goes back to the very beginnings of the invention of photography in the 1830s. Zanzibaris had already been photographed in 1846 when a visiting French naval officer created a series of anthropological daguerreotype plates, in which they were reduced to nameless native types, that is, the sitters were reduced. When a photograph such as this became a postcard or a mass-produced album imprint, it is very much part of the leisure and collecting cultures of Europeans. But it is also a local photograph for many reasons, but one of the most obvious reasons is that it was made by one of the most successful local photographers, that is A.C. Gomez and Sons, whom I introduced to you in the beginning. Now, photography is intensely intermedial. It can be absorbed into another medium like print media and today's digital mass media. it does different work depending on the context of its presentation. And here we see the same Gomez photograph in the personal memorabilia album of a German merchant living in Zanzibar in the 1890s. Now, his album is filled with his own photographs, and those are the smaller ones you see here, that he took of his own life, but he always sort of counterbalances his own life with photographs that he simply bought from Gomez of exotic women. Another example of the same you see here. So in these examples, the women are, of course, just anonymous decorative things that make the snapshots of his life, which are, and of course, rather dull, more interesting visually. Here the women work as ornament. And here you see them together. Of course, as a pair, they reproduce a favorite photographic trope, womanhood veiled and womanhood laid bare. Of course, veiled women as mysterious enigmas is one of the most popular postcard genre across the Indian Ocean and, of course, elsewhere. Now, using post-colonial discourse analysis, I could easily lay bare the Eurocentric and sexist processes of objectification of this stereotype, which when viewed through a stereoscope would produce the illusion of three-dimensional plasticity. But the thing is, one need not know anything about the historical context of Zanzibar to make this assessment. Of course, one of the problems is that the sitters have, at the very moment of the photograph, been turned into anonymous bodies, and today we can no longer connect them to individuals. But are these photographs simply illustrations of fictive imaginaries and European ideologies? Most accounts are curiously devoid of talking about how these are real women. Who were they? And further, what is the place of womanhood in the Omani Sultan of Zanzibar? If we start considering women's lives in Zanzibar during the time these photographs were taken, then we must also consider these as local photographs and not only Orientalist fantasies of Europeans. What we must confront are not only the making of imaginaries and stereotypes, but real experiences of dispossession and dehumanization. Strikingly, what has been completely left out of accounts of the cosmopolitan histories of Indian Ocean port cities, especially those of Africa, is the fact that the vast majority of residents of port cities had been enslaved or forced into other systems of forced labor. In fact, especially in Zanzibar and Mombasa, the majority of residents came from Central and mainland Africa. In 1897, 75% of Zanzibar's total population was constituted by enslaved people. We can see that these children and teenagers in this photograph were in fact already working by their rough and beaten bare feet, visible here in the foreground. Rather incongruously, when scholars who work on the specifics of women's lives in Zanzibar do look at these photographs, they talk about the abolition of slavery, especially the famous Zanzibar Abolition Decree of 1897, and think of them as images of emancipation. But the social realities of slavery hardly ended with the enactment of new legislations. First of all, freedom was not instant. The enslaved had to apply to manumission in the British colonial court, which was a complex process, especially for the illiterate. Emancipation was intentionally slow because the British did not want to disrupt the lucrative plantation economy. Further, freedom was not an advantage to most because the enslaved became vulnerable to homelessness and starvation. In reality, without the consent or help of slaving families, an enslaved person became an outsider in Zanzibar without kin or family protections. This is why enslaved Zanzibaris, especially women, continued to be bonded to their masters' families well into the 1930s. Oral histories even suggest that entire families continued to work and live in a patron-client relationship right up until Kenya's independence of 1963. Now, these women likely belonged to a group of urban enslaved persons who did local work, physical work, and many were in fact loaned out to Europeans and South Asians by their owners, because technically Europeans and South Asians could not own slaves. But they actually did some of the most backbreaking work in Zanzibar. For example, they are the ones, that is, enslaved women who did the physical labor on Zanzibar's major infrastructure and architectural projects. Further, what is often forgotten is that thousands of women remained legally enslaved after the first abolition decrees of the 1890s, with no recourse to demand their freedom. All women enslaved as concubines, who had to serve as sexual and procreative objects, could not apply for their freedom. British and Omani officials, including the Sultan, did everything possible to force concubines to remain enslaved, often suggesting that their freedom would unleash a wave of immortality onto the streets of Zanzibar. The subtext was that because their main role in life was sex work, they would naturally become prostitutes if freed. These photographs are taken by Oskar Baumann, an Austrian colonialist and self-styled dandy. Now, in a longer version of this paper, I detail how he becomes himself obsessed with this idea of having access to the harem. And in fact, the whole obsession by European men living in Zanzibar was the dream to somehow access the Omani elite harem. But again, I'll leave that to the side for now in the interest of time. But of course, I'm happy to talk about that more during the Q&A session. Now, of course, what's in fact interesting is that the use of women as objects of pleasure was also very much a local practice. Even as enslaved Africans labored under extremely harsh conditions outside the city on plantations, in the city, the display of the non-laboring aestheticized body became increasingly important in the 19th century. There even existed a category of enslaved women called wapambe in Swahili, which translates as the ornamented ones. Two unusual photographs, which once belonged to the ruling Omani Busayidi family, suggest that locals very much understood the logic of objectifying people into photographic things. Such photographs, although also likenesses, are primarily about intensifying the effect of surface ornament. This photograph, also from the Busayidi family collection, shows 6 barefooted wapambe posing on the exterior veranda of the Sultan's palace, to whom they belonged. Each is sheathed in a different kanga cloth, their bodies creating a play of arabesque-like graphics along the length of the floriated cast iron balustrade behind them. These young women had objecthood imposed on them, and through the photograph, they are forever giving material form to other people's concepts of the beautiful, aesthetic, and exotic. These photographs, therefore, are not only fictive projections of a colonizer's fantasy, but reveal a local history of stripping women of personhood, making women materialize beauty in the Indian Ocean world and beyond. The photograph functions as an image and object, and as such, it allowed locals to present people as things in new ways. These photographs, therefore, are not only about imaginaries, but very much about how enslaved people came to function as things of conspicuous consumption. In a sense, then, both of these photographs reveal how photography was used to heighten the ornamental effect of women's bodies, creating a series of equivalences between people, objects, and ornament. While there are significant differences between these photographs, the one on the left was a touristic souvenir, and the one on the right, a memento of the Sultan's women, both were about dehumanization. By way of conclusion, then, part of my aim has been to temper celebratory narratives about the Indian Ocean. After all, while ports are in many ways about mobility and transcultural exchange, they are also places of intense competition, and violence. I cannot think of one port in Africa, or the Gulf for that matter, not touched by the history of slavery. A focus on materiality, as opposed to the discursive and imaginary, also foregrounds how objects and the real of our built and creative environment are actually also about enforcing hierarchies and forcing people into racialized, gendered, and social straitjackets. An art history of oceanic arts and culture can not only be about cosmopolitanism and the making of shared cultures, but it must take seriously how the arts are in fact fundamentally linked to exclusion and exploitation. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for these papers. I'm just thrilled to be sitting here with the three of you in the presence of this audience as well. I am completely going to take my privilege as the chair of the session to ask a question to each of you, if that's okay with everyone sitting on the floor. Again, I see this as just such an opportunity to converse with some colleagues who I'm very glad to be in the same room with. This doesn't happen all the time. So I'll just start with Imran, and I wanted to ask you, I really was fascinated by this notion of this urban system, right? And so there are some terms that were kind of discussed, pre-Islamic, classic Javanese, right, colonial and European colonial. And I think I got a sense that you were very invested in thinking about this kind of pre-Islamic kind of potential, right, the potential to see this pre-Islamic lineage. And I'm just wondering if you could talk about the stakes of those kinds of assessments, right? When we're kind of thinking about what it means to bring something back beyond the Islamic, and who may be invested in wanting to see forms as pre-Islamic, and who may be invested in wanting to see forms as Islamic or colonial, because of course this is all kind of within a territory of writing that has been contested over generations. So I'm just going to put that out, and I'm going to ask one to each one, and then I'll maybe take answers as we move along, if that's okay. So I'll give you a minute to ponder that, and I hope that was clear. Eric, I want to just thank you for that paper, so interesting. You presented for us 3 different texts that were very different in terms of their format, in terms of their genre, in terms of the language as well. I think with the Bernardin text, you kind of talked about it as a kind of, very particular type of writing that followed a format that came out of the salons of Paris, right? It occurs to me that the texts of Valli, as well as Ovington also, were very tropic texts. When you're writing in Urdu poetry, or even the format of a travel writing by the late 17th century for the Indian Ocean, it's almost impossible to be original, right? Because you're always drawing on a lineage of language, right? And so I'm just wondering if you can kind of think about the possibility of originality. I think I may have even said this to you at some point in the past, can we say anything new about the port city when all these kinds of images are so widely circulating, and European writers particularly, but I would say also poets are always kind of hearkening back to images and tropes, right? And Preeta, thank you so much for the paper. I'm really thrilled to see the direction that this work is going. When I was looking at these photographs, I saw such a sense of these images as non-freestanding, right? Each one of these images that you showed us is, of course, tethered in some cases to a caption. Some of them were even numbered, so there's this kind of sequential aspect to them. Even, of course, something that sits in a frame is then, of course, tied to another material object. And, you really gave us a sense of the realm of circulation of postcards, right? But I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about these kind of formats of viewing that hinder, or provide some kind of sense of how we view. I mean, looking at something in an album is radically different because you're holding this book in your hands than looking up at a photograph that is so high up on this, up in the ceiling that you actually can't make it out, right? And so format here I think is important. And this discussion of postcards was really interesting, but I think there are other formats that maybe could get some attention as well. So that's what I have. So Imran, yes, I think you have your own over there. Do you want to use this?
Oh, it's fine. It's
all
working.
live.
Excuse me. Thank you for your question, and thank you again, Nancy, for putting all of us in the same panel. I think I benefited tremendously from this discussion and hearing the rest. But to quickly answer your question, as I rushed through my presentation, in the end, as I sat down, I regret the fact that maybe I might be misconstrued in how I use the term indigenous, for example, right? So let me start with that. And now, actually, maybe to be more nuanced, what I meant was the nature of the local in island Southeast Asia, or Southeast Asia in general, actually, is very complex. The risk of using the term indigenous in passing and in rushing like that is that actually what I wanted to refer to are some questions of continuities and translations from the earlier indigenous synthesis. So as I was explaining, there are many different aspects of ornament or even typological form that were used in the preceding period of Java's and Sumatra's religious architectural history, which have often been very blandly glossed as, oh, this is Hindu. But actually, if you were to understand what we mean by Hindu architecture, then just like Buddhist architecture, for example, you get different traditions. So that was what I meant by the term, maybe I shouldn't call it indigenous, local, I don't know. I'm still trying to, as you know, I'm still writing the book, so, or writing the manuscript rather. But I think maybe we could call it localized and re-signified, as well as these are original formal creations that now go through another complicated translation process for Islamic use and their re-signification. Here, I didn't have the chance to talk about the Rufinials, but for example, they have such evocative names. So, for example, the finial is called the Momolo, which seems to refer to the Brahmamula. And then you have the ridge end ornament, which in Malacca, which I never got occasion to visit in the end for the presentation, is called the Prabung Som. Som, of course, here refers to the Soma, or the elixir of life, which then, so it's a very, now, but there is no such architectural form referring to the elixir of life, the Brahmamula with the Soma, dragon, Naga that protects the Soma in Indic architecture, which is fascinating. And that, why am I talking about this? This was translated into mosque architecture in Malacca. And centuries after the conversion, people remember these names echo down. So in a way, that was one way. Thanks for giving me this opening. This one way I mean by architecture itself as a text. Because in Southeast Asia, we have such a problem of not having sufficient textual sources with which to fall back upon to understand meaning. But then you have, I wouldn't call it folk etymology, but community remembrances and memory within building traditions and builders themselves. Yeah. So I think also you asked the question about this term. Oh yes, because you mentioned what the stake is, right? I think here in this case, it's got to do with how do I explain this? Now, Southeast Asia obviously lies completely outside the canon of talking about Islamic architecture. And there are many anxieties that, now I'm skirting, of course, the whole discussion of the politics of it right now, right? And that is for a reason, because I still want to go back to the artifact. But if we wanted to talk about the politics of representation today, if you are aware of what's going on in Indonesia, for example, and as well in Malaysia, there is this whole insecurity about the fact that the Islamic legacy of Southeast Asia is not Islamic enough, whatever that is supposed to mean. And this, of course, refers to the fact that there is a lack of self-confidence and understanding that Islamic architectural traditions or artistic motifs across the entire Islamic civilization, in fact, are translations from some kind of preceding tradition, whether you want to call it pre-Islamic or just call it preceding tradition. Maybe you're kind of signaling to me, perhaps pre-Islamic is problematic, preceding tradition. But we know this for a fact within the canon of Islamic architecture. Now, when you come to Southeast Asia, there is suddenly an anxiety that, is this really a valid form to represent religion? Of course, this plays into the problem of essentializing what is Islamic in the first place, which plays right into the hand of the insecurities. I hope I kind of answered your question in a roundabout way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And I think part of what I want to do is pick up on some of the themes that Imran has emphasized here, this idea of trying to move between sureties and fixed categories. And is this? Oh yeah, okay. And in fact, it's true. All of these forms of textual production, literary forms, genres, are deeply tropic and generic. However, I also think that these particular ones because in at least the first two cases, I don't know well enough sort of French salon literature and empire and its chronology quite as well, but my sense is that this is a somewhat anomalous form of that as well. But certainly Vully and Ovington are very, very early in the formation of these tropic and generic forms. This particular Masnavi of Vully's is highly descriptive of a particular place and ascribes aesthetic categories that one sees to some extent in some Persian poetry, but there's not really Urdu poetry with a clear genre to speak of extant at this time. He's sometimes described as the Chaucer of Urdu because he sort of takes a very old, not yet stabilized form of Urdu, introduces it to the north where he sets off a kind of literary trend where people now begin writing in Urdu. Likewise, Ovington, also very early, though one can, as a colonial sort of ethnographic text, and one can see it moving between these early travel narratives of wonder and what we now tend to understand through a very sort of post-Orientalistic lens as a deeply fixed form of colonial survey modality knowledge that's completely tied into the project of colonial extraction, not a space with any kind of imagination or creativity at all. And that's part of why I actually think that it's useful to view that together with something like Bernardin and something like Vully. And I think putting these kinds of sources together actually help us think a little bit beyond these very, very clearly fixed regimes of the periodization of ideas of cultural difference that we have. This notion of this slick, frictionless, peaceful, non-violent Indian Ocean before 1750 or 1800, and then this one that is kind of locked down as a sort of colonized imperial lake after 1800 or so. So I think that this actually helps us see the way that there are certain continuities in modes of fixing and control through technologies of representation that stretch much earlier, but also modes of kind of opening up and aestheticizing diversity that linger on afterwards in spaces, in particular kinds of spaces. Surat ceases to exist as an important port after 1750 or so, but I think there are a lot of other places where we can see very different kinds of continuities and trajectories of regimes of representation, including in the west coast of South Asia, but also other places, such as in southern Arabia and the Gulf, or perhaps even East Africa and the Horn of Africa. So, and not to mention Southeast Asia. So I think that it's actually worth sort of using these kinds of texts as protean forms of these tropes and genres to think across this very long time period we're trying to understand in a more nuanced way.
So thank you, Nancy, for your question, which allows me to elaborate a little bit more about why I emphasize that photography is intermedial, right? So by intermedial, I mean that it works in tandem with other material culture, including architecture, including albums, including becoming miniature sculptures when framed and set on top of a person's in a person's home. In fact, my whole first chapter of the book focuses on how we shouldn't, and this allows me to make the other point, which is to emphasize that if you want to write an alternative genealogy of the history of photography from the position of the Swahili coast of East Africa, we shouldn't think of these as an image culture that arrives from Europe, but rather as an ancient object culture of exotica that becomes initially appropriated as along with other exotic imports, right? So it's in fact an architectural, spatial object in many ways. Of course, it instantly becomes a portrait as well, right? And so I'm toggling between objecthood and imagehood in my account of the history of photography told from the vantage point of East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, are we done? Oh my goodness. Okay, so I took all of the time. I'm sorry about that. I think that we are going to be breaking. Do you want to lead us through the shot? Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. We will have a abbreviated coffee break right now until 11:15. However, speakers and panel chairs, if you could remain here, we have to take the group picture right now. All right, so thank you. And coffee is that way. Sorry, yes, thanks so much. And please join me in thanking our speakers and panel chairs.
From a really interesting session this morning. Now, I just need to mention, and I apologize, I forgot earlier, Tomorrow, of course, we're also looking forward to Yuka Kadoi's panel, encompassing the Eastern periphery of the Muslim world, Islamic art and material culture in East Asia, which will be very, very interesting indeed, because Yuka's worked on the Mongol period and Iran and has brought some really interesting scholars together. Now, I have the great pleasure in introducing Karen Pinto to you. Karen is Professor of History of the Islamic World at Boise State University. She studied at Dartmouth College, where she began studying geography and became interested in geography, and then did her PhD at Columbia University with Richard Bulliett in Islamic history, and where she developed her specialization in Islamic maps. So for the last 30 years, she's worked on this subject and has created a huge database of about 3,000 maps, which are held in libraries all across the world. And she is currently working on a medieval Islamic maps encyclopedia, because these maps need to be preserved and made accessible online. Now, she has published very widely, and recently a book came out with Chicago University Press entitled Medieval Islamic Maps and Exploration. And this is sort of the introduction to this really vast subject. Karen's also authored several articles on the subject, and I'll just give you a small selection here. The list is very encompassing. Fit for an Umayyad prince, an 8th century map, or the earliest mimetic painting of the moon. Passion and conflict, medieval Islamic views of the West. In God's eyes, the sacrality of the seas in the Islamic cartographic vision, which she worked on in collaboration with Avinoam Shalem, who is also present here. And capturing imagination, the Buja and medieval Islamic Mappamundi. And I welcome Karen, and very pleased that you can come and chair the next panel. Thank you so much.
So once again, just an amazing opportunity, amazing people. Thank you for all that you've done. Marisa is just, she's incredible. I last worked with her 10 years ago in Cordoba, and she's just a super ace. And all of you are amazing. I love what you've done with the symposium, with the fellows. It's going great, and it's a great honor to be here. And I should add that while it's a great honor, it's also part of my addiction, my addiction to maps. I'm sort of your resident crazy map person. As Jochen mentioned, I have 3,000 maps, many never published before. I chase maps anywhere and everywhere. I met Christopher for the first time, and he and I had a lot in common, and then I went to the MIA and saw some of the pieces there, and so it's been really wonderful, so thank you. And what was especially inspiring about this theme, which is why I applied for a panel, was this concept of the seas, right, and the mobility of Islamic art, but the seas. And I worked on this piece with Avinoam. I published on the sacrality of the seas. I have sort of this thing about the seas, and I was thinking as I was sitting in the audience, what does it go back to? And I thought, it's not just maps. It's Mick Tausig at Columbia gave a really interesting talk once, which he's never published. I think his his piece on fantasy and the fantasy island is the closest. But he was talking about how all the world is an island. And that part of the reason we're so insane and we do terrible things to each other and try to kill each other, etc., is because we are really all islanders. And the seas encompass the world. So I thought just to open the panel, I would pick this image, which you're all related to, but I don't know if you've all noticed, because in the modern world, which I've left behind some time ago and became a medievalist, you seem to think that you don't have an encircling ocean anymore because you've got it named separately as the Atlantic and the Pacific. Whereas at the right angle, a photograph taken at the right angle on Google will show you that we're very much encased by the ocean, and we're very much islanders. So I think that's a very important way to think about the agenda and the theme for this wonderful symposium. So we need to navigate it, and I am very fortunate that three wonderful people wonderful scholars accepted my invitation to navigate this world and to look at ways in which the seas define the world and define our understanding of it. So without too much haste, because I don't want to take too much time, we will be introducing our speakers in this idea that we not only have the world map, but we have all these individual seas, on the left, the Mediterranean, on the right, the Indian Ocean, and imaginary seas in between, as will be discussed. So our first speaker, I'm very happy to say, is Iman Slavins. I met him in 2011 at the International History of Cartography Conference and discovered that he's absolutely brilliant in his understanding and study of mathematical cartography, and especially he will be sharing with us here today his understanding of Al-Biruni's map of the seven seas. So without much to do, I want to invite Iman up here because we are running a little bit low on time. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Iman. So all the way from Latvia.
Good morning. At the beginning, I will speak about Islamic cartography at all, and only then return to Al-Biruni's map. In order to explain the physical universe, it was necessary to organize it and make it schematic. Without this organization and schematization, it was complicated to picture the territory described: lands, seas, rivers, bays, mountain ranges. It is well known that Anaximander of Miletus in ancient Greece had remarked that of all the disciplines, the most adequate and commonly used tool to explain the universe was geometry. And it was based on ideal forms, the circle and the sphere. The attractive symmetry of the ideal forms was used. Anaximander of Miletus was not alone in his attempts to organize the universe, using geometrical figures for the basis. Strabo said that the land should be characterized by its area and geometrical sphere. If possible, so he described Sicily as a triangle, Italy as a rectangle, and Libya as a trapezium. It was impossible imagine or describe every territory as a geometric figure. Therefore, in these cases, another method of schematization was applied. The object under examination was associated, described, or compared with some empiric objects. Usually, geographical objects were compared to animals or their body parts, flora, parts of the human body, instruments, means of transportation. It was believed that the first maps that were created were star cards. And it was precisely the starry sky that people had organized using geometric shapes and empirical objects. In the cultural heritage of different civilizations, we can observe attempts to organize the starry sky, dividing it into constellations. The number of constellations and the objects depicted are different, but the applied method is one. In order to visualize geographical objects, comparisons were drawn with animals or parts of their bodies, plants, human body parts, tools, vehicles. Nowadays, people, for example, are visualizing Italy as a body and the Sicilian island as a ball, which the boot kits, or we visualize Scandinavia as a sleeping lion or tiger. It has been discovered that this visualization and empirical image used for them are different in different periods of time. Already in Al-Khwarizmi's kitab Surah al-Ard, the oldest work dedicated to geography and cartography, it is possible to find ways similar to those just mentioned to organize geographical space. The cartographic image is reproduced in the preset respective forms. In the Strasbourg manuscript contains 4 maps: a map of the Nile River, a map of Meotid, a map of Jebel Island, and a map of sea shapes. The rest of the maps have not survived. A map of sea shapes present most interested because it is manual of constructing of maps. The coastal forms at the sea are described and visualized as familiar objects. For example, Talaysan in the form of a kerchief, in the form of a pot, meaning an incurved line. Shabura, a curve with a bend. Tasnim, a curved line with a hump. Nile map from Al-Khwarizmi. Numerous articles dedicated to Islamic geographical literature and cartography indicate that in the Islamic world it was traditionally way to associate the inhabited world with the image of a bird with opened wings. Its head was depicted as China in the east, its tail is in the west, and its chest encompasses the Muslim inhabited areas, Mecca, Hijaz, Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. Usually this is all the information there is to the analogy. We have no idea and no research work has been carried out to understand why this particular symbol of a bird was so popular in Islamic literature. This way of depiction of the inhabited world attracted the attention of European researchers beginning in the 19th century as evidence of an attempt to visualize the description of the Earth. It is symptomatic the earliest scholars, European scholars, have no attempt to find trace of the visualization in the cartographic material of past times. But instead, they have done in their own way, just putting their own drawing as a layer over a map of the Al-Balkhi school. One of the earliest descriptions of the part of the inhabited land of this character can be found in Ibn al-Faqih al-Hamadani work Kitab al-Buldan, the Book of Lands. The landscape of the Earth is divided into 5 parts, similar to the bird shape: head of a bird, 2 wings, breast, and tail. The head of the world is as seen, and the people beyond as seen are called Wak-Wak. Beyond Wak-Wak, there are the peoples that only God can know. The right wing of the bird is Al-Hind, and the sea behind Al-Hind. And there are no living creatures there. The left wing is Khazars, and there are 2 nations behind the Khazars. One of them is Manzak and Masak, another Jeddah and Madduh, and only God knows them. The breast of the world is Mecca, Hijaz, Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. The tile extends from steppe from Zal Husma to Maghreb, and the worst part in a bird is its tile. This description of the inhabited world is not the only one found in Islamic geographic literature. In other descriptions containing the representation of the world in the shape of a bird, its body parts already depict other geographic objects. Al-Muqaddisi, a representative of the Al-Balkhi school, regarding the depiction of the sea in a bird shape, writes, Abu Zaid has applied the shape of a bird with its beak in Al-Kulzum, also each individual representation differs from others, and some of them showed bays and estuaries that I don't know about. Here you can see Indian Ocean, and in this place, cool zoom. There you can compare this map with other maps from history. When studying manuscripts and cartographic material, we conclude that this method of visualization has also been used in maps depicting some other seas. More attention should be paid to Al-Khwarizmi's map of Mayotte, the Azov Sea. It is possible that it is also drawn in a shape of bird. I made a questionnaire for the school children of grades 5 and 6 and asked what the drawing reminds them. The answers predominantly were a spider and a bird. This map supplements the textual part of Al-Khwarizmi's and makes these two rivers linking the Azov Sea and the North Sea neither described in the textual part by mistake, nor represent an accidental duplication of a river. The depiction of two rivers crossing Eastern Europe is the first case in the history of Arabic cartography when the waterway linking the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea is described. Later on, it will become a tradition in Arabic cartography, Constantinian College. Next, the Mediterranean Sea also visualized in similar way. Another sea description in the shape of a bird we find in Nuskub Klub, written by Hamdallah Mustafi of Qazvin. It is a description of the Greek and Frank seas. The fifth sea, this is the sea of Greeks and Franks. It is surrounded by inhabited lands, and they also name it the Sea of Constantinople. The ancient Greeks called it Pontus, and in the shape it has the figure of a bird with a long neck. Its length from the Straits of Gibraltar, which adjoin the Western Sea and the ocean, Faljah Iskandar, or Alexander Cut, is said to be 1,300 leagues. And its greatest breadth is between Alexandria and the Frank lands. The line of Alexander's Cut, which was in part of ancient Greek lands, is on the side of this sea, which is cut off for the head of the figure of the bird. The description of the Mediterranean and Black Sea is rather messy and has created problems to the researchers, but at the same time it gives a clear idea of the way how geographers have been operating with such visualized geographic objects. It is difficult to visualize the Mediterranean and Black Sea basins as a long-necked bird. The only cartographic material that more or less reflects this picture is a Mediterranean representation on Al-Idrisi's round map. In the Islamic encyclopedic and geographical literature, these comparisons with empiric objects are not limited only to such saturated with deep symbolism images. There are also descriptions in which geographic objects are either textually compared or visually depicted in the similar shapes of utilitarian objects. For example, jar or cabbage, Mediterranean. One of the works written by Al-Biruni bears a little that does not quite correspond to its content. It is the book of instruction in the elements of the art of astrology. It does not deal with astrology at all. Rather, it is a vast encyclopedia which is dedicated to the terms and problems of geometry, arithmetic, geography, chronology, and the instruments applied in astronomy. Chapter 3 on this work tells the reader about the location of the seas on the Earth. Of interest could be a round world map, which is added to explanation of the locations of the seas. Al-Biruni, in his work, describes the location of land and seas. The sea, which is on the west of the inhabited land, with Tangier and Andalus on its coasts, is called the Encircling Sea, but the Greeks called it the ocean. Ships do not travel far out in, they cross it near the coasts. The sea stretches from Andalusia, the north, parallel to the Sakaliba land. To the north, near Sakaliba, there is a big bay that stretches near to the land of Bulgars, the Muslim land. They know it's a Varang Sea, and it is the name of the people living on its coasts. Afterwards, the sea seemingly curves to the east, and in between its coasts and the Turkish land, there are unknown, pathless desert lands and mountains. The Varang Sea is described in the round map of Al-Biruni. It is the first time that the Baltic Sea is depicted in the Islamic map. In order to clarify the idea about the scientifically grounded based on coordinates image of the Earth, the author has reconstructed the round map of Al-Biruni. For this reconstruction, geographical coordinates that could be found in Al-Kitab al-Qanun, al-Masudi were used. Before this, the first and the only one reconstruction of world map using geographic tables from Kitab al-Qanun al-Masudi was done by the Polish scientist Joachim Lelevel in the second half of the 19th century. Comparing the reconstruction of the world map in my execution to the reconstruction of the world map by Joachim Lelevel becomes obvious that his reconstruction is secured through compilation of the 19th century cartographic materials with some of the Al-Balkhi school cartographers' round map. It becomes clear that using Al-Biruni's geographical coordinates, it would not be possible to draw Northern lands and British Islands. The reconstruction of map allows us to conclude that the data of geographical coordinates allow us to build up a similar depiction of the world as it can be seen in the sketch map, with the exception of northern regions because of the lack of coordinates. I don't have enough time to discuss about Islamic maps as mnemonic device. I also analyze these maps from informational graphics or map design positions. Thank you.
So I thank Iman Slavins for coming all the way from Latvia to share his ideas with us. We will, of course, dispute it happily later in our discussion section. Now it is my great honor to invite Marina Tolmacheva to speak. Marina has devoted most of her life to studying Islamic geographers. And I approached her and I said, no land, only sea. So she said, okay, I will just focus on Ibn Battuta and his sea travels. So she's going to leave the land out of the picture and just tell us what happened to Ibn Battuta on the sea. And please join us in welcoming her. She was the past president of American University of Kuwait and the professor at Washington State University. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Karen, for this very generous introduction and for inviting me to join the panel. I also appreciate the imagination and experience that the guiding team have contributed to the success of this symposium, my first, although this is not my first visit to Doha. Please excuse my scratchy voice. Coming off the plane, I apparently caught something, and so I hope I will last through the 20 minutes allocated. The seas, said Karen, no land, and yet you are looking at the title, a landlubber at sea. The following slides will have to clarify this dichotomy of the image of indeed a very famous land traveler and yet also an Odysseus of sorts. So looking at the environment in which Ibn Battuta travels, we have political shifts and the change in boundaries that he himself experiences and witnesses, and sometimes participates, if not in successful changes of the boundaries, then in attempted ones, because he was truly an adventurer at heart. So we have him traveling across seas to the areas that involve the latter stages of the Reconquista, the advance of the Turks against the Byzantine Empire, relatively recently converted to Islam Mongols in southwestern parts of Europe, and finally, of course, the expansion of Islam and the specific empire of Delhi in India, and later on in Africa, but that is land, therefore I move on. We just saw this map of the world of Al-Idrisi, and one of the very important items on it is that while Idrisi is considered a follower of Ptolemy, his Indian Ocean is never enclosed. For the maps of the Indian Ocean that Ibn Battuta may have seen, this is extremely important, because in order to get to China, as I believe he did, not everybody does, you have to leave the Indian Ocean at its easternmost extremity. What is also very important is what was just emphasized in the previous paper, and that is the surrounding ocean. We will see a map that does not quite conform, but also let me advise you that we do not know whether Ibn Battuta consulted any maps. He certainly consulted sailors, that we know, and that is very fortunate for us because he is an excellent storyteller. His memory is prodigious, and upon return to his home country of Morocco, he manages to instill in the ruler so much respect for his knowledge and rich memories that a book is therefore commissioned, which we now study and translate repeatedly. In the case of the Mongol Empire, this is the first time when Ibn Battuta deals with a world that is not entirely Muslim. And so there will be few words about them, but as we see, even with very generous map, allowing the Mongols to reach the sea not only in the east, it is something that is certainly primarily a land empire. On the other hand, this map focused on the Indian Ocean shows to us the directions of trade that, of course, are controlled by the monsoon climate. And so we have northeastern monsoons and southwestern monsoons shown by these different arrows. And with Ibn Battuta, we will suffer some of the depredations of the cruel winds and huge waves. And this is something that also affects his travel calendar, something that scholars have been struggling against because Ibn Battuta's chronology is not always reliable. On this list of the major stages of his travels, in blue, you see the episodes where the sea is a primary mode of covering a distance. And lo and behold, it comes relatively early in his travels where he takes to the Red Sea and eventually comes to the Swahili coast, of which we just heard recently today. So we'll start with this, and then we will move further east. And I have to say that as he is often compared to Marco Polo, so also in the case of Ibn Battuta, on the way back, we learn much less about his route than while he is still new to expressions and locations that he visits. Ibn Battuta was of Berber descent, and his family had an estate in formerly Muslim Spain that had been taken over by the Reconquista. So we do not know, of course, what he looked like, but those are the images in various versions of the translations of his Rihla. If he lived before Marco Polo, then probably we would call Marco Polo the European Ibn Battuta. But he is called the Arab or sometimes the Muslim Marco Polo. Not to yield the palm of supremacy, he traveled at least 3 times as far as Marco Polo. And some of it, as you can see on this map in green, are Ibn Battuta's travels, are extensive passages, especially in the Indian Ocean region. In a few slides, I'm going to show this landlubber as he is depicted in various books that about, 10, 12 years ago celebrated the anniversary of his jubilee, not only, of course, in Morocco, but all over the Arab world. And the movie that was made with National Geographic concentrated solely on the land portion of his travels, with this very handsome actor portraying him. Sorry to say, he probably looked more like this. And yet, the majority of publications will give us precisely the landlubber image. And so, to the extent that we are evaluating art and the art of interpreting the text and the image of a character so very well known, apparently, to the world, we're looking at a landlubber. Yes? And this continues, and the children grow up looking at books with such illustrations. There is now, of course, a video collection of where Ibn Battuta would have visited, what he would have seen, what he did describe. But the interesting aspect of it is that even when the sea is mentioned, it is not part of the discussion. Very little of the narrative of contemporary fans of Ibn Battuta is about what he saw at sea, what he experienced at sea. However, I'm going to plug the Odyssey of Ibn Battuta by David Waynes, and this is only because whenever you say Odyssey, we must remember Odysseus, who certainly sails from island to island, and the winds and currents carry him wherever he does not wish to go, as happens with Ibn Battuta every once in a while. And this is a review of the book that mentions the pirates and shipwreck, both of which he describes. And yet, even in this book, the table of contents is not about the sea. I have to say, book covers have improved. So how is it that Travels with a Tangerine still are about the land aspects? Of course it is, because that's where people are. And so unless it is about fellow passengers or ship arrangements, Ibn Battuta wouldn't be telling us much. However, we find out why he travels where, partly based on the monsoon calendar, except that this is implicit rather than explicit in his book. When Ross Dunn first published his extremely popular book, I think now in the 4th edition of Adventures of Ibn Battuta, we didn't get much of a sea impression, and yet you see that the 2nd edition in the middle already has a ship image, and then the 3rd, and I forget what is on the 4th edition's cover. But the important thing for us is whatever the sailboats could do, whoever guided them, experienced captains or the merchants who hired cabins on ships such as Ibn Battuta, it is extremely difficult to travel vast distances of the Indian Ocean, except in the monsoon season. In the areas closer to the Arabian Sea, Red Sea, and even the Persian Gulf, that changes. So when Ibn Battuta doesn't tell us how long he spent at Mombasa, we have to figure it out by the monsoon season and the local winds. So this is the kind of calculations we would have to make. And I'm not going to read through them because it is just an illustration of how you could escape the dictate of major monsoons if you were sailing not from India to Africa or from Africa to India. If you were sailing in the vicinity of the Arabian Sea, you had other options. And in particular, in the 13th century, we have one Arabic specialist book that tells us about the sailing seasons of cabotage voyages, that is, using the coastal breezes and minor monsoon winds that would take the traveler where the boats go. This is one of the choices that Ibn Battuta had to make. He was going on Hajj and hearing about the depredations of the Bedouin in the desert. He decided to travel up the Nile and then cross the Red Sea to Jeddah. Well, it didn't quite work out that way. He had to return to Cairo. But 2 years later, he uses proximity to the Gulf of Aden and the Arabian Sea in order to go all the way down. And he does not reach Kilwa, but he hears about Kilwa now in Tanzania, a major political center of Swahili statehood on the coast that later will be favored by the Portuguese. And this is the list of the visits in chronological sequence that he accomplishes. This is, as Karen tells me, a late copy of a map. But for those of you who were at the public library yesterday, you might have noticed downstairs in special collections 14th century, late 14th century, a rendition of Al-Omari's book by an Azerbaijani historian, where the map roughly shows this contour of the Indian Ocean, open much more widely than in the time of Idrisi. So we're moving with the explorer to the eastern waters of the Indian Ocean and later beyond. And by this time, already collected in the sailing lore, not yet in written form, is a science of oceanic meteorology. So that when Ibn Battuta decides to explore the Bay of Bengal, it is because he knows that he cannot sail from Ceylon, Sri Lanka, all the way east because he already is going to China. He has to wait it out, and therefore he goes north. Then he returns, and then we continue with him all the way to Indonesia. This is, of course, the Dao, and it turns out that he only mentions a Dao once that I could find, and this is not a common name in his narrative. As I mentioned in the abstract, he is the first author in Arabic travel literature to give us the name junk for the Chinese ships, and he also tells us that to go to China, you must sail on Chinese vessels. This is shortly before Zheng, but this is already a time when certain societies have their prominence recognized in their presence in the eastern Indian Ocean. Thanks to the Turkish advance against Byzantium, he also manages to sail to the northern coast of the Black Sea. And actually, since we just heard about the Sea of Azov, he touches land right where the strait is, and then continues traveling by land. I have to skip his courtly explorations, but this is the network of sailing routes that is conducive to Ibn Battuta continuing his travels eastbound. And India at this time undergoes a period of Islamic expansion, largely military, and the consolidation of the authority of, at this time, the Sultanate of Delhi, not yet any other Muslim dynasties, but advancing south against the Hindu states. This is the list that we saw before, and I will stop with Maldives Islands, where he travels among the islands for various reasons. Some of the islands have Muslim rulers who favor him and make him a minister of the court. At some point, not only did he have to flee Delhi, but also he has to flee the Maldives. And then on his way back to China, he makes a stopover in the Maldives again, hoping to claim the child that he discovers was born during his absence. So we deal with his travels without land, but we cannot deal with them without people. Thank you.
So I want to thank Marina for leaving us in the sea, in the Indian Ocean, in the Maldives. And I think we'll come back to this with the discussion, but this idea that she brings up of the conflict between the landlubber versus the sea user, and perhaps we need to start seeing this period of Ibn Battuta as the time when there's more of a transition to sea traffic versus land. I mean, it's all very interesting, and it's related to pottery and so many other aspects of this wonderful symposium. And also the beauty of this symposium and the beauty of the title that was picked enabled us to work with historians of cartography, with historians of geography, and enabled me to invite the great Islamic art historian, Avinum Shalem, who I've had the great pleasure of working with. And, you know, I approached him and I said, so Avinum, something else on the seas, because I said, you know, we'd done this, he'd invited me to contribute to the journal Espacio that he had prepared he was doing a special issue on. And so he said, well, let's see, I'm working on imaginary seas right now. Would that work? And I said, yes, absolutely. So Avinom takes us to the contemporary world. So we've gone medieval, early modern, and now with the Reggio Professor of Islamic Arts at Columbia, I invite him to share his work on imagining the seas. Thank you.
So good day to all of you. First of all, my thanks to the VCU for the invitation here. And of course, for Karin for inviting me to give a lecture in this series, in this panel on the sea. As I said, if Ibn Battuta has a kind of invisible sea in the content of his book, I'm going to speak about the imagined sea. On September 17, 2010, in one of the halls of the Haus der Kunst in Munich, Wafa Horani set his installation artwork called Kalandia. Horani, a Palestinian artist born in Hebron in 1979 and lives and works in Ramallah today, places a set of several architectural models that illustrate to us the vision of this refugee camp in 2047, namely 60 years after the break of the first Intifada in 1987. The work presents to the viewers the megacity aspect of a refugee camp turning into an urban megapolis, a mixture of desires for stability and a sense of ephemerality are mixed together in this image of Kalandia as projected into the future. Moreover, its specific topography, namely positioned just next to the concrete segregation wall and the Kalandia checkpoint, is also addressed, but with such an irony and even humor that causes the viewer to seriously rethink the grave situation of the state of this place. Hidden behind high building, in one of a small courtyard, a tiny park space is constructed. It is the memorial space commemorating the fish martyr. A large rectangular glass box, an aquarium, is deeply set into the platform of this piazza. It contains no water, just some shells organized in the shape of a fish on a sand, as you can see, a sea sand, and Horani tells us the specific story. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole story of Horani, but he is projecting in 2010, when he did the exhibition, about the year 2016, and he's telling us that in a specific moment, a specific person from Kalandia called Abu Jamil is actually missing the sea so much, so he is traveling to the sea, to the Mediterranean Sea, and is able to smuggle some water from the Mediterranean Sea and sand and a fish and bring it back to Kalandia, where he will put the pool in his garden. In 2033, the fish died, and the camp lamented the death of the fish. They say, the fish died, the sea died. They took the water out of the pool and buried the fish. They call it the fish tomb. The visits changed from a picnic place and dancing place to the martyr memorial place where silence was kept and flowers were laid for the fish who became shaheed. Now, the story is about the sea as a human desire. It's usually the sea positioned as an opposite to the fluid, as an opposite fluid place to other places, vis-a-vis the stable one, the terra firma, solid and firm land. But of course, as far as the Palestinian refugee experience is concerned, and especially as the majority of the inhabitants of Kalandia was built upon the exodus of Palestinian refugees expelled from their homes in Lydia, in Lod, and in Ramla in 1948, namely from the spaces located not far away from the shores of the Mediterranean. The longing for the sea, to its sand, to its salt, to its fishes, is symbolically embedded in the story of the fish that was brought by Abu Jamil to Kalandia, because, as Horani said, the people said Abu Jamil brought the sea. In this lecture, I would like to speak of another kind of works of art that, like Abu Jamil fish, brought the sea. These are souvenirs produced in Bethlehem, a city located on the Judean hills, on the southern part of Jerusalem. And Bethlehem, like Kalandia, like Jerusalem, has no access to the sea, and like many other cities that are remote from a seashore, dreamed of having a sea and a port. Moreover, I would like to focus on a specific artistic production of Bethlehem, which involves the shaping and carving of one of the attractive substances of the sea, the organic composition called nacre, known as the mother of pearl. Now, the nacre is a substance produced by specific sea animals which create a shiny and thin layer upon the surface of shells, covering usually the inner but also the outer surface. The shiny layer of the mother of pearl, and especially its natural brightness, which recalls light, has contributed to the attractiveness of this substance, and in turn to its medieval uses in sacred context. Moreover, the shell's iridescence property achieved by the refraction of light resulted in the rainbow colors effect. These aesthetic properties enhances the many tradition and folklore and the meaning associated with and attached to the substance and the particular legendary process related to the formation of its nature. Whereas much has been written about Palestinian embroideries, carved olive wooden souvenirs, and glass manufacture, the production of a sculptural object made solely of finely carved mother of pearl seems to escape the scholarly interest. It is true that mother of pearl was in constant use as extra inlay material, usually set upon wood, and even combined with other substances like mosaics, ivory, turquoise shell, and sometimes silver and gold. But perhaps the fact that the majority of the early modern surviving example of carved mother of pearl are mainly crosses and Christian liturgical items causes scholars to assign this object to the long Franciscan tradition of carving souvenirs in the Holy Land, and the memory of the Palestinian artist engaged with this craftsmanship was dimmed and blurred. My first interaction with an object like that happened some years ago. It goes back to 2016 in the flea market of Rome in Porta Portese. I was in front of this piece, which is a carved shell attached to a relatively stable circular cardboard, which you can see here, and which was in turn covered with a kind of a very light blue velvet. Now, the shell itself, if you look at it, it measures 14 centimeter in width here, and it has a kind of a projection at the top here of 1.5 centimeter here, which of course helps here to get a band or any kind of a string to hang it. And it is made out of specific zones. The main zone is this one, where the nativity is actually shown. In fact, this is the adoration of the shepherd in front of Maria and the child and Joseph. And you can see that also there are 3 bands that are running around this circular. This is the first band, this one, which has a kind of a peacock decoration here, and which ends with a cartouche. We'll come to see it with the name of Bethlehem. This is the second one with these perforated scrolls, and the last one here, which looks like a string. What is interesting to see, these zones appears as if they are widening here at the lower part, which gives the whole idea of this piece as a hanging piece. You get the feeling that it is made to be hanged. Now, this is just a specific, a specific image here of the Bethlehem. You will see it better in a minute, and the perforated here of this space. By the way, someone missed here to perforate this piece here. When you look at the images itself, as I said, it's the depiction of the nativity, and you can see that Maria is depicted here, the child Christ is here, put on a kind of a stand that almost looked like a Quran stand here. And you see here the shepherd praying in front of Christ and the body of Joseph behind Maria. If we are looking at the cuts itself, the cuts are usually well done, although some of them are quite roughly done, like the mountain here or the areas of the stand here. Even this contour here is not that well done, and this one is also a bit roughly cut, the legs of this shepherd here. Forming part of the treasures of the sea, mother of pearl is a natural product, usually toiled in site located near the sea. Thus, like ivory, mother of pearl appears as the ideal substance for building identities for regions and communities in which it was mined and produced. The notable Abbasid scholar Al-Biruni, who died in 1050, dedicated in his big oeuvre on mineralogy, the Kitab al-Jamahir fi Ma'rifat al-Jawahir, in the specific chapter on pearls, a whole section on the different shells, the hasaf, one can find in the sea. For this discussion, the specific term sadaf is most important because it relates to the specific clam type shell of the pearl, namely the mother of pearl. Al-Biruni, citing Ibn Jinni, tells us that the name derives from the verb saddafa, which means to turn away, and thus relates to the fact that the shell turns away from its pearl. At any case, Al-Biruni describes the specific form of the shells as like two sides of two mountains facing each other. In fact, the form of these two mountains recall ears, and no wonder that in early modern time, this type of shells were also known as Sadafat al-Udhun. Al-Biruni provides us also with an extra terms, specific names for these shells, like the bulbul, which denotes the small ones, the mahar, relating to the large ones. So the mahar or the mahara are terms used for describing the sadaf with its living creature inside. But other terms, like the dila, a large marine mother of pearl, and the kabkub, a mother of pearl whose flesh can be even eaten, are also mentioned by him. He mentioned another kind of mother of pearl, which is the mahshalab. It's another term, and it is found, according to him, on the coast of Aden. And in the Sea of Oman, Al-Biruni mentioned a specific mother of pearl called hargush. These are particularly elongated shells which have the form of a ear of a hare, the arnab. The size of them is about the palm of a hand, but those found in Bahrain are half side of them and they are called Bahrain. And he ends concluding, the deeper the mother of pearl, the less, the deeper in the sea, of course, the less will be the heat reaching its grain, and it will be excellent and lustrous. These important reports of Al-Biruni established the specific sites in medieval times in which, or from which, the material was brought and traded. Sorry. He clearly emphasized areas like the Arabian Sea, near the coast of Yemen and Oman, the Persian Gulf, the coast of Sri Lanka, and a specific region along the southern part of the Red Sea, and even those located along the Chinese seacoast. Indeed, objects carved of mother of pearl were produced in many sites near or connected to the spaces where this material was found. And yet the object in focus here, as well as many others, were made of mother of pearl, were produced in the Holy Land. They form and still are part of the active production of the Holy Land souvenir. And I'm just showing here some other souvenirs made in the Holy Land. You could see the similarity even in the creation of a souvenir here in different material. It is largely accepted that the impetus for the use of mother of pearl for souvenir was initiated by the Franciscans around 1500. But the employment of this substance and even the use of a polished shell, mother of pearl, as luxurious object seems to go back to ancient time, far back from the Franciscan. We are talking about the Pharaonic period. At any case, earlier to the arrival of the Franciscan to the Holy Land, around the early 13th century, Palestinian craftsmen were using mother of pearl for adorning works of art, like the fragment of mother of pearl that appear on the large mosaic program of the Dome of the Rock, or later on several Mamluk mosaics in the city of Jerusalem that you can see here. And of course, during the Crusade era, tiny fragments of mother of pearl were shaped in the form of crosses and were sold as pendants for tourists. In addition, the art of inlay with either ivory, bone, silver, and gold was much developed in the art of Islam, and several splendid inlaid works of art assigned to Egypt and Syria were produced during the Crusade period. What I want to emphasize here is that it may well be that the Franciscans promote and finance the production of souvenirs in the Holy Land, but they build this manufacture program upon an established tradition of working with inlaid technique. And in fact, the earliest souvenirs, which combine fragments of mother of pearl inlaid into olive wood and which are assigned to the Franciscan order, are dated later to the 17th century, like this piece that you see here. These works consist of miniature models of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, altar crosses set on a trapezoid bulky base, and oratories, namely screen tablets for private devotional prayers. Now, the use of decorated seashells as souvenirs seems to be exploited by Palestinian workshop. A scallop shell representing Saint Anne and the Virgin Mary, accompanied by two angels' head, is most probably manufactured in Palestine in the 17th century, as kept today in the National, in the Musée National de Arte Antigua in Lisbon. I'm not going to go into document telling about all these travelers at that time, speaking about the export of the material from Jerusalem and Bethlehem directly to Spain and Portugal, and of course to Venice still, whereas from Venice it will be traveled to South Germany. But the habit of using the whole ear-shaped shell as a shiny and decorated seems to be a widespread phenomena, because during the 17th and 18th century, we can see the projection and the work with this mother of pearl in other spaces. And I'm looking at the National Museum in Baku, where you can see two pieces decorated with verses from the Quran, the Surah Al-Kalam in one of them, and the verses 255 from the Surah Al-Baqarah. But the best and beauty object of this type is today in Toronto in the Agahan, and it's also datable around 1700 with this inscription on it. At any case, the craft with mother of pearl in Palestine had a flourishing moment in the 19th and the 20th century, partially orchestrated by Franciscan, but now mainly supported by the global trade connection that the city of Bethlehem enjoyed. Workshop in Bethlehem expanded, and the carved souvenir of mother of pearl were manufactured en masse. Recently, in an article discussing the Arab diaspora, the Mahjar, and their contribution to the global trade in the 19th century, Norris has clearly shown the emergence of Bethlehemite middle-class mercantile tycoons who were able to establish the great network for this trade of souvenir over the world in spaces as diverse as Manila, Kiev, Port-au-Prince, Singapore, North America, among these places. This shift of clientele, namely from export supported by European Catholic trade connection, the Franciscan, to a global selling of devotional objects in a new center outside Europe, relativized the traditional Franciscan model for explaining Palestinian export of souvenir. Now, there is a whole material and document even of specific families involved in the end of the 19th century and the 20th century, like the Zubi, the Dabdub, the Jiddi, Lamma, Tabash, Abu Ayyash, just to name again few, and even names of other family from Bethlehem who are involved in the trade, like the Mansour family, the Handel family, the Dabdub again, and the Yassir family and the Katan. So between 1800 and 1930, the cities show a dozen of workshops of production of mother of pearl. The raw material was no more solely imported from the Red Sea, but arrived from other spaces like New Zealand and the Philippines. It is likely that these shells that you see here in the picture were much more bigger and created a possibility to carve more deeper into these shells. I'm wrapping now by showing this workshop. So we see if some other production of these a worker from Bethlehem, and even display of some great works of art that are made of this mother of pearl of that time. Not only that, in that moment, because of the carving is deeper, there is a possibility to change the way of carving, and we get a kind of a Baroque carving in some pieces, and some pieces are even made for a specific patron, like the Rothschild family, this piece that was made here with biblical scenes and on. But as a whole, I would say that if we look at the production, we see different function for amuletic pieces like that, to the use of the mother of pearl for lamps in Bethlehem. This is in the crypt of Bethlehem. Or if you look at this one, also some lamp from Bethlehem from the crypt in the Nativity Church, you can see even the use of this round carved mother of pearl in the center, or even for a girdle, or simply for a devotional object that you can buy like an icon. I would like just to end again with this piece that I started with, and to say that what we see here is the keeping of the memory of the shell in the production of an object, and by that keeping the memory of the sea in that case of Bethlehem, which is a kind of an imagined sea, which has to do, of course, with the idea of the nativity. The shell and the nativity is one thing that put this object together, and I don't have to tell you how the shell is always associated with nativity. And the color, which reminds us the foam of the sea, and the idea of a spiritual Sea of Bethlehem on which the believer can look at while praying in front of these devotional objects. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I thank Avinoam for an amazing discussion on the importance of mother of pearl and connecting it to the theme of the seas. Because of the photograph, we ran late, so we were going to have no discussion, but we've been granted 5 minutes. And I guess I can throw it open by saying one of the questions that has really got me thinking was a question that Avinoam asked of the group yesterday, which is what happens to the object when it moves, when it, let's say, moves across the sea, since that's a topic here. Avinoam suggested that the object itself changes, and it's something I've been thinking about since yesterday, and I'm wondering whether that might be something we can discuss, the object that changes, right? I know, for instance, that I can say, I would be able to talk about the difference in interpretation on the seas that I have in Islamic maps, or we could talk to Marina Tolmacheva about, this contrast between land and sea and the emphasis in Ibn Battuta's time and in the interpretation of Ibn Battuta. So I think it's a very important and relevant question, and maybe we can talk about that. And if we have a chance, we'll throw it open. Otherwise, maybe we'll have a collective Q&A at the end of the day when we have time. Okay. So would you like to talk about, do we have a microphone? You want to give it very quickly, I think. We have no time.
Well, just quickly, because I feel that I talk too much. I mean, the idea is not, we cannot trace what happened directly to the object during the travel, but I'm just thinking of the travel as a liminal space. And as the sea is a liminal space, one can think even of the port city as a liminal space between the fluid and the inner land. So it's about liminality as a whole.
Do you want to add to it, Marina? And then if maybe we can take one question, we'd like to do that.
I'd rather talk not about manufactured items, but something that Ibn Battuta learns along the way about nature. And when he spends at least 4 years to begin with in India, later with his returns and piracy and so forth, at least 6 years, and then more than 2 years in the Maldives, he learned something about the life of the sea and seafood. One of the items that excites his imagination is what is apparently a kind of tuna fish that he learns from the sailors and other gentlemen sailing the Indian Ocean is very good for gentlemen who travel in company with his concubines. And therefore, we're left a recommendation of medieval cuisine when sea is near you. That's the vignette from Ibn Battuta's book.
I can say only one thing about Islamic maps. We can get new look at these maps. We can look at these maps as art piece, not as drafts or cartographic material. As we look on maps in German, on European tradition, we can look on this art piece as miniatures and look as graphic design, as map design, as informational design. We can get a different look at the next in future.
And let me just stick in here my transformation, which is that I actually think these earlier the geographers who we have quotations from, I think they got it wrong. And I'll show this to you. You see, if you see the map, there's an example. The Arabian Peninsula is the head. Here's one wing. There's the chest. And there's the tail. Europe is the tail. Europe is the forgotten tail. So it's like I like to do with my students, you know, it's sort of like that. What happens, and this is in my article on the sacrality of the seas, and something that motivated my interest in this panel, is the seas behind it are a refraction, and this is to do with Neoplatonic philosophy through 10 spheres. The bird is the land because the bird is closer to God and closer to the angels, and then you get sort of the 10 layers, and you get the image of God refracted 10 spheres. So the most radical interpretation, which I haven't written about, maybe I'll write for this, is that the pieces of the sea that we see are actually a very distorted version of God. Would anybody like to have a quick question? Somebody's there with a microphone. We could maybe take one or two very quick questions. We've got someone right over there.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. I want to ask a question on the other side of the story, that the development of the maps, how they were used later on. On the map of Idrisi, it showed south-north axis of Africa, and it shows the sources of the Nile being at Jabal al-Qamar. I wonder, it was in the 19th century, John Speakes and Sir Richard Burton discovered the mountains of the moon as being the sources of the Nile. I wonder if they had seen those maps and used them in their expedition adventure.
I'm going to use Chairman's discretion here and say, I really want the questions to be on the topic. If you want, my book is out, there are other books out, we deal with this question. Let's focus on the subject of the panel, okay? I don't want to go to the mountains of the moon and the myth of Richard Burton and his interpretations right now. Anybody have a question on the panel? On specifically on this question of the seas and mother of pearl and Ibn Battuta's arguments in the Islamic maps? Please, Sean.
I just wanted to ask a question about, it's kind of about manufacture, but it's also, it bridges this question about nature, I think, which is that it tends to be the case that mother of pearl objects are often displayed along with, as we saw in the National Museum, like shells. And of course, they come from shells, but they get displayed as naturalia and described as naturalia a great deal in the sort of European and museological tradition. So I guess what I'm wondering is if, Avinoam, is if you could speak just very briefly to the question of the work that's necessary to transform shells to mother of pearl objects, and whether and how the traces of that sort of show up in the archive, in the description, in the way that people think about these objects.
Well, it's a great question. It's a big question. It's about the division between nature and art that you are asking of, and working years about the elephant, which is a carved ivory elephant tusk. It's the same. It's an object that keeps the memory of the specific object or a specific tile of the animal it was taken from. So the moment you have the memory kept, it's much likely that the object will fall quickly into naturalia. Even in collecting this object in treasuries and cabinet curiosities that we know of. The moment you are actually, you are breaking into small pieces like the crosses that I have shown that were made in the Crusade era, or even pieces that are inlaid into other material, you lose the connectivity and you keep only the possibility of the material to have its shine or a specific color that you need for that. So I think that answers moment of change. But in order to change our perception of the mother of pearl as a work of art, it's probably this moment where you start to carve on it, be it surahs from the Quran or be it images. And that's what I said. In that moment, what is happening is that art suppresses the material. It's not the other way around. It's the art that suppresses the material. It's almost a kind of a battle between the craftsmanship and the nature. I'm not saying that nature cannot be accepted as art, but I'm saying that there is a kind of a battle between the two. And nice that you put your finger on this.
And let me, is there anybody else who'd like to ask a question? Okay, we're going to wind this up, but let me say one thing that's come out of this is Marina's map and my work at the Qatar Museum of Islamic Art. We might have there the earliest map to show the opening of the Indian Ocean from Nicoletta and I will be working on this, and we've talked about it, so it's connected to this. Thank you for being there for us and listening to us, and thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. Before I introduce the next panel chair, just want to do a quick public service announcement. I'm sure as you walked into the atrium, a very chemical-like smell has assailed you. There's nothing to worry about right now. This is related to the HVAC system, and it's in relation to the fact that we have rain today. Which is a little bit rare at this time of the year in Doha, but we welcome it anyway in the desert. So if you can bear with us, if you have any trouble because of this peculiar smell, we have exits both at the back and in the front and the doors that you came in. And you can also go out those exits into the open spaces outside the main doors for some fresh air, newly reinvigorated through the rain. So now moving on back to the panels. It is my privilege now to introduce our next esteemed panel chair, Professor Nancy Steinhardt. She's Professor of East Asian Art and Curator of Chinese Art at the University of Pennsylvania. She is a doyen in the field of Chinese art and architecture and widely published on a number of topics, including connections between Chinese aesthetics and its Mongol and Islamic patrons. Her more recent books include China's Early Mosques and Chinese Architecture, A History. She has received some of the most prestigious awards advancing the field of art and architectural history, including grants from the Guggenheim Foundation, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Getty Foundation, and the American Council of Learned Societies, among many others. Today, she presides over the panel titled Seas, Mobility, Gifting, and Settlement, Islamic Art in 11th to 14th Century Chinese Port Cities. Please join me in welcoming Nancy Steinhardt.
Well, I'm not the first, and I won't be the last to say what an honor it is to have this opportunity to chair a panel at this meeting. Let me get right into the introduction so that I'm not the one who goes over time. Many have strong interests in Sino-Islamic studies. Fewer lately have strong interests in Sino-Indian studies. But only a very few can really deal with both civilizations equally. Necessary languages, of course, are a challenge. Field work across vast terrain is essential. But as in all research, true understanding and accurate interpretation are always the charge of the researcher. To answer Sino-Islamic questions, many, including we in this panel, turn to travel accounts, we turn to the written word, we turn to inscriptions. We will hear about all of those today. But in the end, we have to do this in the light of physical evidence, especially as it presents itself in the 21st century. Two of our talks deal with physical evidence out of context, excavated or collected. And in the case of collections that have changed hands, and in one case, a monument of Islam with numerous inscriptions in both Persian and in Chinese. These are research problems that take place in more than one location, and in all cases this afternoon, locations to which Islam was transmitted. That is, it is not a native religion in China. So, seas that were crossed, mobility of goods, merchants, and other travelers, gifting, especially of textiles, settlement required for longer than traders might have initially hoped because of trade winds, and port cities, even more important, I think, than we've heard so far, that make it possible for entry and exit directly from the world of Islam to China and occasionally from China. These are the forces that make the three papers this afternoon possible. But there are corollaries to these frameworks and implicit questions which bear equal importance. Seas and ports, for example, only get people and goods to coasts. Rivers are artificial waterways, and in China, the Grand Canal looms large, are what really connect the land routes and the interior to the outside. Anytime an object is transmitted or a structure is raised outside its original context, a Chinese textile excavated in Fustat or a mosque in China, definitions of borrowing, direct or indirect, adoption, adaptation, adaption are all required. This involves a certain amount of scenario building. This is the passion and a favorite pastime of art historians, but it is always subjective. The underlying concepts that must be explained are more complicated. And there are four that I throw out. The first is sameness. Sameness is one of the words art historians are using today. We are replacing similar style with the term sameness, and we're borrowing this from the natural sciences. An evolutionary biologist defines homology as the state of having the same or similar structures, and homoplasy as shared characteristics that thereby assume evolution. And in this resolution of sameness, and evolutionary biology tells us, one finds convergence. An evolutionary biologist says there is always convergence. So it's important to keep in mind that Aristotle addressed the same questions. Aristotle's understanding was that the problem of material constitution arises when it appears that object A and object B share all the same parts, and yet are essentially related to their parts in different ways. And that, I think, is an underlying theme of the three papers that you will hear. Sameness may or may not be more complicated than translation. That's the second of the points I want to bring out before we start the papers. Architectural translation was brought to many of us by Esra Khan's book, and so I am borrowing now from her whenever I use the phrase, but architectural historians are using this to try to understand what happens when a building is constructed or something occurs outside of its original context. All the papers deal with translation, of motifs, of structural type, of structural function, but also ultimately of human ideology. Translation may involve historical memory, particularly in the case of a mosque built in China, or a robe with motifs described by a patron based on something the weaver has never seen. Yet some of the most prominent translators of our generation, this idea now of translation nearly 100 years old if we start with Benjamin's famous essay, famous translators of the 21st century challenge whether translation is ever possible unless we are dealing with a mere image. But it is certainly the core of sameness. Then there is the question of closed system, which anyone who deals with China takes extremely seriously. Chinese art and architecture are phenomena that build walls around themselves and which are very easy to penetrate, but whose motifs readily move outside China and are absorbed or adapted in different ways. And then finally, there's the question of perception, such as if the subjects in these papers should, in any context, be considered exotica, and even if they occur out of religious necessity, if somehow diffusion is not an underlying concept every time something is transported, for it always has a source, it always travels, and one would like to assume that it's always carried for a purpose. So now let me introduce the speakers. Two of them I've had the privilege of teaching, and one of the first people that I ever taught was Tan-Sen Sen. He is now professor of history and director of the Center for Global Asia at NYU Shanghai and Global Network professor at NYU. He is the author, co-author, or editor of 5 books and countless articles, including Buddhism, Diplomacy, and Trade, the Realignment of Sino-Indian Relations 600 to 1400. It's in its 2nd edition. And India, China, and the World, A Connected History from 2017. He is writing a book about the seafarer Zheng He, what's true and not true about what one reads. And he is also co-editor of the Cambridge History of the Indian Ocean. So, Tan-Sen.
Thank you, Nancy, for inviting me. Also, the co-chairs of the program and Marisa Brown for arranging all the travel. I should point out I'm neither an art historian nor an Islamist, and so I'm going to talk about something that I'm just starting to work on, but I wanted to argue, as the title points out, the importance of Islamic connections between India and China. That's my field. I work on India and China and Asian connections more broadly, but the study of India and China is dominated by Buddhism, and I wanted to point out, and that's one of my first arguments today, that Islamic connections, especially between the 10th and the 15th centuries, are quite important, and people should look at that because it is relevant to understanding Asian connections and Indian Ocean interactions. I got into this field of Islamic connections when I saw this image. This was quite relevant for me. This is the mountains between Tibet and India that appeared in the 14th century text from Persia. And I was wondering, what does it imply and why people doing China and India have not actually looked at these images. Some of you perhaps know that it appears in this very interesting, fascinating book Islam and Tibet, interactions along the Musk routes. This is, of course, not the sea, but clearly this was the starting point of looking at different ways in which India, China, and Persia interacted through Islam. So I also wanted to point out, this is my second argument, that there is a role of West Asia between India and China. Certainly, geographically, it doesn't make sense. Those people who did maps today would be annoyed with me to put West Asia between India and China. But people who do mobility realize that the movement of people, objects, ideas, and even animals transcend geographical borders and boundaries. And it is not, I think, conducive to study of Asian interactions if we just follow the areas that we are so familiar with. And so my second argument is to look at Asian interactions more broadly. This is more of a conceptual issue. How do we look at Asian connections? Some of the key issues that I want to highlight today, and I'll repeat even Batuta later on as well. Islamic, the connections is understudied. Very few people have actually looked at it. And it's not only relevant to the period that I'm going to present, but also all the way to the 20th century when we see people from Xinjiang and Tibet, Tibetan Muslims going to Calcutta and going on Hajj from Calcutta. There are goodwill missions from Kuomintang, which are Muslim Islamic goodwill missions going to India in the 1940s. So there's a continuation of Islamic connections that very few people have actually looked at. Earlier period, from the 10th century, we see Muslim navigators and sailors contributing to the knowledge of the interactions between India and China, and also presenting a comparative view of India and China. This would be perhaps the beginning of comparative studies of China and India. Muslim traders in the Chola was mentioned earlier today. This is a Hindu polity in southern India, which had intimate connections with the Sung dynasty in China. And I've looked at some of the tribute carriers who were Muslim, who connected these two regions. Ibn Battuta, who was mentioned again this morning, talks about Islamic preachers and judges moving between Delhi and Quanzhou. I think that, again, is a fascinating part of it. Less known is perhaps this person called Said, who moves from southern India to China and then marries a Korean person in China. This is intra-Asian interactions, perhaps the best reflection of mobility of people and different connections. What we have here in the beginning is various kinds of records that we get from either Arabic or Persian sources about the connections, maritime connections in particular between China and India. These are very important records about the nature of changes that were taking place in the 10th century from Buddhist-dominated connections between China and India and moving to a trading or commercial connections with a highlighted role of Muslim traders. And we see these in various kinds of records that appear in the 10th century. Slightly before this, there is the ship, and there will be a panel after our panel, which will talk about the Belitung shipwreck. A lot has been written on Belitung, but the focus has been on cargo instead of who actually sailed this Belitung. Most likely it was a Muslim, a sailor, navigator, and we find that continuing all the way to the period of Zhenghe. So I think the sailors, navigators, who are mostly Muslims in the 10th, 11th, 12th centuries, played an important role in connecting India and China across the seas during this period. They also appear in different kinds of tributary missions, and these are two people who appear in Chinese sources who represent a Hindu polity in southern India and appear in the Sung dynasty court in the 11th century, the early 11th century. And they are the lead envoys of a Hindu polity. And it's a very fascinating aspect of the connection between India and China that is made at this 11th century, but not by the Tamil traders who were quite active at this time as well, Tamil Hindu traders. We do have records about Tamil Muslim traders, which is again a neglected topic, about how the Tamil Muslim traders were also quite active in these voyages across the Bay of Bengal into South China Sea and the Chinese coast. There was a presentation on Calicut. We have Traders, again, Muslim traders, settled in Calicut, building mosques, but also having a network that connected different parts of the Indian Ocean. And so it's very clear that Muslim traders were playing a very active role in connecting India and China in the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th centuries. Many of them introduced new commodities, and we see the transshipment of commodities coming from West Asia into South Asia and then transferred into Southeast Asia and China. This kind of a relay trade is again showing, or perhaps this conceptual idea that India-China is not just India-China. There is a presence of West Asia with regard to people and objects, including animals, horses. We see the movement of horses as trade commodities from the 13th, 14th centuries, clearly different records about them coming from West Asia into southern India, where the Hindu temples are involved in the safekeeping of some of these horses before the horses are passed on. But these are the kinds of records that indicate the close connections that existed between these three regions, a movement of people, movement of commodities, and this kind of a trade, this interconnected trade of the Indian Ocean, multiple objects, multiple commodities moved in different directions, and I think that's the other aspect of these intra-Asian connections. Things were not moving in one direction, they were moving in multiple directions. And we have Arabian horses, frankincense, moving to South Asia, then South Asian gems, spices, textiles, and Chinese porcelain, silver and silk. There's a lot of things going back and forth across the Indian Ocean. Regions did not matter. And I think the concept of regions is something quite modern. And if you are going to look at the Indian Ocean connections, we have to look at the Indian Ocean as a space where things were flowing in different directions back and forth. I'll talk a little bit about Ibn Battuta's travel to China. It's good that he was mentioned earlier today, so I don't have to give a background. But one of the places that he most likely went, there, as was pointed out, it's not clear if he actually went to Beijing, but he did go to Quanzhou, it seems. And then the fascinating part was not just his journey, but whom did he meet during his travels to these places. So I think, as was pointed out, the food aspect of his movement is fascinating, but also important are the people he met during the course of his travels from Calicut to China. And here you see the different kinds of movements that were taking place between Delhi and this port city in China. So you have a jurist that he realizes meets him and says he has come from Delhi. And he's meeting this person in Quanzhou. And obviously, it's not Ibn Battuta who is traveling. There are other people who are also traveling from Delhi to Quanzhou. So his travel is not unique. Other people have done that. Not only him, there's another sheikh he mentions that he meets in Quanzhou. And he recognizes and realizes that they may have met before. So certainly you have other people who are traveling this route, and Ibn Battuta mentioning Chinese ships is quite relevant. This is, as was pointed out, the earliest reference to Chinese junks. This is also the earliest reference of the presence of Chinese ships in Calicut. And so that's why Ibn Battuta's record is quite important. Now, the land and sea route was brought up, and I would argue the land and sea were always connected, so we can't really separate the two. And we can see it from very early trade in silk. Silk was transported both by the land route and the sea route. Here we find two very important ideas. Technology is being transferred, perhaps from China to Persia and from Persia to India. So this direction part is not directly between China and India. It can go through a third region, and again, West Asia matters. Here, we have the transfer of paper-making technology that seems to have gone to Persia and then come into South Asia. Same with the gunpowder. It seems to have gone from China to West Asia, and some may have come with the Mongols into northern India. So the direction of movement of commodities is not necessarily from a place A to place B, because place C also shows up, and the place C might not be between place A and B. So that's I think, the reason why I was pointing that West Asia is situated, if you look at the mobility of goods and peoples and ideas, it's actually between China and India, either between China and India or India and China. I'll point out this, I don't know how many of you have heard about this. It's not absolutely famous as Ibn Battuta, but this is from the Yuan dynasty, the Mongol dynasty in China, where we have a number of sources that indicate the defection of a person from South India to Mongol Yuan China. And it's mentioned in funerary inscriptions and also in two Korean sources, again, going beyond India and China, where we find sources written in a different East Asian language, whereas it's the Korean two sources, two very important sources. This person whose Chinese name perhaps could be reconstructed as Said, it is mentioned in the funerary inscription and other Chinese sources and Korean sources as well, that his family came from West Asia and migrated to South India, where his father received imperial favor in the court of the Malabar polity, which is located in the Coromandel coast, and he became an official at this Malabar court and started sending his own personal mission to the Mongol Yuan court. And this is again cautioning that the relationship between various polities is political, but there are other factors into that. Individuals also send representatives, it seems. The interesting part of this is in 1291, when the Mongol embassy visits South India, Said wanted to defect to Yuan China because he was not getting along with the other rulers in that area. And Kublai Khan, who was quite interested in accumulating information about Indian Ocean, readily accepted him, and he arrived in 1291, and he was given a wife who happened to be a Korean, who was married to somebody that Kublai Khan had persecuted, and she needed a husband, and this guy was given this Korean woman. And Said himself, after knowing the origins of this woman, sent his own diplomatic mission to the parents of this Korean woman to Korea with gifts, saying that could we have trading relations. So this is a person from West Asian origin living in India, moves to Chuncheon or Guangzhou, and then has relationships with people in Korea. He dies in 1299, and his body was sent to Chuncheon for burial. So you can see, if we plot this on the map, and this is Janet Abu Lugod's 3 circuits, it goes beyond that. These 4 places that are highlighted in red, you can see how they are connected to the movement of one single person, and he is not even Battuta or Marco Polo. So the reason I'm saying that there are more people that we do not know about who are moving similarly at this period. I'll end with this fascinating image. I somehow come back to Buddhism, even though I want to get out of Buddhism. This fascinating biography of the Buddha that appears in Rashid al-Din's 14th century work, which gets illustrated. This is, those of you who do Buddhism, Chinese Buddhism or Indian Buddhism, perhaps would not be able to realize what's happening here. And where the Buddha is, of course, on the left side of your screen here, and it's Mara, the devil who is trying to stop him from getting enlightenment. And this is a fascinating story that also appears in different kinds of representation. That is, Nancy, do you know what's happening here? Since Nancy was my teacher. No, it's the birth of the Buddha. So it's Mahamaya holding the tree, and the Buddha will jump out from her armpit. So this is a fascinating story, and that's the nirvana of the Buddha that happens. So this story seems to have been related to Rashid al-Din through somebody who was from Kashmir, maybe reading Tibetan or Chinese biographies of the Buddha and going to Persia and telling the story, which gets represented in this is Arabic part of this manuscript. But certainly this is a fascinating ways in which things moved. And you can't imagine how the story of the Buddha ends up in the 14th, 15th century Persia. I'm now looking at another set of very interesting illustrations. I'm looking at the mobility of giraffes that happened from Africa to different parts of the world, Florence on one side, Central Asia, and to China. But with the movement of giraffes, there were all these illustrations that were done. They look almost similar across the world. And so I'm trying to place how these narratives of giraffes being carried to different rulers appeared in the 15th century. 15th century was a period of the circulation of giraffes, and we usually forget that animals also moved around, carried from one place to another, and this is connected to my book on Chenghe, because that giraffe was brought not from Africa, but from Bengal, which does not produce giraffes. But it somehow ended up in Bengal, and from Bengal it was regifted to China. So this circulation, again, quite important, that I think we should be looking at without consideration of geography or even separating land from the sea. So let me conclude with 4 points here. I think the increased role of Muslim sailors, traders, diplomats, religious preachers in the interactions between India and China from the 9th, 10th century to 14th, 15th centuries, absolutely very important to understand the nature of Asian connections during this period. This is, of course, the period before the European colonizers come in, and many of the things that happened during this period has an implications to what happens during the colonial period in the 15th century and 16th centuries. The significant impact on knowledge production and transmission, not only paper and gunpowder, but there are a number of different ideas and technologies, including shipbuilding technology that moves during this time between different places in the Indian Ocean. There are establishment of new connections, intensification of circulation of objects, animals, and I would say art forms that are taking place during this part. And certainly agreeing with Janet Abou-Lughod, this is certainly a period of integration of the Afro-Eurasian world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Erin Shea, actually one of the most recent students at Penn, is an assistant professor of art history at Grinnell College. And her first book, Mongol Court Dress, Identity, Formation, and Global Exchange, will be published by Routledge early next year. She is also the author of 6 articles that range in subject from Chinese and 13th, 14th century textiles to Buddhist painting, and one on modern Chinese art. So Erin Shea on textiles.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Nancy for inviting me to be on the panel, and thank you, of course, to the co-chairs and to Marissa Brown for all of the hard work and organization you did to bring us all here. I'll be reading my paper to try to stay within the 20 minutes allotted, so we don't get further behind. All right. A series of textile fragments excavated in Egypt and thought to have been woven in Mongol-ruled East or Central Asia mark the beginning of a trend of East Asian motifs on textiles and other media that flourished under the third reign of the Mamluk Sultan Nasr al-Din Muhammad ibn Khaldun. Today I will be discussing 2 groups of these fragments, one with the reign titles of Nasr al-Din Muhammad, a sort of tiraz, as you see here, and the other bearing the Chinese character shou, or longevity, in styled lingzhi fungus type clouds. Yes, so that the shou is on the left. These two groups of textiles were almost certainly products of weavers working in the Mongol Empire, and today I will argue for their origins in Yuan China and Ilkhanid Iran. In so doing, I will touch on the transfer of technologies and patterns within Asia during the Mongol period. That textiles from different parts of the Mongol Empire were used in Mamluk Egypt illustrates the multi-layered connections between the Mongols and West Asia. In other words, not all East Asian products were filtered overland through the Ilkhans in the Mongol period. East Asian materials also made their way into Egypt through maritime routes, which involved other groups. Today I will present some hypotheses about where the fragments were produced and the routes they took to arrive in tombs in Mamluk Egypt. To begin with the corpus of material, so far I have found related fragments in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, the Royal Ontario Museum, and I've drawn the pattern so you can see it here, in Toronto, the Metropolitan Museum in New York, the State Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, and in the Museum for Islamic Kunst in Berlin, and the Kunstgewerbe Museum also in Berlin, as well as the Museum of Islamic Art in
Cairo. And I've actually just been notified after I turned in my PowerPoint that there are also some related materials here in Qatar, in the Qatar Museum. So I'm intrigued to learn more about that material. Due to our limited time today, I've chosen to focus on damasks with the two specific patterns of the show and the tiraz. But I want to note that both damasks with other patterns exist in some of these museum collections, and in a longer version of this paper, I would consider the show and the tiraz in the broader context of 14th century damasks. I introduced some of these show and tiraz fragments in an article I wrote on the subject of inscribed textiles. In that article, I argued that they were fragments of an open coat called an akbiya maftua, which was introduced as a luxury dress item during the reign of Sultan Nasir al-Din Muhammad, the sultan whose name and titles are inscribed on the tiraz fragments. Essentially, I matched the patterns of the show and the tiraz to contemporaneous descriptions of the akbiya maftua, which were said to have been patterned with geometric motifs and sometimes tiraz. In addition, it is well established that during the 1320s, Nasir al-Din Muhammad commissioned art objects with East Asian motifs, providing further evidence for their use during his reign. I think my hypothesis about their use is still valid. However, in that article, with my focus on script and the meanings of different scripts, I did not consider where they were woven or how they arrived in Egypt. In part, this is because definite information about where they were found and how they were used is scant. Their archaeological record, for instance, is barely extant. What we do know of the textiles is that they were excavated in the late 19th century in Egypt by European archaeologists. In most cases, there's simply a note in the museum catalog that they came from a tomb in some location in Egypt, such as Fustat, near present-day Cairo, or El Azam, or Durunka, which those two places probably refer to excavations carried out by European archaeologists in the Deir al-Azam, the Monastery of the Bones, sorry, that's Fustat, located on the Gebel Asyut, a mountain plateau in Upper Egypt. So that's the lower arrow that you see. We also know that the fragments came from Christian tombs, as Christian burial practice allowed for some grave goods to be interred with the deceased, in contrast to Muslim custom, which calls for the deceased to be buried in a simple white shroud without burial goods. The fragments are diverse in terms of pattern and occasionally the way in which the textile was woven, but some of the fragments today located in different museum collections may have originally come from the same garment. As with other art objects, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it was common practice for Western art dealers to cut up large pieces of textiles and sell off the smaller fragments piece by piece. One of the reasons these fragments are considered products of the Yuan dynasty is because of their weave structure. They're woven in 5-end or 4-1, it's also called 4-1 satin damask, a weave that was produced in southern China during the Yuan dynasty, which I'll explain to you briefly. As defined by Dorothy Burnham in her classic textile vocabulary, quote, a damask is a self-patterned weave with one warp and one weft in which the pattern is formed by a contrast of binding systems. The cloth is reversible and the contrast is produced by the use of the warp and weft faces of the same weave, usually satin. You can see this pattern illustrated in this slide. So just to explain what you're looking at, these, the warp and the weft are threads, right? And so the warp is, the reason it's called 4-1 or 5-end satin is that that the warp thread skips over 4 of the weft threads, which creates the shiny quality that you see in satin. And the example, and so that's just satin, and then the example you see on the right is of 5-end satin damask. So the warp and the weft are actually creating the pattern. You don't have a supplemental brocading or patterning weft, right? Oops. Let's see. It is clear from sumptuary regulations enacted in 1314 during Yuan Renzong's reign that monochrome silk damask was a well-established weave by the 14th century, as it is one of the weaves allowed to commoners. As you can see on this slide, the common people are only permitted to wear monochrome patterned satin, tabby silk, twill patterned silks, plain patterned gauzes, wool, and felt. In addition, it was during the 14th century that the Mongols introduced satin damask to West Asia. Many of these fragments that I'm showing you today are types of monochrome satin damask, which were first called anhua zhusi and then later anhua duan in Chinese. And they were first woven in the Yuan dynasty, although different types of damasks made of twill existed in China centuries prior to the Yuan. I've not found the specific pattern of the shou character in clouds on extant textiles from the Yuan or even the Ming, but 5N satin damask has been excavated from Yuan tombs, from dated Yuan tombs, crucially. The earliest known example of satin damask is from the tomb of Qianyu in Wuxi, Jiangsu province from 1320, although it certainly existed prior to 1320, as evidenced from the 1314 sumptuary regulations, the challenges of working with old material. The 1365 tomb of Madame Cao in Suzhou, also in Jiangsu province, also in southern China, provides another example of high-quality satin damask. Although the patterns are quite different, certain design elements seem to echo one another in these textiles and those from the Mamluk tombs. The scrolling peonies and leaves from the 1320 tomb connect to the scrolling palmettes of the Tiraz textile, while the Lingzhi fungus-shaped clouds and flaming jewels from the 1365 tomb resemble the same elements in the shou textile group. So there are flaming pearls here, and the scrolling clouds, and these are also scrolling clouds, and there are also flaming pearls and other sort of, here's a flaming pearl, jewels, precious objects. The weave structure and the scrolling asymmetrical pattern of the Tiraz fragments seems to be good evidence for a Yuan origin, but I think these are rather examples of 5N satin damask that were woven in imitation of East Asian silks in the Ilkhanate, primarily because of their inscriptions. Scholars such as Louise Mackey have argued that twill and satin damask were produced in West Asia in the 14th century, shortly after being introduced by Mongol-employed weavers. The alternative explanation would mean that patterns for reign titles in Arabic of a Mamluk sultan were transmitted very, very quickly to East Asia when there was no direct links between the Mamluks and the Yuan. I think it is more feasible that these were woven in the Ilkhanate after the 1322 détente between the Ilkhan Abu Sa'id and the Sultan Nasser al-Din Muhammad, as other Tiraz destined for the Mamluk court and probably produced in the Ilkhanate have comparable inscriptions. Two separate patterns exist within the group of shou fragments. In the first, the clouds that border the shou form regular palmettes connected by lattice-like clouds and interspersed with flaming pearls, which is an auspicious Buddhist symbol. You see that on the right. In the second, the shou is also surrounded by clouds in a palmette shape, but the palmettes float free with a tail or ribbon-like element, creating a looser-looking grid. The combination of the character shou, or longevity, and the clouds shaped like the Lingzhi fungus, which is also associated with longevity, is found on blue and white porcelain of the Ming dynasty. Oh, this is the first type. This is the second type. Screwed that up. Is found on the blue and white porcelain of the Ming dynasty, such as this bowl from the Jiajing reign. In addition, scrolling Lingzhi fungus-like clouds are found in a representation of a textile from an illustrated edition of the Kalila wal Dimna made in Tabriz in the 1360s or 1370s. So this textile. This image probably represents an imported Yuan silk. However, I have not found the particular combination we find in this series of fragments of the shou in a sort of seal script centered within a scrolling Lingzhi-like clouds shaped into palmettes on other media from the Yuan or Ming dynasty. In other words, they're found separately, but not really together. The repeated palmette was certainly characteristic of Yuan designs, but such palmettes were generally of animal or floral motifs woven in gold on a plain weave silk background, or lampas textiles woven with a supplementary gold weft, which is quite different in weave and pattern from our current group. Although 5N satin silk damask was a valued stuff of the yuan, it was not as prestigious as gold-woven textiles such as lampas or jinduanzi, the type of textile you see in this slide, the red textile, which were prized by the Mongol ruling elite. It may be that this group of textiles were created specifically for export, or perhaps even commissioned by merchants traveling to West Asia. They were, at any rate, very likely woven in southern China, where satin damasks were a specialty and exported through the port of Quanzhou, which we have just heard about. So a familiar looking map. So talking about Quanzhou, and then of course they're ending up over here, right? Quanzhou was the most important port city of the Yuan dynasty, and the merchants who operated out of the port were mostly Persians and Arabs, although Chinese traders were unquestionably involved in international trade as well. There may have been a Muslim trading community in Quanzhou as early as the 9th century, and Quanzhou, which is called Zaitun in some Arabic sources, as most of you know, was known by Muslim geographers by the late 9th century. Porcelain was one of the most important commodities for export from China from at least the Tang dynasty, which we'll hear about in the next panel. And as we all know, remains of porcelain from China have been found in shipwrecks and in archaeological excavations throughout Southeast Asia, West Asia, and the coast of Africa, including Egypt. Silk textiles and silk thread were at least of equivalent importance, if not more important, and were probably exported into the Red Sea region by the Song dynasty, although their material remains are harder to come by. Documents in the Geniza from the 11th century make reference to what may be Chinese silks, something that they call zaytuni, which I know means olive, or olive-like in Arabic, but also may refer to Quanzhou or Zaitun. But there are no material remains for such silks. The fragments we are looking at today are among the oldest surviving Chinese textiles found in Egypt. Although we cannot know for certain which of these sea routes the show fragments took to arrive in Egypt, I think two routes are feasible. The first is through the port of Hormuz into Ilkhanid territory. Here. Where they then would have traveled overland to reach Egypt. The second, more direct route is through Aden, which was controlled by the Rasulids. Any traffic moving from the Indian Ocean or Arabian Sea into the Red Sea, which was controlled by the Mamluks, would have passed through Aden. And indeed, the role of Yemen as intermediary in trade between the Mamluks and East Asia is well documented, especially for spices. If the show textiles were transmitted through the Rasulids, this would provide another avenue of transmission of yuan materials to the Mamluks. If they moved through the Ilkhanate, they may have been part of larger gifts of textiles from the Ilkhan to the Mamluk Sultan. This brings us back to the Taraz fragments, which I think were made in the Ilkhanate using textiles such as the show group as inspiration, as evidenced both by the color schemes and the technique of 5N satin that is used in both groups. Famously, the historian Abu al-Fida recorded that in 1324, an embassy sent by the Ilkhan Abu Sa'id to Nasr al-Din Muhammad included, quote, 11 decorated Bactrian camels carrying chests full of cloth, the produce of that country, numbering 700 pieces inscribed with the Sultan's titles. The textiles usually associated with this gift are gold-woven lampases. Such as these examples preserved in Lübeck and Berlin. Gold-woven lampas cloth was the textile of power and of the ruling elite during the Mongol period, but perhaps the gift from Abu Sa'id also included satin damasks. Satin damask certainly would have been a more novel weave type, as the weave technology had only been recently introduced into West Asia, as opposed to gold-woven lampas, which was transmitted from West or Central Asia to China. The hierarchy of types of cloth in Yuan China does not necessarily help us when it comes to gifting in West Asia, which is to say, just because gold-woven textiles were much more valuable than satin damask in East Asia during the Yuan dynasty does not mean that this hierarchy held when it came to West Asia. If the Taraz fragments were part of a large-scale gift, such as the one described by Abu al-Fida, then perhaps they were woven in princely workshops situated in an Ilkhanid capital, such as Tabriz. Since the scale of the gift, so Tabriz, here, since the scale of the gift would have necessitated large-scale production. By contrast, I do not believe that the show fragments were woven in imperial yuan workshops, as those workshops were situated in the north of China, closer to the capital of Dadu, or present-day Beijing, right? So the workshops were all, there's Xunman in Hongzhou, and there was a third one too, up here. Rather, these were probably woven in smaller family-owned workshops closer to Quanzhou, or at least in South China, and then brought together and assembled for export by merchants. Upon arriving in West Asia, either in Persia or Yemen, they may have become part of a diplomatic gift to the Mamluks, perhaps together with something like Tiraz fragments, perhaps as a separate gift. The Mamluk sultans famously never accepted khila, or robes of honor, which often included Tiraz from other rulers, as this would have implied a relation of inferiority. However, a gift with Nasr al-Din Muhammad's titles on them would not have counted as khila from the Ilkhans. On the contrary, the Sultan could have used this gift as his own khila, distributing the textile or robes that were woven from these textiles to his courtiers. And in conclusion, that is likely how robes woven in China and the Ilkhanate ended up in Mamluk graves in the 14th century. Thank you very much.
Well, I did not teach our last speaker. George Lane is a colleague through correspondence, but we did meet at a conference around 2011, and we do share interests in mosques along China's coastal cities. George Lane is a senior teaching fellow of the Mideast and Central Asia at SOAS, University of London. He is author, editor, or translator of 5 books and many articles. The most widely known book probably is Daily Life in the Mongol Empire. His most recent books are on the Phoenix Mosque in Hangzhou. I think he has a flyer about that with him. And also he has a new book on the Mongols in Iran. He will be talking about inscriptions at the Hangzhou Mosque.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Nancy, for inviting me onto the panel. And thank you, Marissa, for the tremendous work you've been doing. I've decided I'm going to abandon my script this afternoon, and I'm going to work from the slides and from a very few notes. My memory isn't what it used to be. I tend to be a little bit absent-minded, so please, I need your patience. First is this? Yeah, okay. I became interested in the Phoenix Mosque about 2005, and the first time I went to Hangzhou to see the mosque, I had difficulty actually finding it. I had these images of the mosque I've seen in books and what have you. So I was going along Imperial Street looking for a building like this. Imperial Street was a little bit bedraggled, it was not very imperial, and I couldn't find any trace of the mosque either. I also had seen paintings and what have you, and again, no sign of it. Eventually, I found the mosque, and this is why it was difficult to find. It was hidden behind these metal doors. However, on subsequent visits, these metal doors were changed, and today the front of the mosque looks like this. This is a replica. This is a replica of the originals, based on sorry. Based on these. So today, that's what the mosque looks like. Imperial Street has also changed. This is what the inside of the mosque looks like. Again, this is before, and you can see behind these doors were the tombstone, which I'm going to be talking about today. This is what the mosque looks like today. And this is the this is the original part of the mosque. This dates to 1281, 82. And this has been standing all the time. This is the original. Very quickly, some more images. This is inside the compound. These men here, they were originally there to protect entry into the tombstones. The tombstones were not open to the public. Again, all this changed when the mosque was, when the front of the mosque was rebuilt, and it is now open and available. And these are the tombstones. All this happened because of the new imam who came from Beijing. Now a little bit of context, historical context. In 1250, or about 1250, Möngke Khan had a coup and he seized control of the Mongol Empire. He immediately wanted to consolidate power, and to this end, he sent one brother, Kublai, to China to continue the conquest of China and to capture the Song Empire. The Mongols at this stage, the Chinggises at this stage, controlled the north, but not the Song Empire. The Song Empire finally fell in 1276. He sent his other brother, Hulagu, to Iran to consolidate control of Iran. Iran was under martial law in around about the 1220s. Chinggis Khan had invaded Iran and had devastated the north. For 30 years, Iran had been under military rule. Nobody likes military rule. Iran was chaotic. There was chaos. They had all the disadvantages of being part of the empire, but none of the advantages. When they heard that there was a new Khan in Karakoram, they saw the potential benefit. The reason why is that Möngke and his brothers, Kublai and Hulagu, all three of them had been to Iran before. They had been to Iran, and they'd been in particular up to this northern part of Iran, to Gazvin. In Gazvin, they'd had a Gazvini tutor who had taught them. So the people of Iran knew Möngke. They sent a delegation, and basically they asked Möngke to send a king. They wanted to end 30 years of anarchy, and they wanted a king appointed. This king was Hulagu. So Hulagu traveled to Iran, not on a war footing, but by invitation. When he reached Iran, he only had two military confrontations. One against the Ismailis, that was, again, in the north, Alamut. He had a confrontation with the Ismailis, destroyed the Ismaili castle. Again, for that end, he recruited local armies. So it was Iranian soldiery who helped on the destruction of the Ismailis. He then went to Baghdad. He had a military confrontation in Baghdad because the caliph refused to submit. But once again, the destruction of Baghdad was carried out with local Iranian troops again. It wasn't all foreigners. These were local people. So Iran became part of the empire proper. It became that with the consent of Iranians, and basically they were pleased. Why were they pleased? Because now they had a proper king. Now they were part of the empire and could benefit from that. And this brings us on to the next stage. Meanwhile, Kublai was still involved in the conquest of Song China. When Kublai became Great Khan in 1260, this was the beginning of the civil war. Basically, the empire, the Mongol Empire split. Hulagu and his brother Kublai were allied against the rest of the empire. Kublai, again, had two wars. He had the war against the Song, and he also had the war against, well, the Central Asia, the Chagidites, the Oghidais, and the others. For this reason, he sent to Iran for help, and his brother Hulagu sent him that. What we have in this period is a lot of Iranians traveling east. They were adventurers, opportunists, traders, merchants. They were offered wealth and adventure in China. many took them up. One of those people who went was a general, Bayad Noyan. He was a general, a Mongol general. His father had been fighting for Genghis Khan. The son, in his formative years, had joined Hulagu and had traveled from Central Asia, where he was born, to Iran. So Bayad Noyan had seen the beginning of the Ilkhan regime form. He'd seen the country build itself up. He had a good reputation for his command activity, and he was sent to Kublai, and he quickly became chief of staff of Kublai's forces. It was Bayad Noyan who led the forces against Hangzhou. Hangzhou was the capital of the Song dynasty. Hangzhou fell without a fight. It surrendered. The empress went off to Hambalik, Beijing, to surrender to Kublai, and Bayad Noyan was put in charge of establishing an administration. Now, Bayad Noyan was born and grew up in Greater Iran. Therefore, when he was charged with setting up an administration in Hangzhou, he had only his old friends and what have you. In other words, there's a very good chance that he would have asked colleagues from his days in Iran to help him. What we do know is that in Hangzhou, we have the growth of a Persian community. And this is where the mosque I showed you pictures of, dates from this period. It was built about 1281-82. It was built by someone called Aladdin. That's all we know, just Aladdin. Aladdin had donated funds to Kublai's causes. As a reward, he was given land in Hangzhou. He was also given a position of power in the administration, but he was given land, and the land he was given was some wasteland. And it's that land he decided to build a mosque. And I want to show you something about that land in particular. Oh, one other question. Bayad Noyan, his connections with Iran are quite strong. I say, not only did he grow up there, his formative years were spent there, he had a wife, his first wife, and a child who were also from Iran. So the connections, Bayad's connections with Iran are quite strong. Now, could I show you the map of where he had the land, first of all? Hold on. A map of... this is a map of Hangzhou. It's based, by the way, it's based on... It's based on these maps. These maps were created in the Song about 1274, so just before the takeover. So these maps they gave fruit to. Sorry. This is a map of Hangzhou. It's quite interesting because you can recognize modern Hangzhou from this. I say modern Hangzhou. The modern city of Hangzhou is down here. This is the north, by the way. Down is the north, and up here is the south. Modern Hangzhou is down here. The old city remains. These are canals, and those canals remain today. There's not much left of the walls. The only part of the walls surviving is up here. One small piece remains. I think I have a photograph of it. Just give me a moment. This is the only part of the walls of Hangzhou which remains. So, the land which Aladdin was given was here. This is Imperial Street, right? Imperial Street, as the name suggests, is the main thoroughfare for Hangzhou. Today is a bit bedraggled. Since the renovations of the mosque have gone on, they've also renovated Imperial Street, and it does look a little bit more imperial than before. And I'll show you a very quick picture of that as well. Again, this is a before and after. This is before, and this is today after. It's a pedestrian thoroughfare. So this is Imperial Street, and this is the land which Aladdin was given, and this is where he chose to build his mosque. Now, a few other points. This is very close to the Drum Tower, and the Drum Tower gave entrance to the palace. Now, the palace of the Emperor's palace was destroyed. Kublai destroyed the palace, but the position is there. The palace was up on these hills overlooking the city. Its land stretched down to the beautiful West Lake. So these were the lands of the palace. This was the palace itself, and you can see from here, this is the center of town. So the wasteland that he was given for his mosque was bang in the middle of town. We don't think there was a Muslim community there before the Persians arrived. There may have been a small one, but there was no substantial Muslim presence. Most of the Muslims that came, they came with after Kublai, and most came from Iran. Now, I want to show you some other mosques because the position of this is extremely significant, and it raises some very interesting questions. If I go back to this is the map. This is the map again. This is Imperial Street. This is the Drum Tower. This is the entrance to the palace. Again, this map dates from just before Kublai's takeover. So here's Imperial Street, and here, this is the wasteland, right? This is the wasteland where the mosque was built. Now, on either side of the mosque were some interesting buildings. Not buildings you would expect to find beside a mosque. This is enlarged. So what you've got here is the Wulin Yuan. This is the waste ground. On one side, you've got the middle Wa. The easiest translation is like an entertainment center. It's got eateries, jugglers, musicians, singers, jesters, bars, all kinds of things. On the other side, you've got a wine bar with a brothel upstairs. Very popular, bang in the middle of town. And both these places, the entertainment center and the wine bar at cum brothel, used to use the public waste ground for what you may, if you've been in a wine bar, what you may use waste ground for. But again, what's interesting is that this is where the mosque was built. However, we've got another map. Well, we've got this map. Yeah, this map dates from the Ming. Oh, I've got a better one. This one is from the Ming. This dates from the Ming. Now, the mosque the mosque is noted. It's there, but no more brothel, no more Wa, no more entertainment centers. They've obviously disappeared. In other words, when the mosque came, those two very popular entertainment centers disappeared. And again, you saw the picture of the mosque. The mosque was highly discreet. A church was built about the same time, by the way, and it was down some little back street, very unsure. This mosque had a high profile. You couldn't miss it. Again, these were foreigners, come from Iran. They'd arrived in the town. They'd insisted that the locals' favorite brothel and entertainment center get knocked down, and they build a mosque. And yet there doesn't appear to have been any public outcry. The other point is this. If I go back to my map again. So there's the mosque, as I say, the wine bar and Wa have gone. Now, out here is where the tombstones were buried. In other words, this piece of land beside Westlake was used as the cemetery for the burial, for Muslim burial. This was former palace grounds. So the emperor used to, these were his gardens. Now it was handed over to the Muslim, the Persian community for their tombstones. By the way, the tombstones themselves, which I'll show you in a minute, the tombstones themselves were only discovered in 1920. They were dug up. About 100 were found in the mud of Westlake. They were building a road around Westlake, and they found them in the mud. So 100 were dug up. Today, only 21 remain. Nobody knows what happened to the other 80. They may have been chucked back in the river. They could be in someone's walls or destroyed in the Cultural Revolution. Nobody knows. They've disappeared again. There's no record of them. So the Persian community appear in Hangzhou after about 1280. Build a mosque, and they're given this. But the question is, why were they treated so well? These are foreigners. They're given prime land. I mean, you can't get better than the land beside Westlake. Prime land for the graveyard, and then the best land for a mosque in the middle of town. So the question is, why were they treated so well? 5 minutes, okay. Before I give you my very quick theory, let me just show you a few tantalizing other pictures. This is a description of the wine bar and what have you before. So we've got records of all of this. And then we got the next one. Yeah, and these are extracts. So we have texts about these places. Westlake, by the way. Today, Westlake is it appears very similar to what it was there. This, by the way, this is where the tombstones were found. This today is a park. But this is where the Muslims were given their cemetery. One other very special picture. And then, yes. This is the only standing tombstone. It belongs to the grandson of Aladdin, who built the mosque. It's believed to belong to the grandson. It belongs to Din Hinian. He's a poet, one of Hangzhou's most beloved poets. He was a Muslim, but obviously from his name he became Chinese. But he was buried here. He lived out of Hangzhou, and his one remaining wish was to be buried in Westlake. So to finish off. Why were the Persians given such a welcome? Why did no one complain when their favorite entertainment centers were knocked down? And why did they get all this prime estate? One possibility, well, yes, they had, no doubt they had connections with Kublai, or with Bayan Noyan. But another possibility is the Khitan connection. The Khitans were a Chinese, Turco-Mongol group, and they had settled in Iran, they'd settled in China, and they were instrumental in the setup of the Chinggisid Empire, the one group who united East and West. Well, there were a lot of Khitans who had settled in Iran. They were second, third, fourth generation. There's a strong possibility that it may have been Khitans, some adventurous Khitans who had traveled to China, in which case the chances are that they would have had long-lost relatives in Hangzhou, other Khitans. Khitans were important members of the administration, as they were in Iran. I've got no evidence for this, but it's a mystery of why the Persians were given such a welcome when they when they arrived in Hangzhou. Okay, thank you very much.
We just saw was the opening of 3 fields of research that really were not very available, haven't been very available, I would like to say until today. And I think that I'm going to start by asking the speakers if you have any questions for each other. And if not, I'm going to open this to questions from the outside, and if anyone has questions still about port cities or maps that could be relevant to what we just saw, maybe we'll also take those. But are there any questions among the speakers? Well, actually, maybe I will ask one question. I think that the talk on the Muslims in Hangzhou was a very different take on the Muslims than my own. I've never thought of this as a community that was welcomed from abroad. Were there, George, more things that you wanted to say about that you didn't have time to say?
I agree. That's what I thought. It was only when I started looking in detail at what had been there before the mosque, and then looking at where they were. It was that I mean, if they had been unpopular, they wouldn't have stayed there for very long. So they must have been welcomed. It said that they had Chinggizid connections with the military, but I don't think so. You know, people can be made to feel unwelcome very easily, and it doesn't appear they were. They were given all that prime estate and the position for the mosque. I mean, that's the conclusion I came to because of the evidence.
That was actually very surprising to me. Are there questions about the 3? Yes, there's one. I guess, can somebody pass a microphone? Yes.
Thank you very much for your fascinating presentations. My question is for Tansen Sen. I'm not sure I understood well, but the Sayyid you mentioned, died in Beijing, and he was buried in Guangzhou. So why wasn't he buried? Why was he transported over such a long distance? Thank you.
Well, I think he was settled in Quanzhou, and he had gone to Beijing when he died. So his body was sent back for burial in his hometown, basically, in China.
I think we have a question about specifically about one of the papers from Anne. Yes.
My question is for Aaron, and it's very specific, actually. You alluded to the idea that different textiles and technology, although the implications may actually track across the papers, but you alluded to the idea that different hierarchies of the textiles, for instance, may have been very different in the place of production and the place of eventual reception and even copying, right? Could you talk a little bit more about that? And I open it as a sort of general question to the speakers, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much for your question. What I'm specifically alluding to is the fact that Nasij, or this sort of Mongol cloth of gold, is the top textile sort of across the Mongol Empire, and it's documented as such. But I was wondering why the Mamluks would have had tiraz on something different, and then I just thought, well, the Mamluks and the Mongols didn't necessarily have the same hierarchies or the same interests in terms of materials. And something that I think people have tried to say is that a lot of the textiles I was talking about were blue, and which was one of the royal colors of the Mamluks. So, I mean, I think it's just important to not just take textiles at their, or just objects in general, at their sort of face value, like gold is the most important, right? And think about it a little bit more flexibly. Obviously, gold textiles were important for their intrinsic value and also just as valued objects in the Mongol Empire. But I think thinking about why a southern weave, so southern Chinese cultural sort of production was not considered of the highest rank in the Mongol period. Why this would have been inscribed with the reign names of a Mamluk sultan, I think should sort of give us pause and make us consider that objects, I mean, I think this was brought up before, as soon as an object leaves the place that it was made, its meaning can change, right? It can change en route and it can change once it's arrived, right? It can have multiple sort of lives.
But maybe, do you think that it then becomes an object of exotica, and so that gives it value in addition to whatever intrinsic value it might have?
Potentially, but I think that sort of casting these textiles with Chinese, especially the ones with the Chinese characters on them, as objects just of sort of exotic appeal is also not giving enough credit to the materials themselves. I think like the technology used to make this type of satin damask was actually very impressive, and it was new, it's sort of cutting edge, right, and new. And so I think that there's sort of multiple valences that we can kind of take to these objects.
Are there other questions? Anybody else? Do we get credit for having a panel that began and ended on time?
All right, everyone. So in the interest of time, and because we have a couple of other events lined up for later this afternoon and into the evening, what we've decided to do is give you about 5 minutes to stretch. There is a coffee service out there, so if you'd like to get some coffee and tea and bring it back into the atrium, that would be wonderful. And then about 5 to 10 minutes, we will start up again with the final panel of the evening. Thank you.
I think we should be starting again with our next panel so that we don't run too late and we have a bit of time for questions and answers later on. So if I may ask you to take your seats, please. For the next panel, I'm very happy to introduce my colleague Rosalind Wade-Haddon from London. Well, actually from the Cotswolds, but I associate you with London, who is a graduate of the University of Birmingham in archaeology and was associated with SOAS long time before she did a master's degree at the American University in Cairo. And then in 2012, finished a PhD in Islamic Art and Archaeology with Doris Berens Abu Saif at the School of Oriental and African Studies. She has worked very prolifically all over the Middle East. She's been to Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Egypt, Yemen, and in Yemen, she was employed as an advisor to the National Museum in Sana'a for 5 years. And she has been all over conferences, some presentations, and her main area of interest, being an archaeologist, is that of ceramics. And this is what today's panel is about. She is currently finishing a digitization project recording Ernst Hertzfeld's Samara finds in the V&A and the British Museum. And Rosalind also runs the lectures of the Islamic Art Circle, which is fabulous, which is a very important institution in London. She is co-editor of the book Art, Trade and Culture in the Islamic World and Beyond, From the Fatimids to the Mughals, published in 2017 with Alison Oater, Michael Rogers. And this was a festschrift for the former Khalili professor of Islamic art, Doris Berens Abu Saif. And articles on ceramics in Muqarnas, Mongol influences on Mamluk ceramics, in an edited volume by Doris Berens Abu Saif. She's also worked on Samarra as a palatial city with Venetia Porta. And she's also contributed to the book The Islamic World History in Objects, which was published by the British Museum. Today, she will lead a panel which she proposed called Pots That Talk, Early Abbasid Interconnectivity with the Indian Ocean and China Trade. Please welcome Rosalind Wade-Haddon.
Good afternoon, and a big thank you to Jochen and his colleagues, and especially to Marissa for all her wonderful organization. I reiterate what everyone else has been saying. I don't know, we wouldn't be here without her. I think it's probably the answer to that. Anyway, I'll be very short with my introduction because I've got 3 fascinating talks coming up, but I hope it will give you a nice broad spectrum of a topic that is ever sort of changing. Yesterday, when we went to the National Museum, I couldn't believe the news of Abbasid finds that are coming up with these enormous pots, which you'll see, I'm sure you'll see in the following papers, examples of rather smaller ones. But anyway, I think, sorry, I was just checking I got the right thing. Mesopotamia became this amazing source of pottery. And I think this so-called Abbasid revolution wasn't so revolutionary. And I think one needs, what I wanted to bring in through this panel was just to show you also that the long tradition of glazed wares goes right back to Babylon and before, when you got this amazing Ishtar Gate, which is now in the Pergamon Museum in Berlin. These are all alkalized glazed wares, and Moujam, with her sort of technical explanation, I'm sure will explore this further. And then going on into a bit later into Parthian times, you got these things like this massive slipper coffin, all glazed from Warka in the British Museum's collection. And I think the consensus is it couldn't possibly be made, say, in sort of somewhere like Basra or wherever. It had to have been made on site. This is over 1.50 meters, it's about 1.90 meters long. I mean, it's enormous and has to be made in place. And also the technology of this very similar kilns in Parthian times. At Ctesiphon, they've excavated some. So I just want to sort of show you that this tradition, the potters already had the technical knowledge. And going on into sort of Sasanian times, you've got these funny, I'm not quite sure what they were, these funny little baskets. And this ever-changing picture, I worked in at a site near Basra a couple of years ago. And in the new Basra Museum, they've had the Iraqi Department of Antiquities had a rescue excavation at Old Zubair, Old Basra. And there they found these little cups, sort of biscuit fired before they were actually glazed. Some were glazed, and you can just see in this slide here, you can just see the corner of what is it's certainly a whole complex. It's a pottery workshop. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not, and probably never will be published. But hopefully, Andrew Peterson and Alistair Northridge, it falls within their concession. And this, I mean, it's out in seemingly in the middle of nowhere at the moment, but the road is fast encroaching. And it's all intertwined with a spaghetti junction of roads weaving in and out. So I'm afraid that was why there was a rescue dig. Unfortunately, it still hadn't been moved. But I think there are plenty of more treasures to be found. But the other thing I would just reiterate about on arriving in Basra, all the burnt bricks of all the buildings are bright yellow. And I think you'll see here in the subsequent papers, there's a very distinctive body of these sort of southern Iraq potteries, which is bright yellow. And I would argue, and I'm sure you'll hear arguments against as well in the course of these papers, that there were probably many, many more centers than just Basra. And I think that's one of those things that's sort of crept into the literature, and I think it will take a long time to remove. Anyway, without further ado, let me introduce Jessica Hallett, who's currently curator in the Carlos Gulbenkian Foundation Museum in Lisbon, but she needs very little introduction. She's been working in this field for not as long as me, but I mean for some considerable period. And following the success of her current come down exhibition at the Gulbenkian, The Rise of Islamic Art, she's now busy cataloguing the collection with the views of digitizing it all. And she welcomes anyone in the future to come and help with any research on particular aspects of the collection. Anyway, let me introduce Jessica.
Thank you, Rosalind, for such a nice introduction. I also wanted to thank the organizers, the three coordinators, and also Marisa for this wonderful conference, and also the graphic designer. I have to say I've thoroughly enjoyed the graphic design of the woven waves throughout today. So here we are. In the early 9th century, in a span of less than 40 years, Iraqi potters transformed common glazed earthenware into a vehicle for complex painted decoration. First in cobalt blue in the first quarter of the century, and then later with overglazed luster pigments. Chinese ceramics, by way of the transoceanic route, appear to have provided a catalyst for innovation by spurring import substitution. Faced with a lack of the essential ingredients required to produce kaolin-based Chinese whitewares, the Abbasid potters focused instead on achieving the visual effect, the whiteness and shape of the original. From a survey of nearly 400 objects, the impact was dramatic, and the vast majority of these new Iraqi wares are open bowls of hemispherical form, which closely match in size and shape vessels made at the kilns at Gongxian in northern China. Emulating the coveted white surface of Chinese ceramics proved a greater challenge, and the potters found an ingenious local solution, applying a thin white glaze veneer over their yellowish firing clay bodies. The recipe, which combined tin and lead, was revolutionary and the antecedent of the medieval and modern European tin glaze. Local taste for color and decoration and a desire to make their imitations their own led the potters to embellish the surface. Almost all of the inscribed bowls, and this is very interesting, are identical to the Chinese original, and it seems plausible that the potters chose first to sign their names to proudly draw attention to their accomplishment, possibly to secure further orders or commissions. The development of metallic luster also involved borrowing, in this case pigments for the glass industry, and links between the bichrome painted glasses of late Umayyad or early Abbasid Syria suggest a possible transfer of technology to Iraq, which I've argued elsewhere resulted first in the bichrome ceramics that you can see here, which are not true lusters, and then ruby and polychrome luster. The industry achieved a great commercial success, and its activities went beyond the limited scope of court commissions to manufacturing wares for local and international consumption, as emphatically witnessed by the wide distribution of its wares, which have been found in excavations as far east as Thailand and as far west as Portugal. The emergence of these new innovative Abbasid wares represents a combined scientific and economic epic, the full dimensions of which still remain to be fully elucidated. The precise process behind this venture, whether it transpired during a brief flourish, as Arthur Lane suggested in 1937, or was a flowering that slowly came to maturity, and the extent to which its references were local or global, are topics we will be exploring within this panel. Similar to any manufactured object, a piece of pottery is the product of a very large number of acts, and therefore of choices and decisions. Its physical structure reflects an artisan's response to some challenge, to some need or demand, and retains within it an imprint of the voyage of its creation. Through a host of constantly improving microanalytical techniques, it's becoming increasingly possible to reveal both what an artisan wished to do and especially what he or she could do. Behind this blossoming of technological and artistic innovation was the founding of a complex and sophisticated industry. Innovation always involves risk, and potters were seldom people of substance with the economic conditions to invest in innovation. Medieval potters were usually humble people and could rarely embark on experimentation without substantial financial support or patronage, especially at the outset. Beginning in the 1930s, these wares were associated with imperial fiat, and the collaborative efforts of the most ingenious craftsmen assembled from across the Islamic Empire by the Abbasid court, which directed technological innovations and changes. This notion was principally based on al-Yaqubi's record that among the artists and craftsmen brought by the Caliph al-Mutassim to Samarra were potters from Basra and Kufa. Baghdad was also proposed owing to its political importance, reinforced by a historical source which stated that the luster tiles surrounding the mihrab of the Great Mosque in Kairouan were imported, while others were made and added to the first by a man from Baghdad. Just over 2 decades ago, petrographic analysis of wasters and firing supports from a kiln site at Old Basra further clarified the picture. Although a number of different clay fabrics or petrofabrics were identified within the broad class of Abbasid pottery, opaque white glazed wares decorated in luster and cobalt blue were determined to be geologically comparable to the Basran kiln material. Lower Iraq is an alluvial region, and the characteristic cream-colored or yellowish-colored body of the Basran kiln material is so finely levigated, only 7% of its volume consists of mineral and rock inclusions identifiable by petrographic or geological analysis. Consequently, I tested this hypothesis using a chemical technique, neutron activation analysis, which allows us to look at the entire composition of the clay body. The study of a very carefully selected group of 90 samples, which I'm returning to today because of recent misunderstandings in the literature, confirmed the opaque white glazed wares painted in luster and cobalt blue matched the Basran kiln finds, while an important sherd from Hira, located 300 kilometers north, was easily separated, indicating that the products of these two centers, and probably nearby Kufa, can be easily distinguished on chemical grounds. White glazed wares with coarser bodies were also distinguished, demonstrating that the production of opaque white glazed wares was more widespread and cannot be attributed to the activities of a single industry in Basra, or at least to exactly the same industry as the major center for painting in luster and cobalt blue. Now, this is my work. You'll hear more of other people's work later. Interestingly, the study also showed that the luster technique used in the Samarra and Kairouan tiles could be found on sherds, found at Footstadt, which matched the kiln material from Basra, associating these two tile commissions with potters who had links with Basra. Although they did not leave made in Basra on their wares, the potters did leave us important clues to their location in southern Iraq, and the potters' first paintings clearly reflect their home environment, especially its date palm groves, its fertile meadows, and extensive wet marshes, and perhaps even the famous flaming lighthouse at Abadan. Moreover, dishes such as the one in the middle with both cobalt and luster confirm that both techniques emanated from the same environment. How then can these remarkable innovations be explained if the industry was not located in an elite court setting? What combination of raw materials, human skills, technical knowledge, cultural influences, and imagination converged in Basra to induce such fertile and creative innovation? And why in Basra, a so-called peripheral or provincial port town on the Gulf? Now, these are clearly complex questions, and my aim today in the remainder of this talk is to give you a very brief bird's eye view of the approach I've taken to studying the how and the why of innovation to set the stage for the exciting research undertaken by Moujean Matin and Wen Wen. Firstly, I will consider the big picture, the environment of innovation, Basra's history and setting, before turning to the pottery industry as a case study for the process of innovation. I will then attempt to sketch a portrait of the agents of innovation, whom I believe to be insightful merchants. Now, historical sources reveal that medieval Basra was what is referred to today in modern economic terms as a cluster. Its local setting combined all the necessary conditions to encourage artistic and technological development. The town was not merely a provincial port and transshipment entrepot for Baghdad. It was also a center of intense commercial activity, of elite craft manufacturing, and of long-distance trade. As Muqaddasi wrote, "Have you not heard of the silken stuffs of Basra, of its fine cloths, of the beautiful articles produced in it, and also of its galbanum, It is a mine of pearls and precious stones, a port of the sea, an emporium of the land, and a place of manufacture. Located on the edge of the southern Iraqi desert and the banks of the Shatt al-Arab, Basra was uniquely positioned to serve as a great commercial entrepot, as most of the major land, sea, and river routes of Iraq converged at its gates. While the natural geology of the region meant that Basra had excellent clay. Indeed, the town actually paid taxes in terra sigillata. All of the other ingredients necessary for production of its wares required imported materials. The lead and tin necessary for the opaque white glaze recipe were probably imported from Arabia and Southeast Asia, while the copper and silver for the luster pigments would have come from Iran, and cobalt blue from Oman, or perhaps, according to recent studies, even from Turkey. These same overland and overseas routes that supplied the potters were also essential for encouraging the town's development as a place of manufacture. And Basra became an important center at this time for precious gem cutting, rock crystal carving, pearl processing, glass manufacture, the gilding of mirrors, and the preparation of pigments. And this map here is based on the historical sources that I've been studying. And cross-fertilization between these crafts must in part explain the potter's capacity for innovation in so many different directions. Now, Mouja Matin will be elaborating on the invention of the tin-opacified lead glaze, but I wanted to draw attention briefly here to prior Basra knowledge of lead glazing, both green and yellow, in these two objects signed by its craftsmen. And here, to demonstrate the close relationship between cobalt blue glasses and their incised and stained decoration, which suggests a strong relationship between glassworking and pottery production. Basra had a renowned glass industry, and as cobalt blue smalt that you can see in the top left corner was found among the kiln finds, it is plausible that it was also a center for blue glass manufacture, something that I'm currently researching. Now, what about the potters? Well, the price identities of the potters are more elusive than the fact of the industry's existence. And few facts are available, unfortunately, upon which to construct a picture of the human dimension. From the cobalt and luster inscriptions, it would appear that they were in contact with the educated elite and may even have been somewhat literate themselves. Basra was a vibrant intellectual center, and the father of the 8th century modernist poet, Bashar ibn Burd, was a potter. Knowledge from the local setting was complemented by international networks, and my technical analyses of the pottery appear to point to collaboration, or at least communication, between the potters working at Basra and their colleagues in northern China. Indeed, contact between Iraq and China seems to be much more extensive than straightforward trade. The evidence for this comes in the form of this zero radiograph, and I want to delve into this very briefly into the technical side here to demonstrate really how useful and revealing this kind of detective work can be. This zero radiograph shows some unusual and unexpected marks on the interior surface, which suggests that the Basran potters had considerable knowledge of and actually adopted some of the shaping techniques used in Chinese workshops. 4 perpendicular white lines radiate from the center of the bowl. They are raised ridges on the interior surface that are concealed beneath the thick white glaze, and must be the impressions of incised lines on the exterior of a convex mold. Convex molds, such as the diagram on the right, were widely used in China, and there is no evidence of their use in the Middle East prior to this time. The high plasticity of Iraqi clays meant that forming by hand and on the wheel were the dominant methods of pottery manufacture in pre-Islamic times. The topology of ancient Mesopotamian pottery shapes reflects this, primarily vessels with spherical, cylindrical, or conical proportions. By contrast, the aplasticity of the Chinese clays gave rise to the development of a wide variety of shaping techniques. The wheel was used, but the potter's hands were frequently aided by molds, templates, and cutting tools, as seen in the modern Chinese pottery workshop here on the right. Now, the standard Chinese method practiced at Gongxian involves throwing a bowl of approximate dimensions and then inverting it over a convex mold, which gave the interior its smooth hemispherical shape and supported the vessel so that it could be trimmed on the exterior to size. Now, the zero radiograph that we see here shows precisely the same features. Diagonal particle orientations indicating that it's been thrown, evidence of molding in the interior, and then, of course, a series of horizontal trimming lines left from where a knife has come into contact with the exterior surface of the bowl. The extraordinary parallels between the Iraqi bowls and contemporary Chinese imports indicate that the Basran potters made very careful observation of the wares they were imitating and must have had first or second-hand knowledge of Chinese techniques. Considering the entrepreneurial environment in the port of Basra and in Iraq in general, as well as the spirit of the time, it is plausible that enterprising merchants involved in the transoceanic trade were responsible for transmitting Chinese manufacturing practices to Iraq, either by bringing Chinese potterers to Basra or more likely by describing what they observed in Chinese workshops. We know from historical sources that Basran merchants were actively involved in the long-distance trade and that a considerable number of them were established in ports along the Chinese coast. Of considerable interest in this respect is the excavation some years ago in Indonesian waters near Belitung of a 9th century ship, which was wrecked within a sailing season or two of the year 826, laden with Asian cargo, including Chinese ceramics. Among these wares is the extraordinary dish on the left, painted in cobalt blue and made apparently at precisely the same time as the Basran potters were decorating their own wares in blue on white. Sherds of related Chinese blue and white have also been found in the Arab residential district of the port of Yangzhou, located at the mouth of the Yangtze River. These ceramics have been shown to have been made at the Gongxian kilns in northern China, the same kilns I mentioned at the beginning of this talk as providing the prototype for the color, shape, and size of the Basran bowls. Their painted decoration includes traditional Chinese motifs, as well as designs which bear an astonishing resemblance to the cobalt blue painted ceramics made at Basra, indicating that the Chinese potters were aware of Middle Eastern taste and manufactured their own versions for the local Arab community and for export. The Chinese bowl on the left is also from the Belitung wreck, while the bowl on the right is Basran. Both are decorated with swirling compositions of palm leaves, implying, moreover, that certain Iraqi wares must have arrived on the scene to serve as samples or prototypes for Chinese production. Early analyses of the cobalt blue on the Yangzhou sherds identified a low manganese content, consistent with a Middle Eastern source. And we are now waiting for results of the Belitung dishes to see whether they used the same cobalt blue. From these brief comparisons, Wen will elaborate more on this later for you. It is possible to say that at the very least, the idea of painting palm leaves, geometric designs, and pseudo-inscriptions on the glazed surface, and possibly also the cobalt blue pigment, not only made a long transoceanic voyage from Iraq across the Indian Ocean, but a long inland journey up the Yangtze River into the heart of China, in precisely the same direction as a group of Abbasid cobalt blue plates from Faminsa, similar to the ones I showed you earlier at the beginning of this talk, which bear a striking resemblance to the blue on white and bichrome vessels attributed to Basra. All of these influences and exchanges of materials and techniques would appear to point to the existence of an intermediary, most probably Middle Eastern and possibly Basran merchants, responsible for instructing Chinese and Iraqi pottery production, and provide the most emphatic evidence of international trade as a conduit of knowledge and innovation. This mercantile interest might also explain how the capital investment necessary for innovation was locally available in Basra, how knowledge of Chinese fabrication methods were transferred to Iraq, and how the Basran wares decorated in luster and cobalt blue came to be so widely distributed from Thailand to Portugal. And in this slide, I just wanted to draw attention to the wide distribution also of these turquoise glazed storage jars, which are also coming from somewhere in southern Iraq and probably contained date syrup. Now, this is the slide here to show the connections between the two places. Neither imperial fiat nor mercantile entrepreneurship should be assumed, however, to have operated exclusively. the Abbasid court was influential, especially in creating the taste for Chinese goods, and it was also an important consumer, especially of luster tiles, and the high degree of excellence achieved in them testifies to the impact of court sponsorship. However, I'm keen to see the industry primarily as a phenomenon of the synergy between artists and markets. The widespread distribution of the Basran and other glazed wares from Iraq in all directions during the Abbasid period was accompanied by a dramatic change in the ceramic landscape. And glazed and painted ceramics began to be made from Spain to Central Asia, as Spain from west to east over 8,000 kilometers. While some of these developments may be independent, a common ancestry is indicated by the type of kiln used, a simple updraft kiln distinguished by the use of clay rods inserted into the wall to act as firing supports, originating in Iraq and found at Basra, Kufa, and Samarra. This kiln type, combined with the rapid transfer of glazing itself, suggests that both ideas traveled together, with craftsmen spreading the practice abroad as they voyaged to exploit new markets within the burgeoning cities of the empire. To sum up then, this extraordinary story of technological transfers between East and West, West and East, involves three different modes of knowledge transmission, each involving different types or levels of information, and therefore routes and means of communication. And I don't have time to go into this in a very elaborate way as I would like to. It's just say that the way that I described them first would involve the silent mobile object, serving as a model for emulation on both a mythopoeic and practical level. The second, the transmission of materials and techniques accompanied by observations, visual observations or spoken or written recipes. And in the third instance, the technological transfer was so complex that it was not sufficient for a simple model, material, or technique to be transmitted. Now, the high level of knowledge and skill required to produce the technology in a new environment demanded first-hand experience of the production process. And the diffusion of these more complex technologies follows the patterns of human migration and the movements of skilled artisans who carried the knowledge of the materials and techniques with them. Now, this is the mode of transition which is slowest, more sporadic, and more unpredictable in nature. The artisan-creditor-client relationship did not necessarily give artisans the freedom to move at will, and such a transfer could only occur under particular historical, political, or economic circumstances. The slight mode of transition is observed in the transfer of the luster technique, which I've only touched on briefly here, which remained a closely guarded secret of the Basran industry for over 150 years, only moving outside Iraq, with the possible exception of Kairouan, along with mold-based fabrication methods, to Cairo in the second half of the 10th century with the disintegration of Abbasid rule, probably encouraged by new patronage and the rising economy under the Fatimids. The process of innovation, exchange, and dissemination that occurred in the 9th century is the background to the global history of world ceramics you see here, and the story of the Basran industry told in my exhibition, Iraq and China at the Smithsonian, has now jumped disciplines, curiously, to enter sociology and literary theory as a precursor for modern globalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Now we have concrete proof of all this international contact. But moving quickly on, I'd like to now invite Moujan Matan to come and talk on the technical aspects, which will give you a more sort of focused view on that side of things. Moujan is a postdoctoral fellow at Wolston College, Oxford, and is working on the physical makeup and chemical properties of Mesopotamian wares using the latest scientific and diagnostic tools. Since September 2019, she's also been a research associate at the Sun Yat-sen University, Guangzhou, initiating a project to look at the sources of cobalt used on both Tang Dynasty and Abbasid wares in the maritime Silk Route trade. This is a continuation of previous research on Kashan cobalt mined in Iran that provided the cobalt blue in the later Yuan dynasty. She has also been awarded a Canadian Social Sciences Research Council Fellowship to start a new project, Playing with Fire, the Discovery of Ceramic Glazes, from January 2020. Anyway, without further ado, let Moujan come and talk and explain everything to us.
Thank you so much, Rosalind, for the kind introduction, and to the chairs of the symposium, and to Marisa for all their help and for their organizing this very interesting symposium. If I'm honest, I feel slightly out of place here, coming from an archaeological science background among this group of distinguished historians and art historians. I hope by the end of this talk, you're convinced that the study of technology is crucial to the study of objects and archaeological assemblages. And if you're not, you don't have to say it to me. I think today I'm going to talk about the production technology of early Islamic glaze technology. In the lack of evidence on production sites and kiln materials and technical materials, the study of technology enables us to trace processes of production, actions, and links. And I think what's important about the story of technology is that it provides new lines of evidence that we can directly see in the object or archaeological assemblages, or even in stylistic or iconography studies. So I think, as already put forward by Rosalind, in this panel we're really trying to bring together evidence from different sources to study early Abbasid ceramics. So here I'm just very briefly going to talk about the technology of ceramics and how in archaeological science we use chemical laboratory equipments to study them. Then I'll move on to talk about Samara-wares. I think Jessica has already talked to them, so I'll just highlight the significance of this assemblage, and I'll look at the production technology of these wares. And then I'll move on to talk about an earlier stage of Islamic glaze ceramics, which seem to be the precursors of Samara-wares. And then I'll finish with a few remarks on the impact of contact with China on the beginning of sort of what we call early Islamic glazed wares, and the beginning of a technology that is crucial to the study of ceramic technology, not only in Islamic lands, but more globally. So if you look at a ceramic shirt, a cross-section of a ceramic shirt, you'll see two main layers. The clay body underneath, and on top is the glaze, which is a layer of glass, basically. Now, in this talk, I'm going to focus on the technology of glaze, mainly because of lack of time, and also because the study of body can be very complicated in the Mesopotamian region. The geology of the region is mainly dominated by the sediments from the Tigris and Euphrates, and it makes it very challenging to link ceramic clay bodies to their geological sources. So, just quickly to go over some of the glaze technological features, in terms of microstructure, we usually use electron microscope to study the microstructure of glazes. And what is really important is when we see particles or crystals in the thickness of the glaze, and then we can sort of reverse engineer how they were produced and whether they're transparent or opaque. In terms of composition, there are various compositional groups. Some of them are outlined here. So alkali glazes mainly include sodium and potassium, and very insignificant amounts of lead. And then there are other groups, such as alkali lead glazes with higher lead oxide contents, and then high lead glazes. So basically, glazed objects, mainly in the form of glazed quartz or steatite stones, began in the Near East and in Egypt and in the Indus Valley around the 5th millennium BC. And we see the continuation of these glazed objects in, for instance, the glazed bricks of Ishtar Gate, as you can see here. the composition of these glazes from the very early time is alkali-based. So when I mention alkali-based, I'm really referring to the ashes of desert plants that are grown in salt-loving environments. They are burned and their ashes are used in the glaze composition in order to reduce their their melting temperature. And so this is a picture of a sort of contemporary, I'd say, plant ash burner. The local name here in Qom, Iran is Oshnan. And they used to, follow this practice until about 10 years ago. They've stopped it now because now they're using the artificial equivalents from chemical companies. The tradition of alkali glazing continued until the Sasanian Parthian period. And until this period, the range of glazed ceramics is mostly limited to transparent turquoise glazes. When we get to the Islamic period, the situation gets slightly more complicated. The beginning of Islamic period really brought about a stylistic and technological revolution in the production of glazed ceramics. And I think this revolution is best represented in the site of Samarra in Iraq. And Jessica has already shown you a range of glazed pottery from Samarra. I'm just going to highlight why this assemblage is significant. When it was excavated, it was the first time that it provided firm evidence of its dating to 9th century. And it also provided firm evidence of the Chinese influence on the production of glazed pottery. And you see a wide range of them here, the blue and white, splashed green, relief molded, and extremely complicated lusterwares. These are usually made using nanoparticles of copper and silver. So I'm now going to look at the technology of the production of these ceramic glazes. So if you look at a cross-section of these glazes, you'll see tin oxide particles scattered throughout the thickness of these glazes. Now, I'm going to get back to this because I'm using these basically crystals as a proxy to trace this technology. But the main reason why these tin oxide crystals were used in the glazes was to opacify and basically color the glazes white. In this way, the body of the ceramics was disguised by a white glaze, and then a variety of decorations could be applied on the top. So you see again the range of them here. And the other significant technological feature of them is that the tin opacified glazes of Samarra usually contain lead. So the question is how they were opacified. I'm going to come back to this question, but first of all, let's look at the continuation of this technology, because it's helped us to see how significant this glaze opacification technology was. So around the 13th century, the technology sort of spread east to Spain and Italy, and then it was used as perhaps the main ceramic technology until about the 17th century. So you'll see examples of them in Maiolica wares, Delft wares, and faience. Now, I think if we'll think about the contact with China and how they influenced the production of Samarra ware, sort of the Islamic copies, one would be curious about how this technology began. Even if they wanted to imitate the Chinese wares, could they suddenly come up with this new innovation of tin opacified glazes? So here, I'm going to talk about perhaps an earlier stage of glazed ceramics. Now, as much as interesting the Samara assemblage was, the problem was that with all the excitement that came with it, the other groups of ceramics were sort of pushed to the margin at the time. And this group of wares, they're called the Coptic glazed wares and later the yellow glazed family wares, first discovers it in Alexandria, Egypt, and they're dated to around 7th or 8th century. They really came to attention by a recent paper by Oliver Watson that positioned them as a precursor to the Samara wares. But, so if you look at the glaze microstructure here, you'll see the yellow glaze, again, is opacified, but using a different kind of crystal. This is a lead tin oxide crystal. And again, the composition is very high lead glaze, right? So again, we have the association of lead with opacification. But what made the story even more curious was that in Susa in Iran, there was this assemblage of ceramics where we could see the opaque yellow glazewares together with opaque white glazewares, and they were having very similar shapes as well. So for me, the interesting question was, is there any technological link, or can we really see how they were produced, see if they are linked in any way in terms of the processes of production? So just as a summary, you'll see that in the yellow group, although the yellow glaze is not covering the entire ceramic body, we have high lead glazes and they're opacified by lead tin oxide crystals, whereas in the white one, the composition is alkaline lead and they're opacified by tin oxide crystals. So time doesn't allow me to go into details of how I came to know about calcs, but basically these were based on technical text. I mean, the earliest was 13th century, so we didn't have much contemporary text about the processes. But using those texts and also visiting a couple of workshops that were still using these processes, I found out that the main ingredient in opacifying these glazes is the so-called calx. And this is a powder which is an oxidized form of lead and tin. So if we just quickly have a look at this, this is an open-air kiln in Lalejin in Hamadan in Iran that is using this calx to opacify glazes. So you see the lead rods, and there's a scatter of tin at the bottom of the pan. And the temperature is roughly around 650 here. So basically the first stage is to melt down lead and tin together. And then they'll give it time for them to oxidize together. And this is really the final product. It's the yellow powder that is formed. So then at this point of the project, I had the chemical composition of the opaque yellow and opaque white glazes. And I knew about the production of calx, the powder, the main ingredient that was used in these. Now I had to find out with a solution for linking these ways and seeing if they basically belong to a technological family or not. So here's me with a big lead mask, and this is an important consideration when we're thinking of the production of these wares, because there are lead vapors in these open kilns that were used. So I started using calx in the main glaze composition, so basically mixing calx with silica, and then I also added alkalis to it to see what role they had. In the simplest composition, where calx was mixed with only silica and fired to 850, the glaze turned out to be opaque yellow. The calx powder mixed with silica and alkali, so plant ash in this case, and fired to about 950, so slightly higher temperature, turns out to be entirely opaque white. The same composition fired at the lower temperature, 850, you see at the middle, came out opaque yellow, but there were still speckles of the yellow color. So the opaque yellow glaze story basically started to explain the production of glazes in a number of sites. These are some examples. For instance, the opaque yellow glaze was from Raqqa, Almina, Aqaba, Jordan, Susa, as we just saw, and also eastern Iran, Nishapur, and northern Iran, Takht Suleiman. The white glaze was, with similar compositions as those replicated in the lab conditions, were seen in Aqaba, Jordan, Almina, Syria, Raqqa, Syria, Susa, and Samarra, and also in Uzbekistan. Although the composition of the Samarkand glazes included higher lead. Now, I'm not sure if there is enough time to discuss this, but the technology of opaque yellow glazes seems to have been borrowed from the Byzantine tradition of opaque yellow glass making. The use of these particles, the use of calx basically in order to make yellow opaque glasses was widely practiced in Byzantine context. And it seems that the Islamic potters inherited this technology from Byzantine glassmakers in Egypt or Syria. And then this perhaps was transferred to Mesopotamia around the 9th century. And this was basically developed quite significantly because of the import of Chinese wares. And basically the import of Chinese wares really raised the demand for fine wares. And the Islamic potters already had this technology that they could use in order to make Islamic copies of imported Chinese porcelain. So I think what's very significant also is that the transfer of technology from Egypt and Syria to Iraq coincides with the shift of Islamic capital from Damascus to Baghdad in the 9th century. So one can assume that the potters moved with the shift of capital eastwards to Baghdad. And I think just a final remark is that it seems that it was, again, the contact with China that initiated this technological revolution and really started to make a new ceramic technology trend that was not only limited to the Islamic lands, but it went all the way eastwards to Central Asia and westwards, all the way to Spain, Italy, and other parts of Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mujan. That was great. So we can see this sort of continuity of technological transfer is sort of all important. So now we will conclude with Wenwen's paper on Chinese and Abbasid ceramic exchange. Wen finished her gained her PhD at the end of 2018, beginning of 2019, and it's quite significant that she had two supervisors, and Dr. Jessica Rawson was the first Chinese art historian who actually started investigating the Chinese wares at Samarra, because in fact her second supervisor was Oliver Watson, whose father had actually refuted the idea that the Chinese wares at Samarra were Chinese. I mean, he said local imitations. And Jessica put it on track. And now I think Wen has a lot more information about local Chinese production and the influences that carried westwards from there. So without further ado, I would ask her to come and tell us all about it. She has a lot of exciting new information.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank our lovely panel chair, Rosalind, for inviting me and her very interesting introduction. And also our lovely Marisa for inviting all of us here, and also we see you as well. And I also want to thank all of you for staying with me until this very last presentation of today. So please feel relaxed with your tea or coffee, and hope you will enjoy it. I'm very grateful that a lot of wonderful speakers in front of me have prepared you very well of the historical background of what I'm going to talk today, and also the very difficult Chinese pronunciations of some terminologies, as well as those difficult ceramic terminologies. So it's such a relief for me. So as you may see, my topic today is the Chinese Abbasid ceramic exchange. Although I use exchange here, it's pretty much one overwhelmingly east to west flow of ceramics. I would very much like to do a kind of research of how Abbasid ceramics have been distributed in China, but unfortunately there aren't many evidence for me to continue with that. So that's why I'm doing the other way around to see how Chinese wares have been found in the Islamic world. So maybe many of you may have known a lot about this topic. So the short version of the current story is during the early Abbasid period, there were a considerable amount of Chinese ceramics arriving in the Islamic world, and they kind of influenced the production of Samara wares. There were imitations, there were copies, and there were influences, and there are also debates of whether the Chinese potters started certain styles or the Islamic potters, whether there were actually imitations, influences, or they developed independently. This is actually part of my previous PhD research, and I looked into the following couple of questions in my research. The first one is, we all know that Chinese wares arrived in the Islamic world, but where did Chinese wares arrive in the Islamic world exactly? In which region, in which individual sites? And also, we kind of use a simple way of describing this phenomenon as a considerable amount or impressive amount of Chinese ceramics arriving in the Islamic world. But how many of them have arrived in the Islamic world, and were there a considerable amount or only a few of them? As you may know that those Chinese ceramics found in the Islamic world, they all come from archaeological excavations. So we need also to kind of think, as they were excavated from archaeological sites, so in which context in the archaeological sites were they found? By asking this question, it helps us to understand a little bit about how were these Chinese ceramics used in those Islamic, by those Muslims. And were they used by some elites or some normal people? Were they used in mosque, churches, or palaces, or just normal people's residential houses? And after that, I kind of looked into the question of which type of Chinese ceramics have been found in each of the individual sites. Have been they identified correctly based on our most updated research and excavations? How each of these types of Chinese ceramics been distributed in the Islamic world, and were there many of each of them? So then after asking this question, I kind of think, were these Chinese ceramics all traded wares as they have been described in most of the publications, and were they all luxurious wares? And we see many times that they have been described as luxurious traded wares to the Islamic world. The final question, of course, is the very classical debate of their visual similarities. Today I'm only going to share with you the first and the last questions. So this map is showing you the sites within my database which have Chinese ceramics from the 8th to 10th centuries. And this one is showing you the 4 individual areas which we can't see clearly from the previous slide. The top left is the Gulf of Aden area, and the area 2 at the bottom left is where we are now, Qatar and Bahrain, and part of the Saudi Arabian Gulf coastal area. And area 3 is nowadays Emirates and part of Oman. Area 4, which is the most dense area with a lot of dots, is the Iranian coastal area of the Gulf region. This is just showing briefly the name. So in order to analyze these sites properly, so I tried to categorize these sites into 4 levels of settlements. We see here the red circle dots represent city level settlements. And the town, church, monastery, and palace are represented here by blue circle. We have small settlement or village represented here by the green circle, and port here by the yellow circle, because we are not going to see the distribution of sites without Chinese ceramics within the database, so we don't need to worry about those lozenge. So from this map, we can see the Iranian side of the Gulf region apparently has the most intense distributions of sites with Chinese ceramics. And after the Iranian side of Persian Gulf, we can see the second most dense part is the Gulf of Aden, where if we look into the color of those sites, we can observe that on this Iranian side of the Persian Gulf, most of the sites with Chinese ceramics are green circles, which means they are basically small settlements or villages. If we see the Red Sea region and the Yemen coastal area facing the Arabian Sea, we see most of them are yellow circles, which means they are ports. And if we move to the inland areas of this core area of the early Abbasid period, we see for the inland area of Iran and the inland area of Mesopotamia, Arabia, Greater Syria, and Egypt, we see most of the sites with Chinese ceramics are red circles, which means they are exclusively city-level settlements. So from this distribution, we can speculate that during the early Abbasid period, this ceramic exchange was predominantly happening in the kind of eastern part of the Abbasid world, especially around the Gulf region. And Iran, Mesopotamia were apparently more involved in this ceramic trade exchange with the East than Greater Syria, inland Arabia, and Egypt. So now we are going to move to my last question of my previous research, which is about the visual similarities. Jessica and Muzhan have already talked a lot about the stories of these different types of ceramics. Here, I'm just going to give a brief background. So Muzhan has talked about the yellow glazed family on the top left of my slide. And both Jessica and Muzhan have introduced us very well about the monochrome lead glazed wares, which is on the bottom left. So in the middle, we see the white glazed wares. There is no doubt that the Samara white glazed wares were to a great degree influenced, or we can say imitated Chinese ceramics, those Chinese white ceramics are arriving in the Islamic world. We have no doubt about the lustre-ware, which is to the far right. This is a purely Islamic innovations on top of the white glaze. Well, the debates are centering on the blue and white, and also we call it green splashed wares, which is the that one. And here is just a quick background introduction of what types of ceramics we are going to see in the following slides. So there are basically 5 major types of Chinese ceramics found in the Islamic world during this period. The top left is, we call it green glazed wares. Some of you may read it in some publications called celadon. We also have changsha wares, which is this one, basically painted wares. We also have dusun wares. It is also a green glazed stoneware, but it's rather coarse if we compare them with the celadon. We have the famous wet wares. We also have the last category. Basically, I made a name, so you can't find it in any publications because I was struggling to name this group, so I just call them monochrome and polychrome wares. I think I forgot to mention that in terms of ceramics, we have potteries, stonewares, and porcelains. So those Islamic ones that I showed in the last slide were all potteries, which means they were fired in a relatively lower temperature, and the body was not vitrified. And for those Chinese ceramics, we only have whiteware. Some of the whitewares during this time were porcelain, which means they were fired over around 1,200 degrees, and the body was kind of translucent. For the rest of them, most of them are stonewares, which the firing temperature was between pottery and porcelain. And the most tricky type, the monochrome and polychrome wares, some of them were pottery, some of them were high fired, but they share some common features, like those colorful decorations. So this is another background introduction. So these types of wares were basically produced by 4 of the Chinese queues, the north in the Xing queues, and in the middle, Gongxian. And we have Changsha in the kind of central south, and Yue queues in the east coastal area. So I'm going to start with the green splash wares. Here are some examples found from Samara. During the time when Samara was excavated, and so we don't know that, we only know they were produced in China, but we don't know which queen site they were produced. And thanks to some recent excavation and research, we know that most of Samara green splash wares were from Xing queues and Gongxian queues. The left are from Xing queues, the right is from Gongxian queues. So we also have a very interesting two interesting pieces from Samara. So the left 2 Chinese ceramics from Samara, they have this kind of a metalwork feeling of this molded decoration, especially the top left with a dragon molded decoration in the middle. And from the recent excavation of the Gongxian queen site, we found, very similar ones to the Samara one, also with dragon molded decoration in the middle and on top of the brownish patch. Also, another very interesting piece from Samara is this one. This. So it's a very rather small fragment. So these are examples from the Balaton shipwreck. I think all of you have heard Balaton shipwreck from our several previous speakers. And this is from the recent excavation from the Gongxian Kunes. And this type of, we call it stem cup with a drinking pipe. They have been dated to around 841 to 907, I mean, according to the excavation of the Gongxian Kunes. The interesting story is we now see how this specific type of cup have been produced by Gongxian Kunes, and some of them were loaded on ships like the Balaton shipwreck, and then some of the ships managed to arrive in the Middle East and finally find its way to Samara, but some of them unfortunately sank with the Balaton shipwreck. And the importance of this stamp cup is also, so there is a couple current debates about Balaton shipwreck. One is about the dating of the shipwreck. Another one is whether this ship intended to go to the Middle East or intended to go to Southeast Asia. With this find, we can pretty much be sure that we can put the dating of Balaton shipwreck to, well, shortly after 840, as well as we can also speculate that this ship was actually its destination, final destination was actually the Middle East. That's how this stamp cup arrived in Samara. So another interesting piece was from Nishapur. This single piece was from Nishapur with the medallion molded decoration in the middle. We have two examples from the same shipwreck, Balaton shipwreck. We have one example from the Yangzhou port, which is a port in East China. And the interesting thing about this one is actually the idea of the decoration came from Sasanian metalwork here. And those Chinese artisans very much liked the Sasanian metalwork with the medallion in the middle, and they copied the Sasanian one with a little bit Chinese style in the middle. And those Chinese potters really inspired by those metal works, and they started to produce ceramic version of this decoration. And finally, some of them were sent back to the Middle East where they got the inspiration from. And also, the importance of this, this shirt also help us to, again, date the Balaton shipwreck and to prove that the destination of the ship was to the Middle East. So here are some interesting examples from Surah. So I'm showing here of some of the green splash wares with those metal molded decorations. We found them from basically two king sites which probably produced them. One is from Changsha kings. These are photos I took from their excavation, especially this one look exactly to the one we found from Surah. And these are examples from Gongxian Kunes, how they produce these similar types of molded wares. So in terms of production of this specific type of green splash wares, we have evidence from the production of China that it started from the late 6th century from some tombs and continued until the 10th century. So it's basically, there is no doubt that Chinese potters started this style first. And because they arrived in the Islamic world with relatively impressive amounts, it's highly likely that the Chinese green splash wares inserted some influences on the Samara types. But because, as you may know from Mu Zhang's research, that some scholars started to look at the earlier Raka, the yellow glaze families. We also want to start thinking whether the yellow glazed wares with the green streaks have also influenced the Samara one. So next point is about a very debatable blue and white. So we have evidence from the excavations in China that they started the production of low-fared blue and white from late 7th century, and the production continued until around early 10th century. And just right around 841, they suddenly started to produce the high-fared version. So basically, there is a wide range of decorations on these Chinese blue and white. Some of them are quite Chinese taste. You see the simple dashes and spots, and some very rather interesting paintings. And during this time, these are examples from the Yangzhou pot. During this time, around 841, they started to adopt the very typical Islamic decoration, which we have seen from our previous speakers. This kind of a lozenge shape with the floral designs on all four corners. So another point that I want to highlight is this is the only Chinese blue and white that we can find currently from the Islamic world, from Surah. So there is only one piece of Chinese blue and white found in the Islamic world. So in terms of this, I think it's hard to say that the Chinese blue and white, even though they started the production much earlier than the Islamic potters, it's hard to say that Chinese early blue and white inserted any influence on the beginning of production of Islamic blue and white, because we only have one single sherd found in Surah. But the Islamic blue and white definitely inserted some influence, as is indicated by this decoration. Actually, this Islamic style of lozenge and the floral design not only influenced the blue and white, but also some of the green splashwares, as well as some quayside, which is actually very inland and is not very active in the ceramic exchange at all. So we may wonder how far this Islamic influence of decorative styles have reached in China. So the last few points is just some very early thinkings. So we already know a lot about the Islamic production of yellow glaze families, and we also recently found something from the Chinese production. These two single sherds were found from Surah, and they were produced by the Chinese Gongxian kilns. And we also have 3 relatively intact yellow glaze ceramics found from Gongxian kilns, and they were produced around 841, which was just the time when China and the Islamic world interacted with each other over the sea. So the question is, were there any influences from the Islamic world on the production of the Chinese yellow glaze? And also we have both the Islamic potters and Chinese potters producing white glazewares with green and yellow dots on it. And we also have them producing this type of ceramics at basically the same time. The left is the Chinese example. The right 2 are examples from the Islamic world. They all have this kind of green and brownish streaks flowing from the rim to the center of the vessel. So for a short conclusion is we basically we use a lot of the simple explanations of because of Chinese ceramics arriving in the Islamic world, so they inserted a great influences on the Islamic production of early glazed ceramics. So the early Islamic glazed ceramics were copies or imitations of the Chinese one. So we need to think about whether it is precise to use imitations. because apparently we see there are, for some cases, there are strong evidences to show the imitation, but for some cases, for example, the blue and white, we only have one single sherd of Chinese ceramics, Chinese blue and white arriving in the Islamic world. And the influences was not just simply the influence on the beginning of the production, but rather complicated. So as well, in addition to the explanation of influences and imitation, we also need to think, is it possible that both the Islamic potters and Chinese potters, they decided to produce some ceramic styles simultaneously without knowing each other doing so? And if we think about the technical aspect of the effect, as Muzhan has explained, some of the Islamic ceramics during this period, they used the lead glaze. Well, interestingly, some of the Chinese potters also use the lead glaze, and lead glaze is kind of fusible during firing. So imagine you apply some lead glaze on top of your pot and put in the firing, and then the lead glaze tend to flow and fuse, and eventually you get this effect. So the left is a Chinese example, and the right three are examples from the Islamic world. And also, as we have, you may have heard a lot of me mentioning the metalwork. So is it possible that both of them were kind of influenced by the Central Asian and Middle East metalworks? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wen, and thank you all for, I don't know, you probably raised more questions now, but at least we've got a much better idea of the technical aspects of pottery making and how each, whether produced in the East or the West, how they were produced. The glass aspect is very interesting. I'm just wondering if Jessica and then Muzhan, if you could enlarge on your future cobalt investigations and tying in with the glass. And also, I mean, the opaque yellow being influenced by the mosaics. I mean, that seems to make a lot of sense. I know from all the testery, the many testery found in Samarra. Nadine Shibil has analyzed that glass, and some of it came in from the Byzantine West, and some of it was locally produced. So I think there's so much more to be discovered. And I think archaeology, especially in places like Qatar, where it's sort of still, as Alexandrine told us yesterday, it's still in its infancy. But I think, there's a fairly open field still. Anyway, Jessica first.
Cobalt is extremely difficult to source. And until now, I only knew about the cobalt mines in Oman. And so it seems to make sense that we're going to have blue glasses produced fairly close, in the sphere of Arabia. And the more and more that I look at the glasses and then compare them to the ceramics, there seems to be some kind of visual relationship. And curiously, there are even, as I showed in, the Benaki Museum has a blue glazed ceramic bowl with luster. So just as we have blue glasses with luster, so there seems to be an interaction there. But this is something that I'm just starting to work on again now, so I don't have really much more than that to report, but I think that it's a really important avenue, and if there are people here who are interested in this subject, I'd be delighted to know.
Yeah, I think for cobalt, so I've mainly looked at cobalt pigment in glazes, in ceramic glazes. And I think one advantage that cobalt minerals have is that they are usually high fired. So when the glaze is, fired in the kiln, sometimes we have relics of the primary cobalt mineral in there. So that makes it slightly easier rather than, compared to other minerals that would completely fuse in the glass matrix. to trace them back. At least we are able in some cases to know the primary mineral that they came from. And then there's all the story of, the associated elements with the cobalt minerals. The Abbasid cobalt ones, I think they're usually high in zinc. And they are, from what I know, they're not from the famous Kashan mine that was used in medieval, from sort of at least from 13th century onwards. The Kashan mine is high in arsenic, and this is not what we see in the Abbasid blue. In terms of the opaque yellow glass, the Byzantine glass, I think there are firm evidence that there was a connection between these opaque lead tin oxide glasses and opaque yellow glaze that we see in Syria and Egypt. And it seems that this continues all the way to Samarra. So on Saturday, I actually saw a piece of Samarra glass on display in the Islamic Art Museum. And it was interesting because it was quite thick, and then you could see the opacity all the way through. So yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you so much. That was great. I have a question for Jessica and a short comment for Wen. I'll make the comment first. I don't know. I'm sure you are aware of the colloquium at the Percival David Foundation in I think it was the 1980s, on the interrelationship between Tang China and the West, particularly looking at metalwork. And they did this lovely little booklet, which is probably out of print now, but I have a copy. Just because it's what you said, I mean, it's very, very rarely talked about. So I'm very happy that you talked about it at the end. And it's a very interesting field. Now, my question for Jessica is, I know that you studied and you came up with very interesting conclusions regarding the transport of these ceramics and how they were transported in ships. And I wonder if you could comment on that just a little bit.
Jochen, you have a very good memory. That's a long time ago. And I was looking at the role of ceramics as ballast in ships. And of course, since then, we've had many wrecks. But there is this idea, of course, that ceramics are shipped with tea and things of that sort. And hence also making shapes which go inside, one inside the other, sending bowls as opposed to other types of objects, because you can create higher density that way and then make a heavier ballast. But the original idea of ballast has shifted because now more emphasis on ballast being things like wood and other kinds of things, and then the ceramics going on top of that. But yes, it was, Indian Ocean shipping. I looked a lot at how ships were made in the early days of this work and how all these objects were packed on the ships.
Thank you. Thanks, Tansen. Thank you so much. That was just such a terrific panel. And I just want to first start by saying that Mujan, I've taught these tin glazed wares to hundreds of students over 20 years. And I think today was the first day in which I finally understood how they were made. So I hope that moving forward, I can actually explain this to my students with more accuracy. So thank you so much for that. And so this is a question, it's really for the whole panel, but I was kind of inspired by Jessica's paper when she mentioned the term import substitution, right? Because we heard a lot about technology, but we haven't heard a lot about economics. And the kind of notion of import substitution in which you can stem the desire for foreign goods by producing ones that are like it is one that, it might actually seem kind of mismatched here, right? Because by imitating Chinese ceramics, you didn't stop the desire for them, right? They continued to be desirable, and so I just kind of wondering if we could think about, or you could tell me more about the economic model, about value, and when you have, what we know about value in terms of having a Chinese piece and one that may be imitative of it or related to it, and what we understand about how those were valued, and to kind of understand these obviously as manufactured objects, but also as commodities, and what we know about those kind of questions in terms of these port cities as marketplaces.
I think what's very interesting about this is that the Basran potters weren't able to make very excellent copies. because they simply didn't have the materials. So the key thing was for them was to be able to offer fine ware, but with something different. And so I think it's not surprising that we see them move fairly quickly towards putting their names on the pots and then, or on the bowls, and then moving to other types of decoration and other types of techniques. Of course, what you see when you look at innovation, I mean, theories of innovation, is the importance of creating niches. And so we see that also happening with the range of types that they're making. And I didn't discuss all the range of types, but there's a lovely article by Friedman where he shows you all the different abbasid types. You could see some of them in the museum, actually, all these different kinds of splashwares and things like that that are also being produced. It seems to me that the things that I've been looking at are mainly the higher level, elite, I mean, sort of elite level, especially in terms of materials, using things like luster. And, but there are clearly challenges economically for the potters. And they switch, of course, from using the polychrome palette to a monochrome palette. Curiously, that monochrome pigment is actually more expensive than the polychrome pigment, but it's more consistent. So they get, you'll find very, very few shirts which are wasters of monochrome luster. So they managed, by switching to using that pigment, to have a greater output that they can sell. And then, of course, they move towards more metalwork-like designs, and they shift to trying to reproduce, I mean, court-like, like I showed, the gold vessel, sort of more upper-class gold vessals. I feel that my work on innovation in some ways needs to move forward, and so I actually am happy that you brought that up, and I just wonder if anybody else has models of innovation that they would like to share that could help me to move forward in this respect, because I feel that what you're saying is actually really important.
Perhaps I could just interject briefly about the economic thing. Most of the Chinese wares in Samara, although I mean it wasn't stratigraphically excavated by Hertzfeld, most were found in an area which he interpreted as the sort of possible lock-up storage, the treasury. So I mean that's the only indication, I think, on an economic basis. But yes, Karen.
So I loved it. It was just like Nancy said. I mean, I've learned so much, and it's going to help me in my teaching. So thank you.
Can you wait for
all the,
Can you wait for a microphone, please? Just.
Struck me in all of this, which is that, have you looked at the medical impact? Because wouldn't a lot of lead poisoning and stuff, I'm just wondering, you're talking about other connections. I'm wondering if there are connections in graves that provide information, because this kind of use of lead would suggest very heavy lead poisoning in the bodies, in the dead bodies. I don't know, just a thought. You guys inspired it, you gals inspired it, so.
Yes, I think while I was doing these experiments, I had to give a blood test every week for a period of more than a month, I think. I think, yes, it's something that struck me as well when I did it. But then, you see, the workshop that is currently doing this in Iran, they are also using an open kiln, open furnace for this. And I mentioned that to them, that you were getting lots of lead vapor, and this is probably not very healthy and it's poisonous. And this, the potter just replied, but my grandfather did that and he lived more than 100 years. So, I think there's no kind of official supervision on this, but the problem is this seems to be deadly, but then we don't have any evidence or any, mentions in the text that, these can be dangerous to the potters. But yeah, I think it's very interesting, that one as well, because there's high amounts of lead. I mean, but when it's fixed in the glass matrix, it's not gonna react with the food. So it's more during the process of, even in the glaze, you don't get much lead vapor. It's just the production of cast powder where you get lots of lead vapor.
Anyone else? Yes.
Coming back to the question that Nancy just asked, this is to Wenwen. In addition to the value, comparing the Chinese and the local, Could you talk a little bit about authenticity, the issue of authenticity, as perhaps may have been a discourse in West Asia about what is authentic if things are produced both locally and things are imported from China? Was there ever such a discourse on that? And to Jessica, you pointed out perhaps the movement of craftsmen, and I think that's a very important issue. Can you elaborate on that? Do you find evidence of people from West Asia coming to China or going to West Asia from China to learn about this technology? That would be really fascinating.
It's probably on.
Just to clarify, if I understand correctly your question, the question is about those Chinese ceramic finds are they authentic?
No, I mean during the time, during the Abbasid period,
yes.
Was there a discourse about what is authentic porcelain? Was there a discussion between locally produced porcelain and imports from China? Was there ever such a discourse?
Well, I think for them it was very relatively straightforward, which were the, like you said, authentic or original Chinese ones exported from overseas and which were produced locally by the potters. So there are a couple of interesting examples of how they potentially may have used the Chinese imports. Two of the examples that I can recall now is some celadons were found from a monastery in the Sinai Peninsula, and they were found from together with the lusterwares and some fragments of crosses and Bibles. So they may use specifically by them in some ritual aspect. For another example of also some shards of Chinese celadons, they were found in the area of a fountain in a mosque in Samara, also together with some other glasses, glass cups or Islamic copies of bowls and cups. So they were probably used for the ablution as well. Yeah.
As for West Asians in China, there's quite a lot of, historical evidence that they're there, but we don't have evidence of potters as such. So I think it's really fascinating what the radiograph shows. So, but it seems to me that it's possible for someone to have seen this and be able to explain this to somebody else, which is why I was trying to develop at the end a kind of hierarchy of transmission. So I actually classify that as being in the second level in comparison to something like Leicester, where you need to know, you need to be able to make the pigments, you need to be able to make the kiln, you need to be able to fire at with the right conditions, a smoky atmosphere and things like that, which seems to me to be much more complex. In fact, when I first talked about dissemination, and Avinom is here, so maybe I had suggested that it might also be the rock crystal of Basra that's going with the potters. The rock crystal workers are going to Cairo, and so what we see is, mass movement of artisans at a very high level with very high-level skills that move at the same time as a result of political and economic change. But otherwise, in terms of having Chinese potters, we know that there were some Chinese potters that came over the overland route, but in 749, so it's very difficult to associate that with what's happening in the 9th century. So I think, it is possible that there were Chinese potters there in Basra, but I don't have any proof. I don't know if Avinom wants to talk a little bit about rock crystal for a moment.
We're actually going to stop now.
Okay.
Later. Thank you. Right. Thank you so very much to all the panel chairs and speakers today for such a rich and stimulating series of talks. I'm sure we'll have conversations related to the material covered today well into the dinner tonight and beyond. Now we're going to shift from talking about art to looking at and experiencing art with the opening of the Sea is Limit exhibition in our very own VCU Arts Qatar gallery right behind this atrium, which is right behind the atrium on the other side. The exhibition brings together works by international artists who are addressing the issues of refugees, borders, migration, and national identity. The artists include Halil Altindere, Mohamed Sami, Nidal Shamek, Susan Stockwell, Taus Makasheva, and Varvara Shavrova, who is also the curator of the show and will be available for tours throughout the day tomorrow. Our gallery director, Isabel San Louis, and all of us affiliated with the symposium at VCU Arts Qatar and VCU Arts in Richmond, thank Patrick Hyde Contemporary Art Gallery in London, York Gallery in York, and the Pilot Gallery in Istanbul for helping us put this together. On a final note, and while this was not engineered by the three co-chairs, it is fortuitous, and I'm personally greatly heartened to see such a strong presence of women academics, curators, and artists in organizing the symposium, in leading the 8 panels across today and tomorrow, in curating the exhibition, and here in the audience. Thank you.